What's good? What's good? What's good? We back at it, man. Sorry but not sorry. Boxing Talk Roundtable, episode 3. We back in full effect, man, for sure, man. Make sure you, when you come in here, hit the like button, man. We got a special show today, man. I got my guy Marcus, oh man, from Ohio runs boxing today with me today. And of course, I got my cousin Bean from Ring Walk Boxing Podcast, man. I mean, definitely gonna have a great conversation about Ohio boxing today in particular. And of course, we're gonna cover some of the hottest topics in boxing, of course. Yeah, I mean, of course, you already know the vibes, man. You already know we got to cook up. It's been a lot of crazy stuff going on, you know what I'm saying, in boxing recently. I've been sitting back watching everybody, you know what I'm saying, and a lot of the panels and stuff and these different channels, you know, talking crazy on particular topics, you know what I mean? Been watching y'all, you know what I mean? I'm always watching, you know what I'm saying? And there's been some crazy stuff, been some nasty work out there, you know what I'm saying? So we're gonna address some of the, the recent topics from particular situations in boxing this week, man, that happened and went down and everything, man. And I'm excited to be back with y'all for real today, man. Uh, been having a little cold the last couple of days. I was on do a show yesterday, but um had a cold, man. I just couldn't shake this cold a little bit, and then I had some other little family situations going on too as well, man. So definitely, well, we good today to go today. So I'm just waiting on my guys. Um, Ohio runs boxing and family, Ring Wall Boxing Podcast. I mean, and we can get going with the full topics that we gonna talk with. But I already know tonight we got a fight tonight, man. Big fights tonight with Jamal Charlo fighting Thomas LaManna, and you got Caleb Plant fighting Armando Resendez. Of course, Camille Moten, he's on the card. So, pretty solid free card tonight, man, from PBC tonight, man, for sure. Welcome, my brother, man. Ohio runs boxing. Was good with you, brother?
What's good, man? What's good?
Was good, man. I've been wanting to get you on for a minute now, man. Of course, man. We chopped it up, and of course, I always been giving you your flowers, man, for all what you're doing with Ohio boxing and stuff, man. Like the content that you run for Ohio is amazing, man. You've been doing it for a while, man. So definitely just want to give you your flowers starting off, man. Just appreciating everything that you do for Ohio boxing for sure, brother. For sure.
I appreciate it, man. I definitely appreciate it, man. I always tell
For
people
sure.
appreciation is worth more than money sometimes, man. When you put in work and dedication for what you have a passion for, man. So you can't, those are priceless moments, man. And I get a lot of that from the fighters too, man. So those are really, really dope uh,
Facts.
moments. You know what I mean? So I appreciate that.
Facts, man. Facts. Yeah, man. How you feeling today so far?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Well, shoot, I woke up to some news. It's kind of crazy. One of I'm not gonna say her name. One of my homies. She's in the boxing journalist. She's covering and doing interviews. She out of Cleveland, but she hit me up with a text message, and it was kind of funny. I guess De La Hoya, you know, seen that post that I made a couple weeks ago with the alleged, with the guys that got the Freakniks that they had when they posted the pictures with the freak offs, the people that was involved in the freak offs. He's seen the one that I did with
Yeah.
my. He's seen the one that I did with myself. He said he think it's funny, but I have to be careful. I can get sued. I'm like, I didn't see anybody take that picture and make a big story about it. It was hilarious. It's comedy, bro. I said that's people who follow me knew it was funny. I'm in the picture, so I got Jeff Mayweather who don't bother anybody that's in the picture. Freddie
Right.
Roach. You know, it was like it's something you laugh at. It's nothing you take seriously. And all my followers who really rock with me thought it was hilarious. So I don't know where Oscar was. You know, maybe I get what he's saying, like being careful with that. But that's what social media is, full of fake blogs, fake news. We get that all the time with fake stories and certain things of that nature. But no, it's humorous. I even put myself in it. That's why I said it was a joke. So. Uh, but yeah, I
Man,
guess he saw it and you know he thought it was funny, but he just said I got to be careful because other people can sue. Like who, Bob? I'm like, if they try to sue me, I'll take it as a compliment. That means they feel like I'm well influenced in boxing well enough where I can have an impact. Get what I'm saying? So
right, right, right.
that's that's I would take it as a
You
compliment.
flattered by it. You know what I
Absolutely. Like, go ahead, put me
mean?
in the tabloids, put my name up there with everybody else. If that's what y'all want to do, I mean, to me,
For real.
it's just funny, man. Just you gotta have fun with some of this stuff. Boxing can't always be serious.
Right, man. And
You can't be
that's what I tell everybody a lot, man. Like you can't be serious with boxing all the time with everything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these people be taking things so serious. We want to fight and be emotional and
Mm-hmm.
want try to meet up. I just seen these dudes on a panel last night on on my friend 2 Cents Boxing, man. These dudes was up here in the comments talking about where they live at and talking about meeting up in DC to fight and all of this. And I'm like, bruh, like, come on. Y'all living in 2 different states and y'all don't know each other. Y'all just sitting up here
Mm.
trying to meet up and fight and stuff. Like, it all over some boxing talk. Like, it's not that serious. Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
really
No,
not that
no.
serious. These people be making it that serious, bro. I'll be like, it's just boxing talk, man. We supposed to have fun with this. This is barbershop talk for real. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's supposed to be fun.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. They some people worship these fighters, man. They fans of the fighters, but what happens is they worship them, and this is where to me it's easy to counterpunch these YouTube channels and certain content creators when they are emotional because they don't stick to any type of criteria. They don't have any type of criteria when it comes to boxing. They'll say,
that.
I just made a post not too long ago where I was talking about NUA, Devin Haney, and Garcia. I said, all three of these guys have been knocked down multiple times in fights, but only Devin Haney gets the title chinny. Now, people gonna be like, oh yeah, because they don't like Devin, or we can say it's race. But sometimes it just comes from you just hating a fighter. Like NUA gets knocked down, he get up, he a warrior, this and this and this. Devin gets knocked down twice and still finish the fight. He's corny. It's because of what happened outside the ring. It's because of like no,
Right.
have criteria of what chinny
Right.
is, and we
That's why
separate.
I never. That's exactly why I never like when people was talking about Devin being chinny. I
Mm-hmm.
ain't never wanted to say he was chinny like that. I said maybe it's a little questionable because of the situation,
Yeah.
but I can't grade him fully. No, a chinny fighter. You know what I'm saying? I can't grade him in that way. And I see, and it was kind of ironic that you spoke on that because I seen people on YouTube talking about Abdullah Mason recently and
Mm-hmm.
stuff, talking about he was chinny and everything. And then you made that post, and I'm like, dang, that's crazy. 'Cause that was definitely a topic among YouTube channels
Yeah.
the recent couple of days and stuff pertaining to Abdullah Mason and stuff, and saying that he's chinny. But my boy Angry White Man Boxing Podcast last night on their show, they showed like the actual fight, him fighting that guy where he knocked him twice down in the first round and stuff, and then Abdullah overcome adversity and stop him in the second round. Like, what I'm saying? Like a lot of people started labeling Abdullah Mason very chinny after that, situation. But I mean, like, bro, like he showed you and demonstrated like heart in that where like he didn't run from the action after he got knocked down. He went forward for the action. So you should
Yeah.
be
Mm-hmm.
commending that more than anything. Because a lot of
Yeah.
fighters, they get knocked down, they start, they put on the track star shoes and start running after that.
Absolutely. And then another thing that I point out because I always look. I've never, for me personally, I don't when it comes to criteria, boxing criteria. When it comes to knocking, getting knocked down, or being chinny, I never criticize a fighter who gets knocked down by a guy with a high KO ratio. I repeat,
Facts.
I will
Facts.
never criticize a guy who gets knocked down against a guy with a high KO ratio. Uh, that's impressive for you to get up from him. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And finish the fight for one. So when I heard people was trying to say, "Well, he got knocked out by a guy with a toupee," oh, this and that's to me, those is inexperienced fans who haven't grown in the sport. So I don't really be too critical on them. I'm more critical on the champ size, the boxing egos, and those guys that's been in this YouTube realm for a long time and speaking.
Right.
So I'm more critical on them than the guy who got 10 followers saying that. So
Right.
they don't know,
Right.
yeah, they don't know better and not even just 10 followers, just a guy that's been in the in the boxing world for a long period of time. I criticize them more than people who I just see coming up the scene. That's just how I look at it. I hold them more accountable. But
Absolutely.
when you fighting a guy with no name, I don't care. This is some I use logic. So if Kelly Pavlik, they try to say Kelly Pavlik based on their talking points. If you get knocked down by an unknown guy, you should be ashamed of yourself because he's unknown. I don't care how many punch. I don't care what his KO punch rate is. It's just
Right.
he's unknown and nobody knows him. He work at Subway, whatever. Listen,
Right.
Kelly Pavlik, what y'all trying to say is Kelly Pavlik wasn't a puncher until he went up and fought Erison Miranda and then Jermaine Taylor. Now we believe he's a puncher. Absolutely
Right.
not. Absolutely not.
Right.
He was a puncher before he fought Erison Miranda because he showed it during his fights as he was building. It's the
Absolutely.
same as a guy who can't punch. Now, I don't know where you from, Cameron. You from Cincy?
Yeah, for Cincinnati.
Okay,
Yeah.
you from Cincy, so you will understand this. Duke Reagan is an Olympian. He's out of
Right.
9 fights. He's 9-1, and they have built him. He's not a puncher. He's 9 and
Definitely
0 with
not.
one KO. So
One.
we can't use the narrative that they ain't fighting nobody. That's why they get knockouts.
Right.
You get what I'm
Like,
saying?
yeah, everybody got to understand the styles. Like, Duke Reagan is a pure boxer, a
He
pure
is.
boxer.
He's
He
a
don't
pure
have
boxer.
power.
Yeah. So, but my point is, you can't say, well, he ain't fighting nobody. That's why he get knockouts. Because when it comes up to you fighting elite guys, most of the elite guys are skill enough to avoid the power shot. That's what we want to see. The skills
Right.
for you to be able to avoid it. That don't mean they can't get hurt. If they get hit with the shot, they might be going down. They just skill enough, got an elite team enough to be able to avoid the guy who's a puncher. So
Facts.
that's all it is. It's not no, oh, well, he ain't fought nobody, that's why he get knockouts. No, I remember going back to Mickey Bay. That's one of my guys too out of Cleveland. I remember when he fought John Molina, and the going into that fight, Mickey was the more skillful fighter. Everybody knew Mickey was more better than John Molina. What was the report going in with John? He has a puncher's chance. Don't get caught.
Right.
Mickey won every round until he got caught. It went like we thought it would go. It's just he got caught. And once he got
Right.
hit, John Molina won the fight. Does that mean he will probably win out of the best out of 10 fights? He probably get one. I think Mickey would be better, if they had a rematch or two. Mickey will probably win those fights convincingly. But that's just boxing. It happens. He had a puncher's chance because John Molina was a puncher. So that's just me. I stay consistent with criteria, man. I don't never get caught up in the feelings emotional, not calling out my guy Champ Side, but he proved my point. Champ Side called NUA Chinny, say he been knocked down twice, he Chinny and this, and I'm like, oh man. And I said Champ Side is emotional. That's my guy. I said he's emotional right
Yeah.
now. He don't like NUA, and that's proven. I said, how's NUA Chinny when he didn't went up in multiple weight classes fighting bigger guys? If you
Right.
call NUA Chinny, then you got to call Broner Chinny, who got knocked down twice by Madonna, but you wouldn't do that. You see what I'm saying? You
Right.
wouldn't do that. So you have to be careful when you are criticizing the fighter, because the fighter you criticize might be a fighter that you actually like that's doing the same exact thing.
Right. That's one thing I've been cautious about too, like far as just me stepping in the realm of boxing content over the past 3, 4 years. You know what I mean? Just, being cautious on how I critique fighters. Like, a lot of people they know that, of course I'm a big Tank fan.
Hmm.
for us. And so I critique him as well. Like you know what I'm saying? Like when Tanks when he get into times where he get to saying shit like, oh, Shakur ain't did shit. Like, no,
Hmm.
don't say all of that, bro. Like that, you can't say that. Like, you know, I
Hmm.
understood why he said it, but at the same time, you can't say that because you know Shakur definitely got the accolades and everything, and this is a guy that a lot of the fans around the boxing culture they want to see you fight this guy. I mean, so you know what I'm saying? The criticism goes to everybody, like far
Yes.
as you know, any
Hmm.
fighter, like it just don't just go to one fighter. And if anybody, you know, they check out my content, I don't even talk about Tank more than everybody else do. Like I talk about everybody else more than Tank at times, just because it's easy to talk about Tank. I
Right,
mean, and
right,
plus
right.
everybody's already doing it, so I try to
Hmm.
give other people shine and stuff. And then me and my boy Bean from Ring Raw Boxing Podcast, he was at the Ohio Boxing Hall of Fame meet and greet last night, and we had a conversation like just talking about trying to elevate Ohio boxing because it's a lot of rich history in Ohio boxing out here in the state of Ohio, man. And you've been the main person, holding down the flag for Ohio boxing for sure, man. And
Hmm.
that's why we commend you for it for sure. And definitely trying to, carry it on our behalf. As well, my boy BVO boxing out
Yeah,
there
out
in
of Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dog, he been trying to hold it down and stuff. And me and him, we were just, texting back and forth before we came up on here and everything. And he was talking like, yeah, man, me, OBR, we gotta link up, man. We gotta really push Ohio like heavy. And I said, bro, it's already in motion. We already like Marcus already laid down the foundation already. You know what I'm saying? We gotta, build off of that and just keep building and just keep pushing Ohio boxing because it's a very rich history in boxing over here, and we got some amazing fighters coming up in Ohio for sure, man. Which I already know you're gonna give us some more insight on for sure, man. Welcome, my brother Bean, man, from Wing Rock Boxing Podcast, man. Salute, brother, man. How you feeling, bro?
I'm pretty good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you
Yeah, yep.
perfect.
What's good, man?
Hey, hey, what's good, brother Marcus? What's going on, man?
Chilling, chilling, man. Staying out the way,
Uh,
man.
What's
Hey,
up,
it's the
man? And
best way to be, man. Stay out the way.
I stay
let
out
me
the
do
way,
some
but when I
salutes real. I'm gonna salute Jag Queen Boxing, my sister, man. Everybody, make sure y'all subscribe to her channel, man. She one of the livest women speaking boxing right now on the YouTube airways right now, man. Like literally, she's cold at what she does. Salute to my boy L Dub Boxing, man. Everybody subscribe to him as well. L Dub Boxing does amazing boxing content, man. Great insight on boxing and informational as well. And subscribe to my dog Angry White Man podcast, man. I was watching the show last night. I ain't wasn't in the chat, but I was tapped in, bro. You had a great show last night, man, for sure. Yeah, I mean, so we could go ahead and get started with some of the topics we got going, man. Bean, man, you was at the Ohio Boxing Hall of Fame meet and greet last night, man. Just give us a little insight on how the Ohio Boxing meet and greet was last night.
Bing
You there?
must have jumped off real quick. Yeah, he must have
You
jumped
there?
off real quick. Bing,
Okay.
yeah, he must have jumped off
Ben,
real
you
quick.
there, brother? Or he might be on the grind. It's
And
a little
Bing is
silent.
he out of Cincinnati too, right?
Yeah. Oh, he added me from the other one. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, he from
okay,
Cincinnati as well. Yep.
okay, okay.
Okay, Ben, you here now?
Yeah, yeah, I'm here, man. You know me.
All right,
I ain't,
bet.
I ain't good with this tech stuff, so I'm by
Yeah,
myself. I ain't got my
you
brother
good.
JC, the engineer. You know what I mean? So
You
I
all
kind of
good,
learned this on
man.
my own, man, for real.
So you all good, man. So yeah, man, go and give us some insight on you was at the meet and greet last night for the Ohio Boxing Hall of Fame, man. Go and give us some insight on what happened last night and how it was.
Oh, okay. So yeah, me and JC went. Me and my engineer, we went. Um, my cousin met us up there. My big cousin met us down there, and mhm, I noticed a box out of Michigan. I gotta look on my paper. I noticed his face, but I hadn't seen him in a lot of fights. It was a guy in Michigan. Hold on, let me see if I can find my paper.
What was it? I wonder where the meet and greet was at. Um, where
So
they
yeah,
had it. Oh,
it was down here in Cincinnati, and let me see.
no, like location, the arena, like where they was at. Like, was it a
Oh yeah, they're gonna
hotel?
have one. Yeah, they're gonna have one tonight at the Princeton High School today for the induction
Okay.
at the high school today. Yesterday was at the hall at the UAW hall in Evendale, which is kind of like suburb of Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see. And I think that some people that were supposed to be here, they may be today at the induction tonight, which I think that starts at like 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah. Name
Um,
off some of the people that you seen last night.
okay, so who I did see, I seen Zab Judah. So I got that picture I had posted with Zab Judah. Uh, seemed like a real cool, laid back dude. You know what I'm saying? Had a chance to
Hmm.
only talk to him enough to kind of get a picture because everybody was getting pictures with him and stuff like that. So I didn't really have time to really get him to the side and really, what I mean, talk to him on a one-on-one level. But I got to shake his hand, get a picture with him. That was a cool experience for sure.
Right.
Um, I saw from Cincinnati from here, Larry Donald, who fought Riddick Bowe, and he fought Evander Holyfield.
Yeah. That's right.
Uh, you might remember the time that Riddick Bowe actually sucker punched Larry Donald.
And he ate that for dinner.
Yeah, he got sucker punch, man. That wasn't cool at all, man, for Riddick Bowe to do that one. But yeah, Larry Donald was there. He was looking very well, healthy. Um, Rob Dula from Cincinnati was there. He's a trainer. Rob
Okay.
Dula. Tony TNT Tubbs, the legend.
Yep.
He was there. I got a picture with him. Was able to talk to him for a minute. Of course, his brother, who started this Ohio Boxing Hall of Fame,
Nate.
Nate Tubbs.
Mm-hmm.
He was on my show last week. So for those who did not see that one, get on YouTube
Yeah.
and check out the Nate Tubbs. It was a pretty informative, in-depth interview for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Great interview.
Um,
Make sure y'all subscribe to Ring Wild Boxing Podcast. He did the interview with Nate Tubbs, and it was amazing this past Sunday for sure. And it's up on this channel, so make sure y'all tap in.
yeah, Derek Jefferson was there. I wasn't as privy to him, but he was there. Derek Jefferson. So Google him. And then Pac-Man Jones, the Cincinnati Bengals, former
Yeah,
Bengals player was there. Got a picture with him as well. So he definitely had a good turnout and brought people in, man.
That's what's up. That's what's
that's
up.
what's up.
And like I
That's
said,
what's
this is
up.
this is the very first one, so he's hoping that it gets bigger and bigger every year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, definitely, man. I
Yeah.
didn't get. I wish I could have made it up there, man, for the ceremony. So I know I'm gonna be there next year, but I know I would have definitely picked with Zab. I'm a statistic guy when it comes to this boxing. So I remember when he was actually in the locker room with Montana Love, and I said, "Oh, he probably jinxing my boy Montana." And a few people was like, "How was that? How is he jinxing Montana?" I said, "Well, Montana is fighting an Australian, and Zab lost his first fight to an Australian. Zab, in the backyard, and Montana is fighting in his backyard. I mean, there you go." And Montana did. Well, Swarka beat Montana. Montana clotheslined him over the ropes. It was not saying Zab just jinxed him, but it was just an insider. I called that as soon as I seen Zab in the locker. I said, "Damn, Zab in the locker. Montana about to
You
fight
had
an
that natural
Australian."
feel.
I
You had
already
that
put the
natural
connections
feel.
together, man. I already put the connections together. I was just like, yeah, we got an Australian problem right now, and especially for Cleveland fighters. So it's crazy right now. It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So I wanted to get your insight on that. Like, what you think about the box, like Nate Tubbs starting the Ohio Boxing Hall of Fame?
I think it's great, man. I think you're doing it. I think what they're gonna do is, from what he's look like, what he's setting up is he's gonna use a lot of star power to try to build this and make it more bigger events. Because
Right,
my vision for Ohio Boxing Hall of Fame is more just bringing in the Ohioans, and
right,
the locals and the coaches getting the awards, and maybe
right,
and here, maybe we started from a banquet. While he does his Hall of Fame, we can just do Ohio banquets where we give recognitions to some of the upcoming amateurs and coaches in this game. Because I think
mm,
that's one of the things that's missing. I think that's why I stood out. For, like, I've been doing it almost 16, 17 years, was I was able
right,
to talk about people no one cared about, and I didn't care either. I was pushing it. I was going to push it out, and whether you eat it or not, it's going, when you type in those names, and this is the beautiful thing about what I did. When they type in
right,
Abdullah Mason, they're going to show Ohio Run Boxing. Ben talking about him
right.
before he got signed. Ben talked about
Absolutely.
Jared before he got signed. Ben talked about these fighters before they actually got signed to promotional companies. So I think we have to have an organization where we recognize these kids before they get there, and even if they don't, we still appreciate who they are and what they have accomplished in their careers at that time. So I think that's the most important thing. It might start from banquets, but I appreciate what Nate is doing. You got to start from somewhere. You know what I mean? So
Right, right.
yeah.
Right, because I mean, this is the first one that I've known
Mhm.
as far as Ohio boxing, and which is
Yeah.
I definitely understand that he's definitely trying to have it as more star power, and then they kind of build in with Ohio and stuff. And I know
Yeah.
from watching the interview with Bean a few days ago on his channel, he was saying that he wants to possibly get it to where we do two times, two events a year for us Ohio Boxing Hall of Fame and stuff. And he said he wants to definitely break it down to
Woo.
where it's mainly Ohio, but he's
Yeah. I
definitely
think
trying to bring the star power,
two.
like you said, for sure.
Yeah, two would be a little too much. I think we got to milk it because then we have everybody in there, and we're gonna be running
Right,
out.
right.
We're gonna run out of deals like the slam dunk contest in the NBA. I mean, they ain't got nothing else left no more.
Yeah, yeah. So that's why I like your idea far as with the amateurs and stuff
Yeah,
as well.
banquets.
I like that. I like that'd be more beneficial to do that. You know what I mean? And then you have like the Ohio Boxing Hall of Fame once a year and make it a big special event each year. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? It'll make it more beneficial on both ends. You know what I'm saying? Because you get to view the up and coming guys as well as the Hall of Famers, the guys that put in the work and all of that.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So it's
Yeah,
definitely
for
good, man.
sure.
Shout out
Yeah,
to both
so
of y'all
just
too, man.
yeah, bro, man, for sure, man. Salute to you, man. Just I mean, I know some people, some of my people probably don't understand 100% everything what you don't. So just kind of just give everybody insight, like how you started Ohio Runs Boxing, when you did and how you started, and talk about the growth and all of the work that you done put behind the brand of
Whew.
OBR.
Man, shoot, man. I didn't think it was gonna be as catchy as it was. I'm gonna be honest.
For
I didn't
real?
think. Nah, I didn't. I thought it was gonna
Oh,
be more.
that's crazy.
Yeah, bro, because I thought it was gonna be more controversial. But what started was where y'all at. The name came when I went to Cincinnati. This was back when Broner was fighting. I'll say it go back to is at the U.S. Bank Arena. I'm trying to remember what fight it was, but I remember just looking at the undercard and seeing Rasheed Warren and Terrell
Yeah.
Boucher and Robert Easter, and it just started to come to my mind. I'm looking at Broner at the top at the time, and I'm seeing Buster Douglas, I'm seeing Kelly Pavlik, I'm seeing Don King, I'm seeing Al Heyman. I'm like, dang, man, that's it. And I'm thinking about the gaps. And all this was just going in my head. I was like, man, Ohio actually runs boxing.
For
And
real.
and when I said that, I was at the arena when I came up with that. So when I got home, I've never told nobody this. It's actually crazy. I had a page that I was called it was called Marcus Hall, but it was more of a fake page because the woman at the time wouldn't let me see my daughter, so I made a fake page just to see my darn daughter, so
Oh
I can stay
wow.
in contact with my daughter. So I got to see my daughter through the pictures because she was, keeping me away from her. And I also got to see her through her mom, RP to her mother. Her mother passed, but her mother used to call me and say, "Hey, Marcus, I got your daughter, blah blah blah." So she was just really, it was just crazy that I was going through that. But to make a long story short, I ended up getting test and found out she wasn't even my daughter. So that's just a whole nother story. But uh,
Right.
that's a whole nother story. But I used that page and I started putting boxing pictures up. And it was Kelly Pavlik, it was Ray Boo Boo Mancini. Most of them I started putting up was Ohio. So once I seen left Cincinnati and came back home, I said, Ohio runs boxing. I said this is gonna be controversial, but I think I can back this up with statistics and data. And once I start going back and looking at the history and the studying and just looking at our gaps up in boxing, I was like, wow. I was amazed at some of the stuff that I found out that
Right.
wasn't being reported by nobody. And I said, whoa, I knew I was in the atmosphere alone because when you think about it, most people, Cincinnati, Cleveland, you name it, they love their
Right.
city first. They would never think
Right.
about Ohio runs boxing. They'll come up with Cincinnati runs boxing or Cleveland runs boxing. But me being from Youngstown, we wasn't that hot either. So it was like I'm from Youngstown, Ohio. So I'm like, Ohio runs boxing to be better because we have dry seasons where Cincinnati might not have a top fighter, but guess what? Cleveland
Right.
does. Cleveland might not have a,
Absolutely.
but guess what? Akron does, or Toledo does. So I looked at the longevity and the bigger picture of all together, and that's when I started making a fire in the hell, with the Lions and it came and it stood out, man. And I was surprised to see it. I really didn't think it was going to go as far as it did because I was just focusing locally. I didn't care about nothing else. I said that was where my passion is. It was just like, okay,
Right.
I'm doing this for the love and passion. I didn't do it and jump on YouTube. I didn't jump right on YouTube and make videos and stuff. I didn't even do that. I still make videos here and there, but I haven't been consistent on even making podcasts and stuff like that of that nature because I'm glad I
Right.
haven't. To be honest, I'm glad I haven't because I think it would have changed my way of thinking because now I feel like, well, let me just talk about Abdullah because I need to get viewership. No,
Right.
I want
Right.
to talk about what I want to talk about. You know what I mean? So that's
Absolutely.
been
The creative control.
absolutely. So that was the start of it, man. With Ohio runs boxing and me just breaking out the history and bringing out statistics that everybody was impressed with, man. Even other promoters like was saying that. I see Top Rank actually took an idea, and they didn't give me credit for it, but I already knew what it was. They was the first one and actually promoted a card using Ohio statistics and was praising Ohio, and I knew that came from me because I'm like, when Jared came here, I don't know if
Right.
y'all remember, Jared came here. They was bringing up Ohio statistics. They did a horrible job with that. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna
I remember that.
they had a statistic saying Ohio fighters born from Ohio, and I'm like, they showed old Jimmy Kimball, they showed Buster Douglas, they showed Broner, and I'm thinking like just show some recent fighters. We got Robert Easter, Sean Porter, who's a
Right.
champion. Show some recent stuff. You got Black Gray, fighter. Then you got Ernie Shavers, who he is an Ohioan, but he wasn't born. If you're gonna title born in Ohio, Ernie Shavers shouldn't be up there. Ernie,
Absolutely.
he came when he was 5 years old. Now I still think he's an Ohioan. It's where you raised, not where you born. I get that. But yeah, I was like, y'all was a little accurate. Y'all to humble yourself. It's okay to come to me if you ask a question, man. I'm not saying I know it all, but I know this. I know my backyard. So and that's where it started, man. So that was how it came with me. And then the hat, I wanted to be different. Don King got the hair. Al Heyman got the
Yeah.
mystery. Al Heyman is, not seen. He always getting praised. So I wanted to have the hat, and once it stood out, man. It definitely stood out. I wanted to have a hat from Raiden. I like Mortal Kombat, and I'm also an Outkast fan. So I remember Andre 3000 being different in the music industry, wearing shoulder pads, and he was just
Yeah.
different, man. So I was like,
Right.
I love that type of swag. So I didn't think the hat was going to even jump off the way it did. And I remember I didn't, and my ex girlfriend didn't like it. And then we went to the arena with it. She didn't like it. And then when she seen all the love and the praises I was getting with it, she was like, "Oh yeah, keep it on." Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So they definitely was loving that the way I presented that. So that was the package, man. That's how I started to get notoriety and notice with the hat and then the brand and also backing up. So a lot of people wasn't challenging me. They try, but I'd always do it respectfully too. I'm like, man, I don't think you want to go down this route.
Right, right.
I back Ohio all day. Cincinnati, Cleveland,
Yeah,
I'm heavy with it. I'm heavy with it.
facts, man. And crazy. I tell you, when I started to notice you, like I started noticing you more on Instagram. Like I
Okay.
seen you going, like I noticed your content on Instagram, and I was like, oh, this is dope as hell. Like he giving all the history of Ohio boxing, and you know what I'm saying, and covering all the fighters coming up and everything. And I was like, this dope as hell. So I started following you and everything, and started tapping in and just watching your content from there. And I was like, man, I like when I get, because I've been doing boxing content myself, like literally probably like the last 4 years,
Okay.
but it was kind of just like online, just kind of Facebook, Twitter,
Got you.
just talking about particular topics that I wanted to talk about and stuff. Of course, I'm big on the Cincinnati guys, of course,
Absolutely.
AB and Rasheed Warren, and I love Robert Easter and stuff. And then, seeing guys like Abdullah Mason come up, I was one of the few people talking about him a little bit before a lot of people was that currently are, what I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
talking about Abdullah Mason over the past 3 years. And just, kind of just getting into boxing. And I've been learning over the past years. I always been a fan of boxing because my dad grew up. No, my dad grew me up watching boxing when I was grown. Just as a teenager and everything. My father Morris Jordan's senior, he was a Golden Glove guy in Cincinnati back in the day. He was
Mm-hmm.
sparring with the Tubbs family and sparring with you know um, sparring with Aaron Pryor and stuff like back in the day and everything, working with him and everything. So we got a strong history of boxing within my family that I kind of learned the stuff from my pops and everything. So it kind of just grew me into boxing. I've always been a natural fan of boxing. Of course, like my favorite sport probably is football for sure, because I grew up playing football all my life and stuff. But I always had a natural love for boxing, just the one versus one, a gladiator sport, a mano a mano,
Mm-hmm.
all of that. So it's just always been a sport of mine that I've always, supported. And once I started doing content and stuff, my fiance, she kind of got me into like, she's like, Cam, you gotta start getting on YouTube and stuff and like that. So I started, doing little videos and stuff, started, doing my own stuff and everything and working and grinding and stuff. And now we're grinding on the YouTube airwaves and stuff. And so it's working out, man. We grinding and everything. And
One
we
day at a
grinding, man.
time,
We're
man.
gonna
That's
keep
all that
working
matters.
one day at a time. All we can do is progress day by day, you know what I mean? For sure,
Yeah.
man. So yeah, man. So we can get into some of these other topics that we got, man. Of course, we got fight night tonight, man, with PBC, man. Free card tonight on Amazon Prime. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been talking about these pay-per-views recently and stuff, but hey, it's a free card tonight on Amazon Prime, so everybody can tune in. You got Caleb Plant, he's fighting Armando Resendez, and then you got Jamal Charlo, he's fighting Thomas LaManna. Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of crazy controversy, saying a little bit between Caleb Plant and Thomas and Jamal Charlo per se, because of course during the Bud Crawford and Errol Spence week, Caleb Plant, he smacked Jamal Charlo and they got into it and everything. So they got a whole story built up for them to have a fight if they get past their two oppositions tonight. So how y'all feel about the fight card? Of course, Camille Moden's on the card, and you got some other guys that's definitely valuable on the card. It's gonna be a nice card for real. It's a banger card. PBC, they put on action packed cards. Al Heyman, man, one of the goats, man. Ohio. Yeah, how y'all feeling about this card tonight?
I
You
like
good,
it.
Jay?
Oh yeah, I like it, man. I feel like you just said, man. I think this is a great one. It's nicely laid out. You know what I'm saying? And to have like somebody like Camille Moulton, who's been in rotation, you kind of hear
Yeah,
about him right behind hearing about Abdullah as he's moving up. Abdullah Mason. Then you hear about the Camille Moulton, so you kind of want to know, is he going to be as successful as um, Abdullah Mason, or is he going to be as successful as Keyshawn Davis? You know what I mean? Like seeing these young guys come up from their roots, from like the beginning, and see them as they slowly progress. It's a beautiful thing to kind of see that all that
right.
transition. You know what I'm saying? See that transition or whatever.
I got a
Um,
question about Camille Moulton real quick though, because one thing I noticed about Camille, like at first, I mean, when I first knew he was coming up into the pros, I was no, they was I was in the impression that he was going to campaign at 126, but I seen yesterday that he weighed in at 138, and then his op weighed in at 137. I'm like. Then of course, you had a fight a couple fights ago where he missed weight and he wasn't able to fight and stuff. Like, I'm just like, what weight class is he going to campaign at? That's what my question with Camille a little bit. Like, what class he going to campaign at? Because it's like he's all over the place. He went from 126 to 130, then 135, and then he kind of had a catch weight and stuff. Like, he's just all over the place right now.
but you make a good point. But in a sense, if you look at him, he kind of reminds me of a smaller Mike Tyson, kind of like one of them people that they just big for no reason. You know what I mean? Like Mike Tyson was
Right,
looking huge as a teen. He just wasn't normal. You know what I mean? So I think Camille just got a certain size. He just got a frame. He just bigger than most people
right,
that was probably, that he grew up with in that age bracket. I think he's just naturally a big little guy. You know what I mean?
But he gotta
right,
have. But it's about what weight class he's really gonna campaign in. I think that's the
right.
thing.
Right.
Like we
Right.
don't
Right.
know what weight class, but I get it. I don't. I'm probably one of the few that really didn't criticize him for not making weight after Thanksgiving. I'm like, for God's sake,
Yeah.
Thanksgiving. I'm like, come on, man. I
Come
get it.
on.
Now, look, I'm like,
Right,
but here's my thing: if he was Muslim and have different religions backgrounds, I get it. Why you would schedule a fight after that? But if he's like most Americans, like, no, I wouldn't do that. As a promoter, I wouldn't put my fighter in a position where he has to step on a scale. After Thanksgiving, like, come on, man, like that's unfair. I think we have to be realistic when it comes to that. But you do make great points when it comes to just his weight being inconsistent. We see this a lot on the smaller cards, and I think y'all probably experienced that where a lot of
yeah.
fighters who ain't getting that much recognition, they fight from 135 before you know it, they had 147, then they had 144. It was like, oh, they bounce a lot. So, uh,
Right.
I think as you get older, as you get your rankings get higher, you start to establish where you're gonna actually be. You
You're gonna
know,
be at.
or you can take advantage of being the A side and then you make your own damn weight class like Adrian Broner did. Y'all Cincinnati boys know what I'm talking about. He
Facts.
had a 144 weight class for damn near 3 or 4 fights, maybe 5. I mean, he was at
Yeah,
144. He was
definitely
it was
did.
it was so funny because he was at 144 and Canelo was at 155. They made their own weight classes.
They get their old weight class, bro. Like,
Hmm. That was
and you seeing
hilarious.
that with current fighters, like certain, it's some current fighters doing that right now, trying to have fight their catch weights pretty often a little bit.
Uh-huh.
And it's,
It happens. It
it
definitely
happens,
happens.
definitely. It
When you
definitely
the A side,
happens.
you can get away with it a little bit, especially when you the bag. Because I'm telling you right now, if I had to fight Broner for a nice little bag, I wouldn't care if it was at 144, or Canelo. So those are the
Right,
advantages you get for being the A side. But it's part of boxing. That's the game. So yeah, but the
right.
card but basically actually to answer your question about the card, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
definitely excited for it. I'm actually it's so much interest into this fight because for me mentally, I look at a lot of different things, man. I look at the mental aspect, and I am concerned about Jamal, man.
yeah, man. That's a
I'm
lot of people been having concerns about Jamal Charlo for us. Like, No, is he locked in 100%, man? I definitely want to. I'm interested in your insight on that.
It seemed like something happened to him after his relationship that he just never was able to recover from, and he still fought. Now, don't get me wrong. 2 years ago, I think he fought.
Right,
Yeah, I think who did he fight? But Jose
Jose
Benavidez.
Benavidez. Yeah,
Yeah, and he looked
it
decent
was
in
kind of it was decent, but he
decent.
won it clear. Like he
Yeah,
won it clear. Like I
it
think a lot
wasn't
of people gave him flack because he didn't get the knockout, but I mean he
right.
won the fight
He
clear.
definitely won the fight clear. It's just to me his mannerism, his mindset. It's like how he's
Yeah,
looking to the left. It's how he's looking to the right. I'm looking at all that, and I think I'm not the only one that's seeing that because when you see a problem or a mental something going on mentally, we start to exert everything. And one thing that stood out to me in this press conference was watching Jamal, and I don't know if y'all caught on to this, but I did. Very clear that he started talking to his opponent, and he said, "Look what you sitting at. I should be sitting over there." And I'm thinking to myself,
yeah, I seen that in the press of
and
the
I
day.
said, when have you ever sat next to Caleb Plant when y'all both fight y'all
Yeah,
opponents? That has never happened, bro, in years. That's probably back in the '90s where they probably had them sitting next to each other until they started getting physical with each other. But no, Caleb Plant's opponent is supposed to be sitting next to you, and your opponent is supposed to be sitting next to Caleb Plant. Y'all supposed to be on other sides of the table. I don't know why he was
absolutely.
make.
It's the
I don't
build up for the fight.
Right, but I don't know why he was so upset that he's not sitting in that spot. And to me, that's something mental, man. That's almost like a Joe Biden moment where they trying to
Mm,
downplay it, like, nah, he's fine, everything's good. Like, no, he shouldn't have be upset that he's not sitting next to Caleb Plant. What is going on with that?
facts. he
He was
was real
mad.
upset about it. I was like, I'm like, bro, it ain't even. I mean, come on, Jamal. You've been here before. You know what it is. You know they building up. You sitting in the first seat on the other side. Caleb sitting on the first seat on the other side. Like,
Y'all A
I mean,
sides.
y'all
It's
both the A
always been
sides
like
on
that.
y'all fights. You know what I'm saying?
I never. That's what that stood out to me, and it was concerning. And I'm not saying that he's going to go in there and lay an egg, but what I am saying
Yeah,
is
right.
this. This is what I am saying. I am going to lose $10 because I'm going to put $10 up on his opponent because that's $85 based on the odds. Hey, if Jamal lose, I'm going to get some money out of that. But I'm rooting for him. I'm definitely rooting for him, man.
Right.
Deep relationships can be a big mental breakdown too, man. And it seemed like he went through a lot. So I take that serious, man. I really do take that serious and wish him
For
nothing but the
real.
best. You know what I mean? So, as far as Caleb Plant, I think Caleb Plant gonna do good. I think Caleb Plant gonna be Caleb Plant. I think Caleb Plant is gonna go out there and show why he's still in the league. He might end up getting a knockout too. So, but I am interested to see how Jamal. That's what really I'm excited about this card and watching Moten. So yeah, I'm definitely I'm gonna tune in, man. It's gonna be exciting. So that's my opinion on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what you
man.
think, man?
Yeah, I feel like Plant, like he said, like I'm gonna piggyback off what Marcus said, man. Like Plant gonna be Plant, man. I think even when he lost against Canelo, we saw him do things to Canelo that a lot of people couldn't accomplish. You
Mm-hmm.
know, and Canelo's a beast. As far as his power, a great chin like he got.
Mm-hmm.
And Plant, he had a lot of good success. From the beginning round to midway through that fight.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I feel like
Exactly.
against a guy like Resendez, he'll use that same formula, maybe even tweak it a little bit to even be a little bit more elusive. But he gonna probably pick dude apart or whatever. And like Marcus said, he might drown him late in the later rounds. You know what I mean? But he gonna he got them hands, man. He got the
Sweet
right
hand,
hands,
sweet
sweet
hands.
hands. He knows how to do that where he don't normally he'll clinch if he hurt, but if he ain't hurt, he might do like that little grab and then slide around, like you know what I mean. How he turn around, you know what I mean? Yeah,
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
nice with it, man. He nice, man. He knows the science and he got a lot of ring IQ, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he real sharp, man. I like that dude. I rock with him too because unlike fighters of this era, man, he ain't tripping on that no losses, man. He want to fight whoever. You know what I'm saying? He
Right.
ain't, he
Mm-hmm.
ain't tripping on that. I'm too tired. I'm sick and tired of these guys not fighting each other.
Protecting that. Oh,
Yep, we've been talking about that heavy recently in the last couple of weeks, man. For real.
we
Yeah,
gotta.
and Plant is definitely one of them guys that he don't care about the loss. He just want to fight the best and keep things in motion
Absolutely, I
That's
respect that. You got to
for
support that, man.
sure.
I don't care if you lost one or two, three fights. Keep. I mean, shoot. Look at Dezora, Sajora. I mean, I can't even say his darn name right now. Out of the UK, the heavyweight.
oh
He's
yeah, Derek Chisora.
Sajora. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
He
Yeah,
got over what 16, 17 losses, and he still sell out arenas. They love him, man. It's like
facts,
they love
facts.
that man. So I love seeing it.
right.
I love seeing it. I had a great talk with Charles Conwell the other day. After I waited about a week. One thing I know about these fighters, man, tensions is up. Of a lot of people calling. You got a lot of trainers trying to pull you from your camp. You go through all that. So I gave him a week, man. He appreciated the call. I mean, him had a great talk. But one thing that Charles noticed was the fans who was praising him now, talking about he washed up, he ain't this good, he ain't that. And I told him this. I said, now when you lose, you find out who your real supporters are, and that's you have,
Absolutely.
and that's sad to see that you didn't get your ass whooped. You lost 115,
Right.
like you didn't get dominated. I said you lost a close fight.
Yeah,
I
it,
beat
it
you.
was a close ass fight with
Close fight.
Perez in that
So
fight.
I think he underestimated his opponent, which he did say he did. But I think he, like I said, he'll learn from it. I mean, sometimes you get more opportunities. Being in this game long as I have, I've noticed that the people who are vulnerable, or if they think you vulnerable, then they want to fight you. This goes all the
Right.
way back, and y'all already know who I'm talking about. When we got Sugar Ray Leonard and Aaron Pryor. He didn't want Aaron Pryor.
Absolutely.
He didn't want Aaron, bro. And I could tell you by the way he moved because he was retired and went and watched Hagler fight ringside, and then all of a sudden he come out of retirement because you felt like he was vulnerable. You felt like he was beatable. You
Man.
never wanted to take on him when he was seemed like he was invincible. You only took on him when you felt like he was at a peak where he can actually lose. And yes, I give him credit, but I always talk about the motive of the timing. It's always the motive.
Right.
It's the motive of the timing of why you want to take these guys on. So that's just how I look at those things. Like, yeah, he Sugar Ray fought. Yeah, he did fight Hagler, but he picked the right time to fight Hagler. And I still thought Hagler did good in that fight, to be honest.
Facts.
Yeah,
He
that was an
did do
amazing fight.
a great fight, man. Great
So
fight.
yeah, yeah.
That's
So
a
they do that,
classic.
man. They definitely do that. You got to watch that because they sit there and pick and choose with certain fighters. Oh, he did this, he did that. But I'm like, nah. They see Triple G didn't get the Canelo fight until Kell Brook looked at amazing against Triple G. Come on, man. He didn't
And
get the Canelo.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like we
See,
gotta call
people,
a spade a
fans
spade.
don't understand that type of stuff, bro. Like they don't be understanding the like in between the lines where like a
Yeah,
lot of fighters they pick certain fights for certain reasons.
yeah.
well,
So
I
that's
wanna I wanna open up a can of worms since we're talking like this. Then, but
okay.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I wanna direct this to Ohio Runs Boxing,
All right.
because he just said a mouthful just now. So when we look at the career of Floyd Mayweather,
Uh-huh.
do you feel like there were certain fighters he chose to fight at certain times?
Yeah, I think he did. I think he there were certain styles. See, my thing with Floyd, yeah, I agree. I'm gonna say this, I do. But there were certain styles I think Floyd could have still won. He just didn't challenge himself on that. I would have loved to see him against
Hmm.
Williams.
Paul
But
Williams.
yeah, Paul Williams would have been a problem. Uh uh who else? Laura. I still thought he should have Laura would have been a good fight for him. Landy Laura. That would have been a chess
Yeah.
match. Because you now you fight somebody who got a great who got a good as well boxing background.
Oh, we good?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I hear you.
You
Can
hear
you hear
me?
him? I
Mark,
can
you
hear you.
good?
Yeah. Wonder
Hey,
if he
Mark
accidentally
probably got
hit.
a phone call. He might have got a phone call, probably.
Wonder if he accidentally hit his mic. His mic thing mute.
Jab Queen, can you hear us? Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, he
He
dropped
probably
off.
went in.
So
He
he
dropped off.
might
He
be
gonna come again.
yeah, come back in. 'Cause he was getting deep. He was getting deep with it too.
Yeah,
I'm
for
sitting up
sure,
here
man.
like I'm sitting up here all smiles like, oh man, he getting deep
Yeah,
with it.
great conversation, bro. Great dialogue and conversation. Like, yeah, man, for sure, bro. Like, and like, just going back off of what we were saying, like, for us, like my opinion, for us, Floyd, like I said, I believe all fighters they pick and choose certain fights. You know what I'm saying? In certain styles that they want to fight. Like I felt like with Tank in general, I felt like Tank. He's a guy that he's fought a lot of styles for particular fights and futuristic wise, which is I
Mhm.
feel like every fighter, I feel like all the promotional companies put their fighters in positions of fighting different styles for particular future fights that they want them to have as well. I mean, so that's just always been a thing of mine that I've always thought about. Are you good? You good, Mark? You good, bro? You already know. You already know the vibes. We're gonna hold it down until you come back in. You know what I mean? And but as far as pertaining with Floyd, definitely with him for sure. But I mean, one thing with Floyd, people gotta remember the man fought 15 world champions like on his last 15 fights. You know what I mean? So that's one thing to kind of like consider and think about as far as pertaining to him. And Floyd definitely, he picked certain fights for no particular reasons, but he wasn't backing away just from all of the tough fights. You look at his resume, he fought elite competition throughout his career. You know what I mean? And definitely was one of them guys. Like I even think the Emmanuel Augustus fight, like fighting the Drunken Master, or fighting him, like that was a tough fight. You know what I mean? A little bit for real, fighting him. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people couldn't figure him out around the time at that time. But Emmanuel Augustus was cool. But it is what it is. But for us tonight, let me talk about tonight for us, like Jamar Charlo and playing. I ain't really get my insight tonight. And Jamar Charlo, I definitely agree with Mark. Like I definitely got a like a thing of mine where I'm just thinking, you know is he locked in? I do question is he locked in 100%, but I believe Charlo definitely should be able to get the job done and get the win tonight against Lamana for sure. I feel like he got the talent to beat Lamana and get past him. And I do like some of the stuff that Jamar Charlo was talking about for us, like some of the corruption with the PEDs and stuff a little bit in his interview that he had yesterday. For sure, he kind of gave some great insight for us that for sure. I know some people watched that interview that he had with Sean Zattel, you know what I'm saying? For sure, a good guy in boxing for sure. And Caleb Plant, I think he's gonna definitely do his job tonight for sure where Resendez. And hopefully Al go and put these guys together, man, and match them up. They fight this year, they fight later this year and get it cracking, man. But Mark, go ahead and kind of go back into what you were saying for us.
Yeah, my bad. I thought it was y'all that dropped off. I'm like, that ain't never
Yeah,
happened to me. I was
it
like,
happened. It was kind of weird, but
I was
but you
talking
that's
about
all good
Lauren. I
though.
said I wanted to see him with
Yeah,
Lauren. That's when I fell out. But I
with
said
Floyd. Yeah,
Lauren would have been a nice one too. But yeah, I think he does have a great resume, and it's kind of crazy because he is almost similar to Canelo in a way where we talk about well, Canelo ducked this guy, he ducked this guy, and then when you keep looking at his resume, you keep saying, well, dang, he did fight this many big, man, he didn't fight a lot of guys, but it's not taking away that he still avoided certain people. So I can look at Floyd,
right,
I can look at a lot of the elites. They all had certain fighters they did not fight. Even Marvin Hagler, he did not fight McCollum. People can say what they want. McCollum didn't get
right,
he didn't get the opportunity. Whether we think McCall might would have won or not. He did not get the opportunity. I'll never forget him saying this. He said he told Hagler, "If you cared about me, you respect me, you would have helped me feed my family. I can't be
Mm,
a fighter that you respect
mm,
and you got a lot of respect for, but you didn't fight me. You would have helped me be able to feed my family." And to this day, I'll never forget that quote that he said. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. It ain't about oh you ducking this. Oh, I don't want to fight. No, it's about y'all coming together making money. See, this is why I had a problem with Floyd Mayweather opening the doors for guys like Jake Paul and Logan when you want to share the ring with them, but you wasn't doing it for the other people. You wasn't helping your people eat in a way. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? So I'm looking at it from that perspective. I don't have a problem with it, but if you talking about you for your people and community, why is you sharing the ring with Logan? Why it couldn't be AB?
Right.
Why AB couldn't
Hmm.
get an exhibition?
Thank you.
Mm.
You get
You
what I'm
said some
saying?
real stuff. Yep.
So that's my
Mm.
problem with that. It's like we got to be able to call a spade, like Floyd say. He called a spade. But if you want to, if these fighters, and I say this too, and I'm gonna double down on this. That's why I don't like that friend stuff. I told Abdullah and his dad before they was moving up. I said, don't you dare become friends with Shakur or Keyshawn.
Mm.
None of them. We not doing all
Yeah.
this friend stuff ain't fighting because we friends. And his dad said, no, we already on it. His dad told me, he said, man, we already see certain guys talking about they sparred with us. We ain't never even met some of these fighters. He said, we already
Facts.
seeing it, Marcus. So I made sure that it's still business. We can hug and respect each other after the fight, but y'all got to feed y'all families, and I say that.
Absolutely.
I've never liked Ohio versus Ohio unless it means something. Put a
It
belt behind.
mean.
I didn't like the Jamonte Clark versus Terrell Goucher on Showtime. Like, for what? Both of them was coming off. Both of them, and I don't want to just rant, guys. This is just
Are you
me.
good? You good? Hey, hey, pop your shit, brother. Pop your
But both of
shit.
them guys was coming off robberies, man. They got robbed. Jamonte Clark out of Cincinnati, 154. That's my guy. He beat Sebastian
Fact.
Fedora. He beat him. He beat Sebastian. They didn't think Jamonte was gonna actually. Y'all get time to go back and watch that fight if y'all did.
Yeah, I'm
Jamonte
gonna watch
beat
it.
for
I'm
that.
gonna watch it after this.
He beat him, but let me tell you the build up leading up to that. They actually made a belt the day before the weigh-in, talking about a Latino title. And I said, this belt ain't for Jamonte, and it was never for no Latino title. Where is this coming from? You can see the fix was in for Fedora. They was gonna maneuver around him anyway. They wanted him to be the man. But when he fought Jamonte Clark, Jamonte did so good in that fight that they couldn't even rob him. That's how good Jamonte did. They
Mm.
couldn't even say Fedora won the fight. Even if you felt like it was a draw, you still couldn't take it from Jamonte because now that he was tall just like him, long reach. They was two towers. But Jamonte and shout out to Coach Buck out of Cincinnati, they did a great job game planning. And Jamonte boxed because before that, a fight before that, there was a fight where Jamonte actually got knocked out the ring. So you knew that they was banking on this guy. Oh yeah, he already had a loss. He didn't flew out the ring. Yeah, we got this one in the bag. Nah, y'all end up making it a draw because y'all did not want him to hold that Latino title. And then on the other end, Terrell Goucher whooped Austin Trout. Whooped the boy. Whooped
Facts.
Austin Trout, and y'all gave him a draw. So y'all reward the two Ohio fighters where they have to fight each other. And that's when Terrell Goucher knocked out Jamonte Clark in the fight on Showbox. But those are the type of things that I talk about when it comes to the politics of certain things, man. That I don't like
Facts.
seeing those type of fight. If Ohio gonna fight Ohio, let it. If Tiger got to fight Abdullah, let it be for a world title, and both of those guys are making millions of dollars after it. I'm all for it. You know why?
Absolutely.
Because that's coming back home. Those fighters is bringing that money
Facts.
back home, baby, and that's exactly what it's gonna do. And more people get a part of the pie. They don't even understand that. I've always preached. Look at the bigger picture. I said this about Jake Paul when people used to shit on Jake. Oh, Jake ain't this. I said Jake is gonna come back home and he gonna put Ohio fighters on his undercard, and it's a domino effect. Montana, Charles Conwell get on Jake Paul's card, and then all of a sudden Montana put Thomas Matisse on his undercard. Matisse got
Facts.
signed to Matchroom. The list goes on. It's like y'all got to look at the bigger picture. Whoever the star is, and he's up top wherever he's from. When Broner was up top, guess who was all eating? Robert Easter, Rasheed Warren, Terrell Goucher.
Absolutely.
All those guys are not headliners. Robert Easter probably is, but I don't think Rasheed was ever going to be a real headliner. But the point is,
Right.
you had a guy who was feeding everybody because he was up top. As long as Jake is up
Absolutely.
up top, I always feel like Ohio has a chance. He's a promoter. Ohio runs boxing. Look what he's doing for women boxing. Ohio's running boxing. We are pushing this
Facts.
resistance. We are pushing the narrative. Every time we start something, they want to do it after we start it. It was Don King who first came out and started paying these fighters a lot of money. You could say what you want
Talk.
about him stealing, but he set the tone. And then Al Heyman came and said, I'm going to give everybody a lot of money. It was Al Heyman who set the tone. Matter of fact, Al Heyman
Facts.
is the same guy who turned the Zone into a pay-per-view after Canelo. After Canelo left plant, he
Talk
said he had a
about
great
it.
he had a great relationship with Al Heyman and said, I wish I was with Al Heyman in my boxing career because it'd have been a lot better. I wish. So you know what? He went back to the Zone and told them how great Al was and how great the money was. They had no choice but to go pay-per-view when they was preaching free $10 app.
Facts.
We ain't see what I'm saying? I cook because I keep statistics and I keep data.
Talk,
You
brother.
see what I'm saying?
Cook,
I keep
cook. You
data.
talking facts. All of this is all facts
Yeah,
right here.
I'm just like I keep data, bro. It's like, yeah, he changed the narrative, and when the Owl was doing what he was doing, the other promoters got mad. But guess what? They had to fall in line. That's why Canelo got that big $356 million contract with 11 fights with the Zone because Floyd had one that was similar. He was the first one, so they had to
Mm-hmm.
match that. But then they realized they was losing too much money because Canelo ain't fighting nobody. Rocky Fielding and all. Oh, we got to switch this
All the
contract.
European guys.
We got to switch this contract. And what happened? De La Hoya, he ended up leaving De La Hoya because De La Hoya was trying to make him fight Triple G. And you're not fighting no more tomato cans or easy fights. I'm going to say that. But you're not going to fight no more easy fights. And Canelo didn't like it. They rearranged his contract. He did not get 365 million or whatever that number was for 11 fights. It got changed because they start to see how these fighters was moving under those type of conditions with no names attached to it. But the point I'm bringing up was
Mm-hmm.
Ohio set the tone. Look what we're doing for women boxing. I always look at it as a whole, not individual. I don't look at Jake Paul. He ain't from, I hear a lot of Cleveland guys. He ain't from my city. He ain't from my area. Yeah, but he's helping you. He's going to
He
help a
puts on
lot of
for
people.
Ohio.
He's gonna help a lot of people. You got to get out your emotional feelings and look at the bigger picture of what Jake is doing. Yeah, he's not a real fighter that's fighting elite competition. I get that. I will not debate nobody with that. But
Right.
the people he is fighting, he's still putting himself in position to continue to eat. And everybody else is gonna continue to eat. That's how you gotta look at it. It's nothing personal. It's like who can we put in a position that's gonna rep, and I blame a lot of our fighters too. I put shoot, Sean Porter should have came back home. I talked to Kenny. I just got off the phone with Kenny the other day. I told Kenny he'll tell y'all. I was like, Sean, make Sean come back to Akron or Cleveland after the Earl Spence fight. Why? Because his stock went up. People thought he was about to get dog walked by Earl. His stock
Man,
risen through defeat. People are
for
gonna
real.
come support Sean. Come back home. Nah, you want to fight Sebastian Famila in a small arena. Like, man, stop. I got visions, man. I be trying to help these guys, but it's about coming home and feeding everybody else. It's not about you, and that's what my brand is. Everybody from Ohio is
Facts.
going to push my brand, and it represent all of us. It's not Marcus Ohio runs boxing, bro. It's the state. Everything that we do involved in boxing, we run it. It's not an individual. My brand was
Absolutely.
not built individually about me. It was about us, and that's what separate me from everybody else.
For
Mm.
real, bro.
Oh
For
man,
real. That was deep. Go ahead, Ben. You
yo,
got something to say? Go ahead.
yeah, because like man, I'm just sitting up here absorbing all this, man. I like to get sprinkled with knowledge. I'm a person that I like to listen as much as I like to talk. As far as just like I'm hearing you, so I'm like, man, I'm gonna play this back later on because you saying some stuff I need to hear again. But
Absolutely.
what I'm trying to say, Ohio runs boxing is this. You just brought up Sean Porter, right?
Yeah,
So when he fought Broner,
yeah,
I remember that. I remember that like yesterday, man. I really feel though, man, and I ain't hating on because I like Porter. I feel like he a
yeah, yeah.
throwback fighter. He'll fight anybody. That's why I have a high level of respect for him. But I feel like if Adrian Broner was really focused and not clowning and giving away rounds, I feel like Broner could have won that fight.
Yeah, no, I think he definitely, if he had a different approach. My problem with AB, because I don't disagree with you. I just think my problem with Broner was he just was never a guy that let his hands go as much. I think, well, the stereotype that I get, or I'm gonna say a lot of things that I hear people say is Broner wasn't the same after the Marcos Madonna. I have to fight back on that because I'm like, he fought Paulie, and that was a close fight, but he didn't let his hands go a lot. Why did he win against Paulie? Because he had the more effective shots. You heard the power every time he hit Paulie, and when Paulie hit him back, it was like a shotgun versus a 22. UFC tat tat tat, boom boom, tat 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 tat, boom boom. How's the judges gonna score that? You get
Right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think Broner had a problem with just mixing up, moving around the ring, and throwing combinations. He relied on his power at 130, 135. Uh, he didn't have to throw much, and that's who he was. He was losing to some of these guys with the activity, but he was knocking them out. See, when you go back and look at the copy box, you will see that, dang, so and so was throwing. He landed more punches than Broner, but he got knocked out. So it comes a time when you move up in weight and you still just pop shotting and this, and you trying to walk everybody down. Everybody ain't going nowhere. They ain't going nowhere. So now you're gonna have to dig deep. And I felt like with Sean Porter and Broner, that was one of them same type of fights where Sean is aggressive. He likes to be in your face. He likes to maul you. And Broner is a guy that wants to look pretty in the pocket. He wants to ah.
Yeah.
He wants to ah. And that was his problem. He never wanted to mix it up. Even when Floyd said, I like what he did in certain fights. He just don't move his feet enough. Bro, Floyd was telling the truth. It was a lot of stuff that Broner didn't do that he should have been able to add to his dimension of his style, and I think it would have been better. But I go on the limb saying this. Been following him. There's a fight that he had in his ninth professional fight where it was controversy. There's a fight that he had with Paul DeLeon way before Marcos
Yep.
Madonna. Controversial,
Absolutely. I remember that.
controversial. So it's like if you're gonna say he wasn't the same since Marcos Madonna, you got to be able to explain what are you saying but I do think he a lot of fight was out of him because of that because he gave it his all, which was one of my
Right.
favorite fights. So I don't want to be lingering going everywhere else, but I do see what you're saying. Being with the point you was making, he could have did a lot better if he just made adjustments against Sean and became a better fighter. I just think his same style just didn't transition well in the higher weight classes. That's just me
Right.
examining
Right.
it.
Right. That's
You
what you're
don't
saying.
think he
Yeah.
you don't think he was able to absorb the power at 147 compared to him moving up from 130, 140, you know what I'm
No,
saying,
I
et
think he
cetera from there.
I think he did. That was the thing. He could. It was just him not throwing the punches. I don't think he took more risks. I think that was more he,
Okay,
he
yeah,
yeah, he took the
yeah.
power. He got knocked down by the bigger man, Marcos Madonna.
Yeah, because Madonna,
He
like he fought, he that was like when we was talking about Abdullah earlier, as far as
yeah,
him being a warrior coming back, like that was a similar situation because AB fought his ass off in that fight. If
He did.
everybody looks
He
back
really
at that
did.
fight,
He
yep,
really
like that
did.
was a
it's one of my
beautiful
favorite
fight on
fights.
both ends.
Yep, it's one of my favorite fights. It's one of my
Yeah.
favorite fights for
He,
him.
he showed the chin and a lot of heart.
And he stayed in the kitchen. No, when it got hot, and here's another thing, and I want y'all to write this down because I do this with Ohio fighters. I defend them to the fullest, but I use other fighters to bring out the better picture of what I'm trying to say. Broner going up in weight, two weight classes to fight Marcos Madonna. He got knocked down twice and still finished the fight and still pushed forward and still hurt Marcos Madonna. He was a dog in that fight. Now imagine
Facts,
Demetrius Andrade going up the 160 fight David Benavidez. He quit on the stool. Guillermo
facts,
Rigondeaux went up in weight, fought Loma. He quit on the stool.
facts.
Jamel Charlo went up in weight, fought Canelo. He got on his bicycle the moment he got hurt. So
Right.
when you look at all these other fighters and they quit mentally, you go back and look at
Mm,
Broner. Y'all Cincinnati got a dog right there. And I always praise him because when you
facts.
go back and look at that fight, he exposed them other fighters. He exposed them other fighters. And I'm not shitting on him. I'm just saying, when you go back and look
Yeah,
at that fight, you will praise him more. It ain't just the loss, it's how he lost.
Okay. I
absolutely,
like that perspective, man.
It's how he lost.
absolutely.
He didn't quit because David Benavidez was the bigger man. He didn't quit because Canelo was the bigger man, and I got to get on my bicycle. He didn't sit on the stool like Guillermo Rigondeaux. All those guys that I'm talking about are great skill fighters. I named two Olympians in this conversation. But Broner was a dog because he had that same fighting style from 135, 130, and he in the pocket trying to dog walk the bigger man. Is you out your mind? You trying to dog walk the bigger guy? That
Mm-hmm.
is a
Right.
guy who has balls.
For
And
Man.
real.
let me
Mm-hmm.
sprinkle this for y'all Cincinnati guys. Broner has never ever let politics get in the way from him fighting. When he was the one putting people in
Absolutely.
asses and seats, it was Broner saying, "I fight anybody." Broner didn't say who have you fought. Broner didn't say, who I'm not who your resume. He never pushed that narrative.
Never.
Whoever
Never.
was in his
Facts.
face, he fought him. And he was under Floyd Mayweather. So he didn't even have a fear
Facts.
effect. I tell people this all the time. Broner was different. I paid attention to everything. If Broner was the promoter of Tank, Tank resume would be better. If Broner was pushing him, because this is the
That's
thing,
a deep
how
perspective you just said. That
That
was
is a deep one.
crazy.
That's
That's
good.
deep.
That's
it's
real
a
deep.
mental. I'm cooking today. Y'all put me on because
I thought about that when you just said too. That's crazy.
Broner
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
discovered Tank. So he gave him the switch
Facts.
because Floyd was in a better position and promotional wise was able to push him to a higher level, which that was a great thing by Broner. But if Broner was really promoting, he would have went through the fire like Broner because that's the only way Broner know how to think.
Absolutely.
Mm, right. Okay.
You
Yeah.
get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Tank
I
would have
get
Cause I
everything you're
remember I
saying.
remember that quote from AB. AB said like fighting on PBC, you fighting dogs, you fighting elite guys all time year round. Al Heyman ain't putting you against no poo putts, you know what I mean? Unless they trying to build you and stuff in certain situations. But he said he putting you in situations where you fight dogs every time around.
not
And you
only
look at
that.
the PBC history, they was man, they Al Heyman was putting all he was building, there was definitely, stories built up for certain fights and stuff within PDC when they were starting off and everything. But he was putting all the league guys that making them superstars and putting them against each other and fighting each other. And a lot of
Yep.
people don't
And,
respect Al Heyman for that.
but I'm gonna tell you this. This is another thing that why I respect Broner because Broner actually took the fight with Sean Porter. I told people why the fight was being made. If y'all remember, y'all was watching this too back in the day. Adrian Broner was getting caught up in court. He had sex tapes on with the Waffle
Hmm.
House chick, making a little porn and
He
all
on
that.
on World Star.
He was doing too much. As a
Mm-hmm.
promoter or a visor, you put those guys in tough fights or for them to lose to show them a lesson. Sean Porter was supposed to be a teaching lesson for him. And my thing was he
Right.
could have said, nah, I ain't fighting Sean. I want to go another direction. He
Mm-hmm.
did. Whoever Al put in front of him, he was taking it. And
Facts.
and one of the things I'm gonna say this too. This is why Broner was one of the only fighters in this era that can get away with losing and people still root for him. It's because he still had that swag. No one really knocked out Broner or really dominated Broner, like to the point where he got
Mm.
Eris. Yes, he lost to Marcos,
For
but
real.
nobody really beat Broner's ass like that. So he
For
still was
real.
able to be
Nobody after that.
right. He would still be able to be funny. And y'all notice, y'all seen the comments. Everybody still was Bronner fan. Every time he had a fight coming up, I would hear people say, "This is my last time rooting for him. I love baby. This is it.
Every
This is my
time in
last
Cincinnati,
time."
bro. In Cincinnati specifically, I tell you, here in the city, they all, bro. It's bad here because every time you get these guys, if he lose a fight, they go, "Oh man, I ain't messing with him no more. I ain't fucking
Yep.
with him." But then when he got a fight coming up, they all rocking with him. They rooting for him.
Yep.
Everybody watching the fight in all the bars in the city and
Yep.
everything. Like
He was
it's
he was
nasty
he
work,
got
bro.
away with it. I think he got away with it because of his dog mentality though and his personality. You can't really teach that. Broner was funny. He's always still been funny. That's something you can't teach in boxing as a superstar. Now, if he stayed up top,
Absolutely.
I tell people this all the time. His career went the way it's supposed to, and I hate to make this about a Broner because I just get passionate with my
No, you
heart.
good. You good. No, you good. This is great
I
dialogue
get
right here.
passionate about my about
Some
how I
people
want.
that ain't tapped in don't know this type of shit. So we tapping them in right here. Keep going, brother.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but I tell people this Broner career went the way it was supposed to go. It was supposed to go
Hmm.
that way. Yes, he should have won certain big fights. I'm cool, but I personally believe this is just me. if he becomes undefeated and he beat Mikey and he beat Sean and all, I think he probably dead. I think he gets way more money
Mm,
and he destroys himself. When he becomes more than the money he made. Broner was never ever supposed to. When people say Broner is a he's washed up. I ain't gonna say washed up. They say he wasted his talent. No, he didn't. I'm gonna go on record and say he made millions of dollars and he became a four
facts.
division champion. He did not waste his talent. He capitalized on his talent. The problem is he didn't live
Facts.
up to the expectations that people thought he should be. But guys who, and y'all from
Mm,
Cincinnati,
right.
there are guys who like Ricardo Williams did not did
Mm-hmm.
not get to make millions. So I
Facts.
wouldn't
Didn't
like
even
to put
get
him in that
there.
category, but that will be a waste of talent if you ain't making millions of dollars being as talented as you are. That is the definition of waste. Akron, Ohio,
Mm,
Todd Hickman. I don't know if y'all know him. He was the LeBron James
yep.
before LeBron. Todd Hickman was one of the
Facts.
best fighters to come out of Ohio. Shot execution style, 2-0.
Mm,
Gone. Shot execution style. That's a waste of talent. Broner did not waste his talent. He capitalized on his talent. He made millions of dollars, and that's a boxer's dream is to become world title and make millions. Broner did that. He just didn't live up to the expectations that other people thought he could live up to. That's two different things.
facts, bro. Because I mean, one thing about AB, like he's a guy that's always, hey, Jab Quick Boxer, you crazy. I see what you just said. I said, I gotta say that. I love AB, so continue, LOL, because I didn't know about the porn. Yeah, AB was crazy, man. Like, AB, like, just kind of give you a little insight from me, just knowing AB from here for the city, man. AB, he off the chain, man. He definitely, like, he speaks his mind and he wears his heart on his sleeve and
Mm-hmm.
he's a real guy. Like he don't no no he don't cap for nobody at all.
No.
Like and his demons like him speaking on his drinking problems and stuff, those are real. Like those are real. Like what I mean, like I can give you insight and tell you like currently what type of time and he on right here in the city in Cincinnati right now. You know what I'm saying? Like it's bad to even talk about it, but like he ain't on point with everything. Just let me
Mm-hmm.
just say that. I ain't gonna
I
speak
got
in
you.
that, but you
Right,
know what I
right.
mean, but AB has his demons and stuff for sure. But I can tell you, like, this guy, he would give you the back off it. He would give you the shirt off his back. Like
Yeah,
he's
he's
that
generous.
type
He's
of
very
guy.
generous, man.
He's
Very
very
generous.
generous. He try to put other people on in multiple situations. He had his own record label out here in Cincinnati where he was trying to put on Cincinnati local rappers out here. You know what I mean, along with Rick Ross. You know what I mean, so like AB, like people don't even know half of the stuff that AB has done. You know what I mean, because AB definitely put on for Cincinnati and various many ways. And I can definitely be one guy that could speak and attest to that because I've seen it in person for sure. You know what I mean, so I know a lot of people give AB flack for, you know, the fights and stuff in
Yeah.
particular. No, me in particular, I'm a guy that I feel like, Madonna fight, he lost it. Warrior in that fight did his thing, what I'm saying? He lost it, came up short, but at the same time, a lot of the other fights that he lost, like the Mikey Garcia, the Sean Porter,
Mm-hmm.
the Manny Pacquiao, that fight, even Blair Cos. I feel like if he just had the mental to let his hands go, I think he can win all of those fights. That's just my
Yeah.
personal opinion. I mean, if he had the mental to let his hands go, but it is what it is. God has a plan for everything. Everything happens for a reason and stuff and everything. And I'm just
Absolutely, man.
praying
I
for
think.
my man, AB just to, get right and stay on point. And if he decides to box again, come in and do your thing and get back locked in and focus and everything. I know 35 age. a little different, but
Mm-hmm.
it's people. No, we got Manny Pacquiao out here. He's 56 out here. He's fighting right now, man. So, like, I mean, like anything goes in this at this point, bro. Like, it's just
Yeah,
crazy.
no.
So,
AB,
yeah,
I
I mean,
go in
but
for AB, man. He wasn't perfect, and I'm glad that actually I can express that with two Cincinnati guys on the panel. I'm from Youngstown, so it's so funny the love I
facts
get from Ohio. People would think I got Cincinnati people who think I'm from Cincinnati when I meet. I'm like, you're not from Cincinnati,
for
man. You always praising us. I'm like, nah. I said, nah, man. I'm not from Cincinnati. I'm not from Cleveland. I show consistent love, but it just when it comes to statistics and history of boxing, bro, I'm the one that backs Ohio to the fullest, and come with
facts.
perspectives like this that a lot of people don't even think about. Like, wow, damn, I didn't think of that. So that's just me, man.
Nah, it's
Facts,
needed,
man.
man. We need people like you to balance out certain debates because, like you said, I mean, for you to break it down the way you did, and paint a picture the way you did, it's well understood, and I can maybe share it with other people. You know what I mean? Because I
Yeah,
heard people say stuff about Broner like, well, he was never what we thought he was, and he fell short of whatever, blah blah blah. It's like,
no,
well, no, like you said, he fought some tough fights, and he was willing to fight whoever in that
mm-hmm,
time. He never spent nobody. You never heard him
never,
say, make sure he gets drug tested. I ain't gonna fight him until he gets a drug test. You
never.
never heard him do that little corny stuff.
Never.
You
And I
know?
think and I think that should be recognized in this era because so many of them do it. And he wasn't strongly influenced by Floyd Mayweather even being up under Floyd. I appreciated that because another fighter who did the same thing I felt was Robert Easter under Broner. No matter how many times Broner was getting in trouble, you didn't hear Robert Easter's name or Rasheed Warren's name being mentioned in some of that mess. And that goes to the
Right.
support system they have. But I also look at that as characters, strong characters where you rock with somebody, but you don't have to do everything they do. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Facts.
Well said.
That's important. That's very important. So I looked at those type of things too and respected those guys. Where hey, this is Broner is my guy, but you ain't seeing me in the tabloids with him on his BS. That's just who he is, and we gonna still support him. But yeah, those are the type of things that I look at, man. I look at it from a deeper perspective, and being in this boxing realm, I think we need media pages like mine to be able to talk about ours. Like we can criticize Broner, but dude, you in Minnesota and in California, you can't say too much. Oh, we'll go over here. You just talking
Right.
from what you just saying, but and I
Right.
respect all criticism too. I know Broner did some dumb
Right.
stuff. You see Marcus silence on Broner got a mug shot, bro. Silence mean I'm answering.
Man, bro, like literally, like last year, I remember the build up for Blair Cobbs, and I was doing a lot of promo and stuff for
Yeah.
AB and everything, and I'm like, I'm supporting AB. Like, and one thing I've always told people, like, it's not about the losses. I support the fighter,
Mm-hmm.
just because I love the fighter in general. You know what I mean? I don't give a damn if he lost 10 times out of his career. You know what I'm saying? I support AB especially because he's from my city and I got love for him and I understand mental issues, etc. I understand all of that, you know what I'm saying? And understand a little bit, the fame, the fame getting to his head, etc., and all of that, and the money, etc. I understand all of that, especially being
Mm-hmm.
from Cincinnati, because this is stuff. This is a tough city to grow up from, man, for real.
It
Like it's
is.
tough. Like it's really tough down here, and a lot of cities in Ohio. If people don't really, if they haven't been to Ohio, like
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying, like it's a lot of tough cities all around Ohio, from Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, Cleveland, Youngstown, Akron. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All of these different cities out here. You know
Even
what
the
I mean?
small
Like
cities like Hamilton and Middletown,
facts,
Mm-hmm.
Zanesville.
facts.
You know what I'm saying? Zanesville. So
Like
Yeah.
it's tough. Like and just knowing AB from where he's from in Cincinnati in particular, like in the West Side, like man, it's crazy out there. It's killings out there every day, every
And
day.
you're absolutely right, man. Broner has been generous, and I think the boxing world still owe him the respect that I think he still deserves as a fighter. No, he's not perfect, but he definitely did a lot. Sure. I remember he said when he first got his first million, I think it was 1.5. He said he hit 20 friends up, and they flew to Miami. 20
Facts.
friends, and they flew to Miami.
Facts.
It's all on me. That's just who he is, bro. So
Yeah, that's the type of guy he is,
yeah,
man.
so you got to give him his flowers, man. I've always say that. But I'm also big on criticism too, constructive criticism. If it comes from a good
Facts.
place, and I tell the Ohio fighters too, if I rock with you and you know I've been rocking with you, if I say something that you feel like is out of line, best believe it's coming from a genuine place, because I rock with you more than anybody. I rock
Right.
with you 100%. That goes for content creators too. You know what I mean? So I
Absolutely.
rock with the people that's from my neck of the wood, but I show love to everybody else. Blair Cobb, I don't know if you saw that. I don't know if y'all saw where he met me for the first time. I posted that, and he screamed out, "Ohio run boxing." Now we got a guy
Yeah,
from
I remember
Philly.
that.
We got a guy from Philly screaming out, "Ohio runs boxing" at the press conference at Broner's with him and Broner. That goes, and I'm gonna tell you where that came from. My consistency rocking with my fighters. I'm near to support Broner, but I got respect for Blair, and Blair respect that because it ain't nothing fake about me. He know
Facts.
who I'm near rooting for.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? So that's the
Facts.
respect that a lot of guys rock. Bomac, he seen me in New York. I showed y'all that clip with Bomac.
Yeah, I seen that.
He wanted to wear my hat. You know, Bomac love.
Bomac followed me on IG. He
See,
followed me
that's
on
sweet.
IG.
That's dope, man. Because at the end of the day, they respect a person who's real. They
And
don't
he
care where
know
you
I'm an Earl.
from.
He know I'm an Earl fan. Y'all mean that he followed me, so I took it as consideration. Like he
Yeah,
gotta
he a
respect
good
the
he
content a
good
little bit.
peoples. Bomac good peoples, man. He good people. That was the first time I met Bomac, and we talked online for about 15 years. So it was the first time when I got my media pass for Top Rank in that Keyshawn first world title. I was there, you know, and he called me over there. That's why I started recording before I got there, because he was so animated. I said, let me record before I even get over here. But it was all love, and the reason why I'm bringing those guys up is because there's a lot of people from different states and cities. Rashidi Ellis, they rock with me 100% because I'm consistent, and I hear it all the time. Dang, I wish we had somebody like you pushing, pushing for us like you do them, man.
Right.
So it's a lot of love, man. I think consistency will take you a long way when it's genuine. It's not a motive behind it.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely, man. And just all right, just gonna kind of get into the topics a little bit that we got too. Who is the best promotional company in boxing currently? You know what I mean, just kind of getting your point of view on that, because of course, we got Al Heyman, Ohio guy running
Mm-hmm.
PBC, of course. You know what I mean, and then you got the other guys, Oscar De La Hoya with Golden Boy, Frank Warren with Queensberry. You got Bob Arum with Top Rank. Then you got, of course, Matchroom Boxing with Eddie Hearn. So who y'all think is the best promotional company in boxing currently?
I guess you want me to touch on that first, or Bean?
You can go ahead.
You can go. Yeah, you can
Go
touch on it
ahead.
first. You can
I
touch on it first, fam.
think it's really a no brainer to me. Well, I'm gonna say this: they all have different. They have their pros and their cons. Every promotional company
Facts.
does. They have their pros and the cons. If I had a Mexican, for example, if I had a Mexican fighter that's from Ohio, I would tell him to sign with Golden Boy.
Facts.
Golden Boy is gonna push him. Golden Boy is gonna make him the priority. That's what I would tell a Mexican that's from Ohio. Um, if I'm talking to a veteran that's third, let's say 25-0, and he hasn't got signed to anything, I'm gonna tell him to sign to Al Heyman. You might not fight as much, but you're gonna get big bags that you probably deserve to get, since when you first start turning 18 and 0, 19 0, you might not be as active, but you're gonna get paid and be put on big cards. If I'm
Facts.
talking to a young prospect, I am telling him to go to Top Rank. They're going to be the most active when it comes to building fighters and being consistently seen on TV.
Facts.
They're really good at that. Matchroom is good in a way too. They're mixed. I don't think their prospects is as active, but they have a mix. They have balance too. But if
Hmm.
I'm looking at the best promotional company right now, I have to go with longevity and consistency over the years. That's just all of them
Facts.
all together. I would say Top Rank. Top Rank seem to still be the promotional company that's standing out of
Mm-hmm.
everybody. That's just me being unbiased. I'm an
Right.
Right.
Ohio
Right.
guy.
Right.
but they just longevity for them. They're going to still be there. I don't know too much about PBC being longevity. I don't see them investing in any amateurs or young guys. They got Molten, but it doesn't seem like they are actually building for the future. You get what I'm saying? So,
Right.
but they have done a lot of number breaking things. Where if we was talking about statistic wise, who have been the best promotional company in the last 5 years or the last 10, PBC will probably be that. But I'm looking at this answer from longevity, so I would say top rank. So that's just me.
Oh yeah,
Okay. So
that makes.
I had a question with that Duck Talk. Let me kind of spill on that. Now with Top Rank, with them, they kind of like they definitely have a thing where they build fighters great
Mm-hmm.
matchmaking, building them into their careers. Now, when it comes to like getting some of the bigger fights with some of particular guys with
Mm-hmm.
cross promotional companies, that's where I feel like they kind of go wrong when they do build those guys up and they get them into championship status and get them a belt and everything. I feel like they have a little issue with building them off of that momentum a little bit, in a sense, for as that in particular. But I think PVC kind of know that, of course, if people know the history, they kind of piggyback off of getting certain stars and stuff from,
Mm-hmm.
these other promotional companies. And then those other promotional companies, they sued out Heyman,
Yeah.
etc. And people know that history and everything. So it's a lot of history within line with a lot of this stuff and stuff that some boxing fans don't understand.
Right. Uh. Well, I'm gonna say this. And Bean can answer too after this, but I'm gonna say, yeah, I agree to an extent. I think they do. Um, they cross promotion might be a little bit down. I think what happens with Top Rank, I think once you reach the ceiling of making real money, they hold that they don't give you the money that most contenders or champions deserve. I think that's the only problem. That's why when I said at the beginning, every promotional company got their pros and their cons. I just said what they were good
Right.
at. Where they lack at is keeping star power paid very well.
Hmm.
Teofimo should not be telling people that he only making 1.5 against Josh Taylor. But on the
Right.
but on the other end of that, this is why I think there's been longevity too. They have a system, they have a budget, and they know what they're doing when it comes to being realistic. Because sometimes these
For
fighters
real.
get paid overpriced. They get overpaid. I hate to say that, but that's just the fact of the matter with some of these
Reality.
guys. And I think that's just what I've witnessed. I've seen that, through the different promotional companies. Now, Al Heyman, on the other hand, he pays them well. But what happens? What is the negative side of that? Well, the fighters start getting comfortable only fighting 2 times a year or 1 time a
For
year.
real.
Gary Russell was comfortable because of the money he was making. So that's the negative
Mm.
effect that you get
The
when you
negative, the
are
pros and
paying them.
cons.
Yeah, the pros and the cons. Like, okay, well, I like Gary Russell. I only get to see him once a year, and why he not complaining about it? He's okay with fight once a year. Like,
Right.
so that's
Right. And that
that's
was a
just
crazy, that was a big conversation too. Like, for as like, even with Turkey and stuff,
hmm
recently, a lot of people feel like him overpaying fighters where a lot of these fighters are getting comfortable where they just getting by just to get to the next fight because they're getting a big paycheck from Turkey right out the gate. And that's a
absolutely.
big conversation in boxing currently along with Turkey.
I think he's trying to emulate what Al is doing, but he's trying to draw the
Absolutely.
fighters in first. But the thing I got with Turkey is he's doing not only he's paying them a lot of money. That's great. I mean, what fighter don't? If I got a fighter right now, I would tell him to go to Turkey. You know what I mean? But the problem is he
Facts.
don't know how to. If he keeps going the route he's going, he won't have enough fighters enough active because he's matching them tough fight after tough fight. He don't know what a tune up
Right.
is. He has no
Right.
idea.
Right.
He
I
said, "Okay,
love that you
Mark
just
McCollum, you
said
fight
that.
this guy
We had this
tomorrow."
conversation earlier.
Yeah, Cam J was saying that.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to. He don't know what a tune-up is. He probably laugh at that, and I'm like, I get what you're doing, but you got to have some resistance where you have to build a fighter confident back up after he lose. Deontay Wilder, I love that he brings him back, but I don't like the
Mm,
fact that he comes right back and say, "Okay, you fight, you get the gaunt. Everybody get gauntlets," and I'm like, well, who's gonna be left in the next couple of years? Because these guys is gonna eventually. if I'm a fighter and he paid me, let's just say for example, he paid me 25 million for one fight. Then I take another tough fight. That's 35 million for this tough fight. The next fight, he said, I got another fight for you. Terrence Crawford. I'm good. I might retire. What, you gonna retire?
Right.
Yeah, I might go retire. I got enough money just for these two fights right here that you can set me for life, and I'm not investing in
Facts.
anything. So why? There's no longevity when you're paying them outstanding purses. To look at Tyson Fury retired, and I'm not saying he had a lot of left, but look how much money he got these last couple fights with Turkey. I mean, I would have retired too. Usyk is on his way out. I mean, that's the negative
Right.
part about it. So we gotta look at the whole thing. I love what he's doing. And I think if that TKO thing is happening, they're gonna have a budget where they build fighters work their way up. You know what I'm saying? You got to work their way
Right.
up to these purses where, oh man, if I get this fight, I get this much, and it motivates you to want to fight. I'm telling you the truth. If I was making 10 million and I ain't even fought for a world title, I guarantee you I would not be mentioning world title. I don't care about a world title because the whole purpose
Facts.
of being a world champion is to get more money. Yes, that's good to be a world champion. That's a legacy. That's great. But I'm only wanting to be a world champion because I know that comes with more money. Make it
I
make
got a
sense.
question. I got a question too on that.
Hmm.
So, with the recent events of Turkey, do you feel kind of like Al Heyman and PBC, they're kind of structuring a little bit, their situation a little bit for their fighters to, not be to where they think, oh yeah, I get this lot of money, I don't gotta fight. I don't gotta fight as, hard as I should and just get past like some of the fighters that's fighting for Turkey.
Uh, I think they do in a way. That's why I said, what's the
Yeah.
name was fighting once a year. He was okay with that, but I think,
Yeah, Gary Russell,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, Gary Russell. You had Adonis Stevenson having the belt for a long time too. But I think one thing about Al, and this is what I praise him on, he knows how to do things that no one has done, and he does it in a way where when you look at it, a lot of people ain't gonna be impressed with it until you explain what he just did. You get what I'm saying? Like
Facts.
for like Al was able to put on a pay per view, and I was telling people this because I would have to explain to them what was going on. He put on a pay per view with Areola and Andy Ruiz for pay per view, right? And I remember a
Right.
lot of people, a lot of my people, black people, was like, "Man, I ain't watching that." I said, "Bruh, that is for the Mexican fans. Why are you screaming your opinion about you want to see that fight?" And I said, "That is a fight specifically for the Mexican fans, right?" But
And
not
people don't
only,
understand Al. Like this before you get started. Like people don't
mhm,
understand with Al. He has like fight. Like he's big on getting black American fighters
yep,
and getting and Spanish fighters. Getting
yep.
Spanish fighters from all races.
Yep,
Go ahead. Go
he's
ahead.
big on that. He's not just one dimensional. He's definitely big on that. I mean, Leah
And
Santa
he
Cruz
knows the
named it.
fan bases. He knows it bring. He knows. Black fighters and Spanish fighters brings in a lot of money, so he understands the fan base. People got to
Hey,
understand Al Heyman's background for us, him, promoting for Michael Jackson and all of these
yeah,
other big music artists and music,
but
and they
and
carries into boxing.
absolutely. So when he did that, I was like, I had to tell him what it was, but I looked at the bigger picture of what he was doing, and what happened was he started Charles Martin and Luis
Facts.
Ortiz, and then everybody's like, well, I'm not watching that." And I said, "Y'all don't really get." I said, "This is what he's doing," and I had to explain this to him because he was starting to take a pay cut, and I said, "What he's doing, he's positioning himself." In a position to show the fighters how much he's been overpaying them. That's why he's
Right.
putting them on pay-per-view. He knows the numbers is not going to do well. So when it comes back to the negotiation, I want this big purse. He's gonna say, "This is how much you made on pay-per-view. This is what I've been paying you."
Hmm.
You get what I'm saying? So when Robert
Right.
Easter and Bronner start talking about, "Oh man, he ain't paying this or this," I'm like, no, he's making a cut, a budget cut, and he's showing y'all how much
Facts.
he's been overpaying. And here's the thing, here's the beautiful thing about it. Al knew if you leave and go to top rank, Luis Ortiz or Charles, y'all never get put on pay-per-view. I was able to do something
Facts.
that was hard to do. How was I able to even to pull this off? And y'all not even questioning that. How was I able to put these pay-per-views on that wasn't even worth pay-per-view? I'm a Al supporter, but I criticize when I criticize.
Oh
But
yeah, for sure.
there was some support pay-per-views. I'm like, what? So once I put it all together, I said, I would love for Al to come out with a book because he gonna be like, man, Marcus was dead on with a lot of this stuff because nobody was putting. They was put. No one was putting the puzzle together. I'm like, why would Al put this pay-per-view? Put this on pay-per-view unless he's making a budget cut. He want to show them the numbers. I've been paying you way too much over these years. Look what you didn't attract during the pay-per-view,
For
right?
real.
So you're not gonna go. So you think you're gonna go get something? Okay, go across the street there, and not only they gonna give you not what you worth, but they ain't putting you on pay-per-view either. I'm showing you that I can do things that these other guys can't do.
Facts.
You get what I'm saying? So yeah, I would
Facts.
if I
He's
know
checking his books on the analytics on everything, and like
absolutely.
that just comes back to where how Al structures his business.
Yeah.
He's trying to gain a profit
Yep.
in every event that he does. He don't want to lose, and that's how. No, if was you have a business that you're trying to gain money on and profit, that's what you and you're putting your own money, and you got some sponsors that's putting some money up in between
Hmm.
time and stuff like that. You want to gain profit, and Al is all about making a profit compared to some of these other promotional companies, to where they're just they want to make a profit, but no, they some of these companies that you see in recent times, they lended off and gave their companies pretty much to Turkey out the sheet,
Yeah,
and
they
allow
throwing the
him to
bag.
fund their events.
You
And
can't just
Al
throw
is
the
the
bag.
only one that's standing firm. He's standing firm and like, no, yeah, we'll give you some of our fighters to fight on your cards, but we're not about to sit here and give you our stars like Tank and David Benavidez that we got rising up and everything and putting in motion, and they're profiting on their events. I mean, that's
Yeah,
where Al is at for us.
yeah.
That
Al got he got a vision. I think he got a vision of how he wants to do it. I don't know how long PBC is going to be lasting with this model, how they doing it, but right now that's just what he's doing. Now you got a lot of haters who was saying that he was going out of business 6 years ago or 5 years ago. Now I hear all that,
shit,
and
Rick
me
Glazer,
personally,
Rick Glazer, the main one.
yeah, I block regulation because my thing is you can
He got me
criticize
blocked
me.
on Twitter.
Yeah, I blocked him. Yeah, I don't have a problem with Rick Glacier speaking his opinion. I got a problem when it's only against PBC. I'm like, bro,
Facts.
talk about everybody, but don't sit there
You
and just
got it. You
make it
got to
about.
keep it. Got to keep it mutual with everybody. You can't
That's it,
sit there and
man.
pick and choose. Like he picks and chooses on PBC all the time, and that's the problem I have with Red Glazer. Like you can't pick and
Absolutely.
choose with PBC and their fighters and stuff like that, and
Hmm.
downgrade them, and then you're not doing that with the whole boxing community all over the board.
Yeah, go ahead, Bing. What's your I'm gonna let Bing speak on this too.
Yeah, 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 babe. Yeah, jump in,
Okay.
bro. Give
The
your
best
opinion on what we're
promotional
talking about.
company, man. What's your thoughts on it, Bing?
All right. So I'll put my little 2 cents in, man, because Cam knows anyway that when I first started this out, I was more on it from a standpoint of just analyzing fights and breaking down, what I see,
Okay.
different key points of what fighters do, bad habits they may have, and different
Hmm.
stuff like that. But it's kind of intriguing. I'm learning more about like trying to learn more about promotional stuff.
Got you. Got you.
So basically from what I could see, um like you were saying about the top rank thing, they've been around so long. So I could even refer that back to the fact I was looking at Only in America, the Don King story movie,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
how they show that scene what I think it was with Ali, and then got Don King over there, but then they talked about Bob Arum.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So you kind of heard that way back in them days, the top rank, being relevant back then as it still is relevant right now because you got young fighters like Abdullah Mason, Keyshawn Davis on the rise, and they're
Hmm.
definitely pushing them out there. You know what I'm saying? As to be the next stars or whatever. So to what you were saying, it's like okay, I see where when you said that, you know what I mean, it makes sense.
Hmm.
As far as PBC, Al Heyman, as of right now, yeah, he's doing his thing for sure. I think the only thing I can see with a lot of these fighters, like you just said, like with Wilder or even like with Charlo right now, is that they're having so many layoffs to where they're not fighting but every once every 18 months, once every
Yeah,
2 years
that's
almost.
not
It might
good,
be
man.
2 years, you get ring rust. You're not going to be that well conditioned oil machine. You know what I'm saying? You can't be out here fighting every 18 months and expect to look as sharp as somebody's fighting every 6 months, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, and
So,
I like PBC. I love PBC. I just think uh they have to know, and the fighters too. Let's go with the fighters too. They have to know that sometimes you might not get this much, but here's a stay active fight so you can stay sharp. I grew up in the WWE days where the Undertaker would fight an unknown wrestler, and he would tombstone this unknown wrestler and put him in a casket. And I started believing it that was real,
Yeah.
and then he would
uh-huh.
build himself up to fight one of the superstars. But I remember the times where they was wrestling nobodies, you know what I mean, and they would beat them up, and then all of a sudden they building up for this big event with the other wrestler stars. So you got to be able to stay active and look good doing it. One thing we can't say, Canelo is not is one of the most active fighters at the highest level. Fighting 3 times a year is good, man. People say what they
Right.
want, but he's being more seen, and I think we as fighters, fight fans and experts, we love looking at what's familiar. I don't care. We seen this dude lose 2 times. He's about to fight Marco Antonio Barrera against Ashley Thorpain. We excited because we have
Right.
been watching them. That's why we always do. Every time we see names, we get excited. We just like, okay, I know who's having this. I know who my Schofield. I know who Schofield is, Floyd Schofield. I'm excited for this fight. Now we break it down, but we know these two fighters, and we're going to watch it regardless of whether we like it or not. So you got to be able to build activity with these fighters, and I think that's the only thing. Yes, you can pay them great money, but that comes with you got to be able to make some pay cuts, and fighters got to be realistic. If they want to stay
Right.
active, which one you want?
Right. And I think Al's been figuring it out like over the past like couple of years to where like he's been sending some of his fighters that, he wasn't able because I know last year Al had some different situations for us. His mom, his mom was sick last year. Then of course he got sick last year to where PVC wasn't as active due to, both situations for us, with Al and his mom and everything being sick and they wasn't as active because he didn't have anybody to stabilize PBC and keep them above water to do the events that they're doing now. Like this year, if you see PBC this year, they're becoming a lot more active and they're getting more comfortable with their situation with Amazon Prime. And Jeff Bezos is giving them a little leeway on doing a lot of events and stuff. Of course, now they're doing free events. Of course, tonight with the fight with Plan and Charlo and everything. And
Mm-hmm.
I feel like with PBC, like I said, they give, if they got opportunities with other promotion companies for them to fight on other platforms and stuff, they definitely lend their fighters to do that. But those be the fighters that that is not profitable for them.
I
Now,
agree.
the fighters,
I'm
yeah,
glad,
now the
not to cut you off. I'm
yeah, go,
glad you actually said
yeah, go
that
ahead.
because I've always said that too. Like he don't put champions on other people's networks. He'll put the John Molinas and the Diaz against Crawford. Those are no problem. But he's building his own fighters. The only time he actually put a world champion on another network was Charles Martin. Charles Martin got $8 million to go across
And
the
then,
street.
then you see like recent like Carlos Adames
Mm-hmm.
and see guys like and Rowley wasn't the current champion, but you put putting guys like a big name on PBC for as them on on the platform fighting Ryan Garcia, you know what I mean? So he's lending some of his his fighters that to some other guys and other fans they feel like they are great fighters and big names and
Mm-hmm.
stuff, but he's sending some of those guys that he feels that's not profitable to those other companies, what I'm saying, as far as like main event
Unless they
wise.
pay him great money too, because you got to remember he's a
Great money,
boxer.
yeah.
Yeah,
Money,
so he
yeah.
wants them to get the
He
bag too. He will
he
never
he
deny them that.
maximizing them. He
Mm-hmm.
maximizing them on their pay. You know what I mean? And that's a big thing for us, guys that that he works with for us, Tim Brown and Samson Likowitz, you know what I'm saying? Those guys, you look at the fights of what they do, they're always trying to maximize the money for their fighters. You just seen, Tim Brown just, had a fight with Stanionis and Boots. You know what I'm saying? PBC giving Stanionis the boots and for a fight, and then you just seen pretty much Sebastian Fundora. He just vacated the BA title. He just vacated
Hmm.
that at 154 so he can fight Tim Tszyu in the bigger money fight because they felt like Xander Zayas wasn't a bigger money fight for them and it wasn't a maximized money situation for them. So they looked for fighting Tim Tszyu for that fight because
And
they're
it's in
fighting on
house. Ain't
they're the
nothing wrong with it.
co-main.
It's
Yeah,
in
in
house.
house.
I ain't mad at
The
them. I ain't mad
co-main
at none of
and
the
they're
companies.
co-main on the Pacquiao and Barrios
Yeah,
card.
so they
So
good, man. Yeah, it's man, it's PBC got they doing what they doing. I just hate the double standards in this boxing where they try to
right.
make like PBC is the worst thing since boxing. No, that's a lie. Stop it. You just
Right, and they're
emotional
still
and
standing. Like, I mean, my thing is with them, they got Amazon Prime backing them. They got Bezos, like literally one of the richest men in the world backing them. So when it comes to some of these guys like Rick Glazier, and they talk about like the money and stuff, talking about the
mm,
them and everything. I'm like, bro, like, I mean, Al Heyman has a true history where like he has great relationships with a lot of great people. You know what I mean?
here
Like,
here goes a
you can't.
statistic I can throw out here too that but you and Beam and y'all probably never even thought of this.
Mm.
No one ever talked about a boxer's purse and how much he made until Al Heyman came in the game. No one. We cared
Interesting.
less about the purses and who was getting what and this and that. Every now and then you will see when it came to the heavyweight division, Don King, when he was talking about okay, Holyfield getting 20 and Michael getting 30. We didn't care. We was getting the best fights. We was getting the best fight, the best.
Facts.
We were enjoying it. It only became about politics and the fighter's purse when Al came on the scene. Why? Because every
Hmm.
time these fighters was winning and they post fight interview, man, I want to thank Al Heyman. I'm getting paid some great money. Well, dude, you're only 12 and 0. How much can you really be getting? You only
Hmm.
12 and 0. You get what I'm
For
saying? So
real.
Yep.
he changed the game, and now you get a lot of these guys talking about, well, he's making this much. I wonder, no, he shouldn't take that fight if he's only getting this. The conversation has totally changed because of Ohio, bro. That's just simple.
Facts, bro.
Hey, I
Facts.
got I got two questions, but before that, I just want
Go
to
ahead.
say something for the question. Okay, so speaking of like Eddie Hearn or whatnot,
Hmm.
one thing I can say in the defense of him is your boy Jarrell Big Baby Miller.
Hmm.
I mean, we all got our opinions about him with the PEDs, getting,
Right.
but aside of that, he was saying pretty much. He said, "Look, me and Eddie Hearn have a hate and love relationship. Sometimes I can't stand that man." He's like, "But I could say he always pay me my money and he give me my money right."
Hmm.
So I see people say stuff kind of sideways about Eddie Hearn. I'm like, well, can you say that about this other promoter or this promoter over here? I mean, I think they all got their ways, but at the end of the
Yes.
day,
Hmm.
I've never heard a situation where Eddie Hearn is owing somebody money.
No.
Right.
Like he's
No.
being
I have
taken to court for owing somebody money. You
Yeah, I
know,
never.
Right.
No, I haven't seen. I don't think I've seen that. No, I don't think I ever seen that with Eddie. Uh, I think I
I've
know
never
some of Eddie's.
myself never either.
I know some of Eddie tactics, but when it comes to promotional tools and tactics, where he try to manipulate the media, I didn't watch him long enough for that. But that's just part of the business. But as far as him being a jinky type of promoter, no. I think he's needed in this space. He gave Montana Love out of Cleveland opportunity. Alicia Bogardner became
Hmm.
undisputed under his promotional company. Um, so yeah. Shoot, I think one of the first Ohio fighters he signed was Otha Jones the third. That's O'Shea's brother. So he was one of the first Ohioans signed a match from in America
Okay.
when he started to come. So but yeah. So I mess with him too, man. I definitely mess with him. He got his ups and downs, but I definitely mess with
Yeah,
him.
Eddie Hearn, he's like a guy like he like some of the stuff that you mentioned, like some of the fighters that's not mentioned as much, even though Alicia definitely a lot of people know her track story for us, her situation and everything. For us, her starting with Eddie Hearn and now she's with Jake Paul, of course. You know what I'm saying? But Eddie Hearn. has a track history for as like American fighters, like for as certain fights that he signed to where he promised them making them into mega superstars, and he didn't reach that goal. But he has a definitely a track record where just smaller situations, just even with Charles Conwell being under matchroom boxing. You know what I mean? Like, he's definitely had success stories in certain situations as far as that. Like Charles Conwell, I feel like even after that loss, I'm like, man, he's still in the mix at 154. Like he's still in the mix.
Yep.
So just situations like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So I got two questions for y'all too. So
What?
far as like, what do you feel about Salida Promotions?
Is that the one with what's her name?
Clarissa Shields?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Carissa signed with them. I,
Yeah.
I like I can answer first. Like Salida, I feel like they do great work over there. I honestly I feel like I would love to see because they're signing a lot of other female fighters on their camp as well. I would love to see them mix up and do a 5 versus 5 with Jake Paul and MVP. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, you know what I'm saying. They got some great fighters on the women's side over there in Salida Promotions, which it'll be a lovely event if they did a 5 versus 5 with Salida Promotions and MVP.
And so I don't see enough of them. I'm gonna tell you, I see when I see their promotion coming, it's always with Clarissa tagged on. I don't really see them with
Right,
other events where I'm actually be like, oh man, this is a good fight. I haven't seen it. Y'all probably have. I haven't been.
Right. I haven't either. That's why I was kind of
But
asking, just wondering if
okay,
somebody caught
so
something I didn't see. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, no, I didn't see. No, I haven't seen that, but I know who has been on the uprise, and I think they're very needed for our air boxing area. Pro box, Pro box is doing a
right.
great
Pro
job.
box. I
Oh
love
yeah,
pro
for
box.
sure,
Pro
for
box is
sure.
doing a
I
great
love
job.
watching they fights.
Yeah, definitely from the YouTube. We get to enjoy it. I always donate to them when they go live, and cats be like, "Man, they got money." I said, "Bro, I ain't in nobody's pockets. I can give $5 or $10 for something that I'm getting for free. Yeah, why the
Right.
devil y'all got to be in somebody's pocket? I do this when I see PBC press conference. It's like we get to the oh man, they don't need their money. I was like, no, bro. If I'm going to support something, I'm going to support it. And that's with anybody. If y'all get super chats and, and it's being loud, and oh, Marcus is sending some super chats. Ain't nobody stopping that. That's with anybody
Right.
content I rock with, bro. So I don't get in their money and wonder how much they got. I sent Adrian Broner $150 when he was talking about I'm broke, and I really sent him 100. He was just like, "Damn, this dude really sent me $100." I support, man. So it's like I don't be wanting nothing back, and it comes back genuinely when you ain't
Facts.
expecting it. I don't do that to get
Ten
stuff back.
four.
That's just who I am, bro. That's my motive.
So
I rock with my peoples.
okay, so now that you said something, now I got two questions because I thought it was going to be one out of that. But now I got two because of what you just said. So this for you and Cam J as well. Um, so you were talking about Salida, Clarissa, um, man,
Pro box. I was talking about
Pro
pro
Box.
box.
Okay, yeah, Pro Box. So Pro Box, speaking on that aspect, uh, Lamont Rose Jr.
Yeah.
What do
Yeah.
you feel about him and the rematch with Tank? Because I mean, do you feel like he gonna be able to get off like he did the first time just because of the history they had, or will Tank make the type of adjustments and because he gonna have to have an understanding of knowing what went wrong in the first fight. To, like, okay, dude, think he got me down packed or whatever, so I'm gonna have to do something a little different. You know what I mean?
I think
Facts.
Lamont Roach is a solid contender. I actually like fighters like him who came under the underdogs. Sometimes I called that fight a cherry pick went wrong. I was one of the first ones that said that. Probably a couple people said that, but I thought it was a cherry pick that went
I
wrong.
seen it. I seen it. I wasn't tripping about it
Yeah,
though.
I listen. And this is no disrespect to Tank, but I just felt like they were looking. See, my thing is when you are looking at it from a promoter
I
perspective,
understand. Yeah.
Tank is getting knockouts. That's exciting, whether you like it or not. It's exciting, man, when you see this dude putting
Facts.
bodies down. It's one of the reasons why the heavyweight division became what it was when Wilder was reigning. When
Mm-hmm.
Klitschko was reigning for 10 years, no one cared about the heavyweight division. Why? We didn't have no
Facts.
exciting knockouts like that. It was just, it wasn't there. And on top of him,
And people was they was excited about Tank being the smaller guy, knocking out all these guys
bro, it
from
was
city to
always.
city and state to
And I
state.
tell people he captured a lot of casuals. Tank is big for our, he's big for our boxing community because it was a chick that I liked. She never even, I mean, she cute as heck. She didn't even watch boxing. Now Tank is her boo. Now I'm like, oh, well, come on down, come watch some Tank,
Facts.
then, baby. He
I
gonna
know a
pull up
lot
on
of
Tank.
females like that, especially in
Yeah,
Cincinnati, bro. Even females in Cincinnati, they love Tank, bro. Like when he have a fight,
yeah,
they be going crazy for him out here. Of course, he used to be out here with AB and everything heavy, so
yeah.
a lot of
So I'm
people got
all
ties
for
for
it.
Tank out here in Cincinnati.
So I know that Tank, and I said this earlier, guys. I never get so caught up emotional. I know that if Tank is winning, everybody in boxing world is eating as well.
Facts.
But what
Facts.
we want to see from Tank is him dig deep and go through the hot waters like every other great champion. That's what a lot
Absolutely.
of us is asking for. I'm not asking for him to just fight somebody. No, I'm fight. He gave me that already with Lamont. Lamont stepped up and made it a dog fight, and he had to dig deep. There is my criticism. That's gone now. It's like, okay, now you got somebody that that will push you back.
Right.
Now we get into the meat and greet things because it builds his confidence as well too. Because now if Tank get out of this fight, to answer your question, Bean, if Tank get out of this fight, if he wins this fight, uh, he it might build his confidence more because he went through this type of rematch and had to go through the dig deep. Now he wants to probably take on the Shakurs or the Devons. You know what I mean? So. Uh, and I don't even know if he's gonna be able to fight Devin, but just other guys that's at the top, where he gets to try to unify or in that nature. I think Tank is too talented to be moved so careful the way he's been moving, in my opinion. Uh, I've always felt like that. I felt like he's too talented because he's not only a puncher. Like some people try to put him like he's not. He's more than a puncher, man. That boy ain't just a puncher.
Right.
Right.
He
He can
got
box
all
as
the
well.
tools. Yeah, he got all the tools. So I think with this Lamont, to answer your question, Lamont is it's definitely gonna be there. I don't know if Tank can knock him out, but I think Tank will pull out the boxing skills and try to outbox him. Because if you can't hurt him, you're not gonna knock out everybody. And that's why I tell people all the time, you're
Right.
not your knockout
Lamar got a
artist.
great chin.
Yeah, you're not gonna knock out everybody. So you got to go to your
Hmm.
point. Can you make adjustments? Can you make it? Everybody compare themselves to Floyd Mayweather, but Floyd know how to make adjustments when something ain't working. Let's see if you make adjustments. So that's what is gonna come. So it's gonna be real interesting in that fight. But I think Tank can. I would be favoring Tank going in this fight. I just think he's gonna go in the bag and be and come out more boxing. Some people say he's gonna knock him out, but that's part of the
Right.
reason why he was in the fight in the first place because that's what he was trying to do, and he landed some solid shots on
Facts.
Lamont. What are
I
we talking
agree.
about?
I agree. I felt like he was just trying to bully. He tried to bully Lamont, thinking, how he fought in previous fights, and Lamont wasn't going for it. And I felt like he had more success in mixing it up from the outside and the inside. In the
Hmm.
early rounds, 'cause I felt like he was winning the early rounds in the fight. You know what I mean? And I feel like he knows the adjustment to make, and I feel like he can make that adjustment if Lamont don't bring the fight to him. You know what I'm saying? And he just sits back and wants the counter, and then Tank actually does mix it up from the outside and the inside. I feel like Tank wins by decision. I'm not a fan that I feel like Tank gonna stop Lamont in this rematch, honestly, because I feel like Lamont has a great chin. That's
But
just
you know
my
what?
personal
That would
opinion.
be not to cut you off, Cam, but I think
Go ahead,
that
go
would
ahead, go ahead,
make
go ahead,
it.
go ahead.
No, that makes the expectation so much better because when you ain't expecting
Facts,
something and it happens, it's that much excitement. It's like, oh my god, you know what I mean? So it's just being realistic. That's just all it is, man. But but I'm gonna tell you this.
facts.
Let me tell you what I
Yeah,
do love about the fight. You introduce us to a new name in the division, a new name that can go up and start
absolutely.
making new fights. That's the one thing I do like about. And I'm gonna say this again: when cherry pick goes wrong, you introduce us to fighters, and sometimes we end up liking them, and sometimes we don't like them. You know what I mean? So That's just the only thing about it. So I think Lamont won. You can actually win fights even when you lose. And I don't know why people say ain't no such thing as more victories. It is.
Absolutely.
It is. You can definitely
Right.
start getting more fights. Adrian Granato's fought Broner, and then he fought Sean Porter, Robert Easter. I mean, he started eating
He fought some
after he
dogs.
fought
He was eating good.
Mhm.
eating
He was eating
good.
good after he fought AB.
So was he fought? He was in there.
Yeah,
Like, what are y'all talking
I ain't
about,
gonna
man?
lie. Like I wouldn't say like on my behalf. Like I feel like because I watched Lamont. You know what I'm saying? Growing up, you know what I'm saying? Coming up like over the past couple of years, compared to some of the other fans out there, and I feel like when Tank locked the fight in, I was like, I feel like this is a solid fight. You know, he champion at 130. Felt like it was a solid fight for Tank, and a lot of people was just kind of really downplaying it, thinking Lamont wasn't good. I felt like, of course. I feel like Tank could stop him in the first fight for sure. But at the same time, looking at I feel like Lamont solid fighter. Like I wasn't mad at the outcome of the fight. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it was a solid draw to me. You know what I'm saying? It was cool. You know what I'm saying? I
Mm-hmm.
know a lot of people, what I'm saying, I ain't mad at anybody's opinions if they feel like Lamar won 7-5 or Tank won 7-5. It was a lot of mixed opinions, which it makes up for a great build up for the rematch. I mean, and I gotta applaud Tank for taking a rematch immediately because you got fighters out here right now currently when they got certain controversial fights, they ain't taking the rematch with that guy right immediately right now. You know what I mean? And
Nope.
Tank's taking this fight right away. You know what I'm saying? Just to prove that wrong. So I definitely give a lot of credit for Tank for that because there's some fighters out there that's not doing what he's doing right now. And this is a fight that Tank definitely got to correct. You got to definitely handle your business so you can get to these other fights that a lot of the fans want to see. And I honestly believe Tank wants these other fights. It just depends on some of these other guys' actions as well.
I
Depends
think, but
on both of
I'm
them.
gonna say this though, Cam, not to cut you off. I'm gonna say
Go ahead,
this.
do your thing.
Tank is too talented, and not only that, he's so talented to me, and he's a big star that he can afford to actually lose a fight, and his stock would not go down. His
Fast.
stock would not go down because of how high it is right now. It's how, and to me, he can. Shakur can't afford to lose. Tank can. Shakur can't afford to lose.
Facts. The
Tank can.
entertainment value.
Yeah, I like he can lose,
That
and we can still
the
pack.
entertainment value.
We can pack the arena because we know what he's bringing. You get what I'm saying? So
Facts.
that's my thing. I tell people this like as I'm looking at it from a advisor, because I talk to a lot of these fighters like this too, man. It's like you can take a little bit more risk because look where you at. It's like no, there's certain fighters who can't get away with losing one time or two times. That's messed up, but that's just how it is. But
That's the facts of the matter.
you got certain guys who have been built a certain way, and definitely when they're drawing the attention in the crowds and they bring in the people, Tank can lose and people will still come to his next fight and sell out crowds, bro. Like it. That's so. The reason why I'm bringing that up is take the tough fights. There's nothing wrong with it, bro. You have earned it. I think my problem with Tank is he has to be the fighter to look Al in the face or Floyd in the face and say, "Make the damn fight." I want this fight. Y'all have already helped me build up. I want this fight. Every fighter deserved that. Earl Spence did it. Earl Spence looked Al in the face and said, "No, I do not want Keith Thurman at 154. I know Crawford is crazy with this negotiation, but I got to make this fight, Al." I've always said it was Earl who made the fight, not Al. Al was done with Terrence in the antics he was doing leading up to that negotiation. So he said, I got to take a hand and make this fight because I said I was going to do this. So he made that. Fighters do that when they get on the phone with each other. They start talking and they get all the politics out the door. You got to be able to tell the politics. Ryan Garcia did it. Ryan said, "De La Hoya, I'm fighting Tank." He put himself in
Right.
the atmosphere and he
Right.
said he wanted to fight.
Now
Not
I don't mean to cut you off. Now
yeah.
that's kind of where I'm at with it on the
Mm-hmm.
other fighters in that his contemporaries. Some of these
Mm-hmm.
his contemporaries, they're not taking the same initiative as Ryan Garcia did as far as fighting Tank. And that's the problem I have for some of his contemporaries like Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney as far as
But who?
entertainment.
But here's what I would say though, Cam. Who's more? Who do you blame for not getting the fights if they the A side? Who's the A side going into those fights? Because they are the
It's
ones that's
definitely
supposed to
Tank.
make the fight. It's not up to
Definitely
Shakur to want
Tank.
to fight Tank. It's up to if Tank want to fight Shakur, because you got to remember it's him saying who has he fought. Wait a minute, Tank. You can fight anybody, whoever you want, and we don't say nothing. But don't tell me who has he fought in order for you to say you want to fight him, because we can say that with Martin. You know what I mean? We can say that with a lot of
Yeah,
other guys. So that's what I'm saying is, if
yeah.
Tank want to
But
fight
then
him,
we know the history though. For us last year, no PBC Tank that reached out to no Shakur about fighting last year. Then Shakur he acknowledged that they reached out, and then the negotiations kind of stalled after that.
right,
Like,
right, right.
and then Shakur he wanted what's it called it? What was his name? Stephen Espinosa, he acknowledged that, Shakur wanted a multi-fight deal, and then Shakur he ended up taking a multi-fight deal with Natural Boxing Fight.
And then
So like,
another thing, I'd be kind of wondering too. I'm always trying to be like non-biased, like you too. Ohio runs boxing.
oh
It's,
yeah, for
it's
sure.
like okay, but even though I am a Tank fan, I try to look at it from every angle as well. So yeah, I get it. People could say, well, I want Tank to do this or step up, or he could do a little more with the talent he has. But then at the end of the day, don't most people feel like Shakur's supposed to be all that in a bag of chips? So he really hasn't done a whole lot more as far as his career.
Yeah, no, you absolutely. He hasn't, and that's why I didn't want him to take. When they was talking about the Devin, because I agree with you, Bang. When they was talking about Devin and Shakur should be fighting, I'm like, Devin is coming off a Loma win. What is Shakur coming off of? I said, let him get a fight first that build up to that fight instead of just coming off the success of Devin winning off Loma. It should be an even playing field type of thing. And that's how I look at it
Right,
when it comes to where they at in their career at that time. So I do see what you're saying, but here's the problem I have with the, blaming or just saying Shakur. Al Heyman knows how to get his fighters the big fights. He always has. There's no reason why Tank shouldn't be on that list. When Laura got the Canelo fight, everybody dying trying to get the Canelo fight. They can't get the Canelo fight. Caleb
right,
Plant got the Canelo fight. Floyd Mayweather, of course, he's the A side. He got the Canelo fight. But there's a history between Al Heyman when he gets the fights for his fighters. Keith Thurman, Adrian Broner, PBC. Guess who y'all fighting? Who? Manny Pacquiao. I got a 3-fight deal for him, and he gonna fight you first. He gonna fight. What? We get to fight? What? You get what
yeah,
I'm saying?
right.
So that's my I go by statistics, history, and data of how I make my judgment on these certain
Your judgment,
situations.
yeah,
How does Tank not get these type of things unless he ain't demanding it? So he has to start, in my opinion, start demanding it because he can afford to lose if it happens. Dare to be great.
right,
You earned it, brother. You made the money. You make great money. You earn the right to look out in them in the face and say, "Listen, I ain't fighting nobody until this get done." That's just just
right.
just what it is. We gonna
Yeah,
gotta
me
be
personally,
okay.
I ain't gonna lie. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I kind of think like just from recent moves. Of course, Tank tried to fight Loma. Loma, he wanted to take time off to spend
Right,
time with his
right.
family, etc., like that. And then you got situation with Shakur. He ended up making this move to Matchroom and stuff to make his moves fighting. First, he was about to fight Joe Cordina, and then that fight fell off of his hand injury, and then he was set to fight Zepeda, and then Zepeda fell off because he got the hand injury after he fought Tevin Farmer in that first fight, and then he was trying to fight Kid Austin after that, and then that fell off, and he ended up fighting Josh Padley, and
Yeah.
now he's fighting Zepeda now. So you got like situations like my thing was with Shakur was you was a free agent, and it PBC they were trying to have a one fight deal situation with you where they were trying to get you to fight Tank straight up, and they didn't go prolong, the negotiations with that fight. With that, he went on to, mess with Eddie Hearn. My problem is if you really eager to fight Tank Davis, if they're reaching out to you for a fight, why didn't you prolong the negotiations with that and
Okay, can
keep
I
going
answer
with
your
that?
question? I'm gonna answer your question with a Tank answer. Tank didn't want to sign with Turkey because it was gonna be a one off, and he don't trust them with this one off fight. and definitely hadn't to fight in Saudi. So how can Shakur trust PBC with a one-off when he's trying to build a relationship with PBC with a multi-fight deal? That this is the same criticism I gave Terrence
Hmm.
Crawford.
I see what you're saying.
This is the same criticism I gave Terrence Crawford for not wanting to sign a multi-deal with PBC. Don't tell me you want to fight Earl and Jamel, but you don't want a multi-fight deal. See how hypocritical that is? You want to
Right.
come to my parking lot and say, I want to ride this car and I want this one, but let me ride this one first. Oh, yeah, I don't want to sign a multi fee. I just want to pick. You want to test ride my cars, but you don't want a relationship? No, that's not going to happen.
Okay,
So when I look
I,
at it
I
from
got
that
I got something
perspective,
for that too. I like because the thing was I was always opposed of PBC giving Shakur if they want if he wanted a multi fight deal, give him one. If he wanted a 2 3 fight deal, give him one. Give him Edwin De Los Santos. You could have put Frank Martin on the bill,
that
and
just
then
showed me that they
Tank
don't have
after.
that just showed me that they don't have investment in Shakur enough to want to build a fight with him.
Yeah,
Where
because they didn't want to invest. They didn't want
they
to
didn't want
invest
to
in they
invest.
because all they wanted to was to get Shakur knocked off by Tank and keep it pushing after
Absolutely.
that.
There you
And
go. So
Shakur wasn't
it's a
willing to.
great
He wasn't
business.
willing for that.
Yeah, so it's a great business decision on when it comes to that. But here's the thing too, that no one is saying. If Tank talks to Shakur privately, get the politics out of the way. Let's just me and you talk and me just like boys. Because at the end of the day, I said this quote: "If you really respect me and want me to feed my family, you will fight me. We gonna talk like men behind closed doors. You know something AJ and Wilder did before Eddie Hearn come in and put a gag order on AJ and shut that down because they were actually talking with each other. That's how you know fights is gonna really get made. So if Tank would have started talking to Shakur privately instead of using the narrative with social media, oh yeah, I want y'all to know we reached out to him. You are putting people in the middle of your negotiation and purposely sabotaging it. I've always said this. Every time Al Heyman is making fights with his fighters, they're not allowed to say nothing. That's how we got Manny Pacquiao versus Earl Spence under the radar when we thought Manny was about to fight Crawford.
Hmm.
We thought Manny was gonna fight Crawford June 5th or something in that nature, and here comes a poster with Earl Spence and Manny, and not one of us that was covering the boxing was reporting that they were in negotiations. Not one.
Right.
So my thing is, if they gonna really make the fights, when it really start happening, they do not put a lot of people into the mix. And if they do, it's because Al was letting one source, okay, you can sit there and tell them this, because you cannot get the information unless Al say it's okay or
Right.
Matchroom say it's okay. We cannot get the information. I've been on the end
Right,
of
and
that.
it be other like the crazy part when it comes up to negotiations with Tank. You seen it with the Loma negotiations last year. Like it was Bob Arum, a top rank, speaking out, how the negotiations was going, saying that
Yeah.
they was ongoing and everything, and then they mentioned that he ended up backing out of the fight and everything with Tank and everything
Yeah.
too as well. So like PBC, I do give credit to where like because I don't like how Turkey publicize a lot of the fights that he has,
Hmm.
ongoing that he'd be like, oh, if this fighter wins this fight, they're going to fight this fight and, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? I kind of give a little bit of discredit to Turkey on that end because, in a lot of situations, a lot of these fights, you never know how these fights can go. You know what I'm saying? Anything can happen at any night when you out there in that square ring. So, a whole situation with, no, like we was kind of giving a little example earlier with how it happened with Wilder when Wilder he went over here to the zone. Like they
Hmm.
gave Wilder Parker, and then they gave, they was trying to build up, Wilder and
Yeah, AJ.
AJ.
Hmm.
And they gave Wilder Parker, then they give AJ a guy, no, Otto Wallen. They gave him Otto Wallen. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like they're trying to build him up. I give AJ a layup, and then I give Wilder a tough fight with Parker. Like you know what I mean? That was just
Yeah.
a little different for me. Like if you on the matchmaking side, like if you're trying to build up a fight, you would give Wilder a layup just as much as you gave AJ a layup as well, so you can make that fight happen.
Right,
But you
right,
gave
right, right.
you gave one fighter a tough fight, and you gave the other one a layup.
But I'm gonna be honest, a lot of us didn't think the fight was as tough because we relied on Wilder's power. It's like, man,
Right,
Parker ain't
facts.
about to take that.
Salute
Boy,
two
was you
cents.
wrong. I know I was wrong, but I do get you. I get what you're saying. You know what I mean when it comes from that aspect. But yeah, man, I think at the end of the day, these fighters got to get back to having conversations with each other, and then come together to their promoters and say, "This is what we have decided." And you have to work your way to get to that position to be that, because when you first start, the promoters got the power. Yes, they putting you in the fights. Yes, they building you up. But once you get to that star problem, like Canelo did, I use Canelo. Everybody said he ducked a lot of fights. Yeah, but he took on fights that he shouldn't have took on too. Because De La Hoya told him not to take on Laura. He told him not to fight Austin Trout. Canelo looked that man in the face and said, "I'm fighting him. Regardless or
Right.
not, I'm fighting him. Why? Because
I
I
think it's.
earned it."
I ain't gonna lie. I gotta be real. I think it's a little different on the Tank aspect a little bit. I feel like he wants to fight these guys. I just feel like some of these guys, they. I think on their end, they need to take a little bit more initiative. I think Shakur, as a free agent, he had the opportunity. Sometimes in boxing, you got to take gambles,
But
especially within the ring. You got to take
Cam, I know
gambles, and I
you a
feel
Tank
like
fan,
he
but you
should have took.
remember on a
He should
million
have took a
dollar game.
risk on that.
I
I
know
think
you a
I
Tank
could took
fan,
a
but
risk
you
on that. That's just me. Because I mean,
but
it
look,
would have been his biggest bad.
hold
I mean, you
on.
see Lamar Roach, he taking a bad, he taking a risk on his behalf as
No,
well.
no, no. I'm gonna say this. Tank said on $1 million worth of game, he never asked for fights, bro. You got to remember, he's still young coming up in the game. He hasn't yet to say, "I want this fight. Give me this fight," and that's okay because he was still building. He's got Al and Floyd, who's way more experienced than him. That's moving him in those type of ways, bro. So that's just a fighter in him. He's not scared of anybody. I'm telling
Oh
you,
yeah, for sure.
I'm saying that he earns the right to sit there and say that. Now, look, with the Shakur, he has to understand that. Hey, man, let me talk to him because I'm gonna tell you who did this. Shakur did this with Frank Martin. They talked in private about their fight coming together. And I remember me and my friend Yamin, he from Cincinnati. He'll tell you this. We had this conversation because he was mad at Shakur because Shakur was calling Frank out his name after Frank turned down the fight. And I told people that he was about to get the Tank fight. I went on record saying if you're gonna turn down a world title fight, it's because you got a bigger fight. That's the only time you turn down a
Right.
world title fight.
Facts.
I told people this. So Shakur was mad calling them out names. You know why? Because we had a personal agreement and we were going to fight. You went to the public, started talking about money. You start changing the narrative when the whole fact of the whole matter was you was getting a better deal. You did not want to
He was
say
fishing
that,
for a
so
bigger fight.
you use other narratives to say this and this. But the point I'm bringing all that up is it's just Tank has to be able to go to these guys privately and have these conversations if he's going to fight. I don't know if he's mentally there yet, if he's just still going to depend on Al and his team. Now, here's the thing about Loma. I appreciate Loma turning it down because I told people this. Don't bank. Tank was going to only fight Loma when he felt like he got older. I've always said that as soon as we feel like he's losing a step, Tank is gonna go down there and send the offer. That I didn't like that. I still would have rooted for the fight, but I said that years before it happened because Floyd didn't think Tank was ready. And I remember Floyd saying he gonna match Loma up with Tank when he was mad at him. Why are you only mentioning Loma because you mad at Tank? I talked to Top Rank. We had a discussion. This is like what? You exposing what you feel like Tank is at that time. So I think it comes down. We have to be careful when we send offers to fighters that it's a makeable fight. Then they might turn around and say no. So we have to start learning how to set up and be like, look, I want to fight you here. I'm gonna fight this guy, and we go at it right now. I want you at your best, not at when you going out the door. I want to put Loma on my name just to say that's what I felt that offer was, and I think top ranking them was like, no, absolutely not.
Is that though? Is that somewhat of a catch-22? Just asking, just because I get what you're saying, but is the timing just bad because at that time Tank probably really wasn't ready?
No, he probably wasn't, but that's what Floyd was trying to push. I still thought after you become a world champion, when do we say they ready? After you become a world champion, when is the bar set where you ready for this guy or this guy? After you become the belt is around your waist. That's a question y'all can answer. I don't know the question. But after you put a belt
Right.
around your waist, what is the level? Because we say it's levels to this. So
Mhm.
after you become a world champion, how about you don't put your fighter in a position to become a world champion if he's not ready? How about that?
Okay, yeah, I
How
hear what
about
you're
we have
saying.
that conversation? Because I
Hmm.
just said this, and I think somebody saw my post about Abdullah Mason and Keyshawn. I just said, why is he ranked number two when he hasn't even faced better opponents in the top 15? He hasn't even faced nobody. How did he get the number two? See, that's I'm sticking to the criteria. I'm not about Keyshawn beat Derevchenko, whatever his name. I think it's Derevchenko. He beat Derevchenko, who beat Neverate. So he beat Neverate and lost to Keyshawn. He shouldn't even be ranked number six. He still should be ranked high. We're supposed to reward fighters who take on tough fights. So how is we getting this guy that moved up that's 18-0 past a guy who took on Keyshawn and Neverate? Make it make
It move
sense.
into the box. It move into the Boston politics, man. A lot of these, the promotional companies, they buying,
But
some of
but
their fighters into the
but
rankings,
that,
etc.
and you're absolutely right. But that's the point I'm getting at when it comes to saying a fighter ain't ready. If he's not ready, you better not have him ranked at five. You bet not.
Absolutely.
Abdullah was perfect at 7 or 8. He's cool right there. And you can still maneuver around him because if you got somebody number nine that's fighting the number two and the number nine beat the number two and then the number nine lose to the number six, guess what? He's going to be in front of Abdullah because of who he fought. He might be at 7, he might be at 6, but Abdullah is going to stay right there until he starts facing those opponents that's in that top 10 or top 15. That's fair. But to
Okay,
sit there and say he's at number two, which is going to put him in a mandatory position where then he fights
Next year,
Keyshawn.
about next year,
Yeah,
probably
about
right.
about
next year.
next year. Like it probably won't be about the end of 2025, but Abdullah, he on pace to where he gonna have a title shot in 2026 for
I think
sure.
he's gonna, but I think what's gonna happen though, between us, I think what's gonna happen is they're moving Keyshawn up. This is top rank. They're not gonna
That's what
put,
I think.
yeah,
Me
they're
too.
not gonna,
I
they're
was
not
going.
gonna
I was
keep
headed that.
Abdullah. They're gonna move Keyshawn up to 140, and Abdullah gonna stay at 135 as long as he can, to be honest, because I don't know how
Yeah,
long
because
he got
Abdullah, he be getting butt naked to hit that scale for
left.
135, man. No cap, man.
Absolutely.
And it's been like that for several fights. Because,
Hmm.
Abdullah, he fighting 4 times a year. And salute to Two Cents Boxing, man. My sister, man. Everybody, like I said earlier, subscribe to Two Cents Boxing, man. Great on the boxing content for
Shout
sure,
out
man.
to
That's
y'all, man.
family.
Shout out to y'all, man. I'm
Yeah,
Yeah,
glad.
for sure.
shout
And
out to him for
Bad
sure.
Boxing.
And being that's the good, the double back to what you were saying. Now
Uh,
that's the catch 22. I understood exactly what you were saying because he probably wasn't ready. But that's my problem. To counter that argument is why is he fighting for a world title?
right.
See
So
that's my only thing. That's my only thing. Jeff Horn beat Manny. Probably wasn't even deserving to fight a Manny Pacquiao. And guess who he fight next? Terrence Crawford. Didn't nobody ask was he ready or not? He went right to the doghouse and he fought. Chris Algieri fought Manny Pacquiao. Didn't nobody ask who he was fighting? Is he ready or not? After he became a champion, he fought Manny, Amir Khan, Errol Spence. He went straight into the dog. He went to the. So why everybody like? Are we gonna pick and choose, or
right.
is that how it's supposed to be?
Okay. So now, okay. Hey, Cam, he said some stuff right there, right? So
Yeah, for sure.
now we can really get into some another deep thing because it was something I wanted to ask a while ago, but this actually is gonna make this even bigger
Okay.
since he went there. Okay, so what about like Moses and Tuma up and coming over there in UK or whatever? Moses and Tuma just knocked out Belonging, and Belonging's best fight was Gassiev. And Gassiev, you know what I mean? And I think he lost against Gassiev. He gets knocked out in 2 rounds. So if you was a matchmaker, you and Cam J, what is too much for Moses and Tuma right now, or what is just right for him right now? Like a Andrew Ruiz, a Charles Martin, like
Like
who
a
is
step up
perfect?
fight.
So who would be that person? Name a couple people.
But you
I mean,
just
I,
gave
I
one.
honestly, I mean, yeah, I mean, honestly, you said Andy Ruiz. Like, I feel like Moses in the position that he's in, especially, they just gave him that number 1 WBO ranking. I mean, so I feel like he should definitely, if he's not fighting the champion, I mean, which is, he's definitely not going to do that in this time due to the fact that, you know, Dubois and Usyk, they got their fight going on July 19th. I felt
Mm-hmm.
like Moses should be fighting one of the top contenders in the WBO. I mean, he should be fighting one of those guys. He should be fighting a step up fight to get him ready to fight the champion. If
Absolutely.
that
You pretty
poses
much
to be
speaking what
that
I was gonna say. That's pretty much he supposed to get you supposed to prepare him for those type of fights. If you're gonna keep giving them just stay busy fights, it better be a Darnell Bloom that pushes him. You know what I mean? So
right.
you wanna keep him sharp in a way where he has to stay ready. I just don't think that would help him. So he has to have a fight.
It almost seems like Frank Warren to me from how he talking. It seems like he ain't as confident in putting them in that step of a fight from coming kind of the similar stuff that I've been hearing from Frank Warren the last few days. So like I
Mm.
don't know what he does with them for real because he like I know they was talking about Martin Bacoli, but
I was about to say that. Yeah, Marvin Coley.
they went away from that. They went away from that, so I don't know what's the issue, but I did hear that he will be fighting on Bacoli's. I mean, he'll be fighting on the Usyk Dubai undercard. He'll be fighting on that
Undercard.
card.
Yeah.
So
Martin
Okay.
Bacoli is almost mentally from becoming a journeyman mentally. If he can lose another one, where his confidence is gonna go, and I think they got to match him up carefully too. But go ahead, B. I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah, I just wanted to elaborate because I actually made a post. Well, I didn't make the actual meme. I just shared a post. And when I get back on FB, I'm probably mention y'all to that. But I
Okay.
shared the Andy Ruiz as a fight for Moses and Tuma. And some people thought I was crazy or that was so far left field. And I'm thinking like, well, I mean, I feel like people are complaining that Moses is not getting enough rounds because he's knocking out guys in 2 and 3 rounds. I feel like Andrew Ruiz, check the history, a long amateur career. He's never been knocked out. He's never been stopped. So why
Hmm.
not Andrew Ruiz? He's going to get rounds in.
Yeah. He
right,
He's
definitely get
guaranteed
around.
to get rounds in, and if he does knock him out, he can claim he did something nobody else could do. AJ didn't knock out Ruiz.
You know,
Ortiz didn't knock out Ruiz. Big Baby Miller didn't knock out Ruiz. Joseph Parker didn't knock out Ruiz.
I think he's trying to protect his ranking though. That's the problem on his position. I think that's what they're
facts.
trying to do is just protect that position that he's in, and that Andy will be more of a threat. But I would favor him against Andy. I mean, Andy ain't. He's good. He's decent. I ain't gonna even say that. Andy is who he is. So I mean, it's a good name, but yeah, I think they will probably play it safe. For another one. But the way boxing works, man, it's so many upsets now. You can't even play it safe,
Especially in
man.
the heavyweight division.
They get so many upsets, man. So, but go ahead, Cam. Next
Yeah,
topic, man. What y'all doing?
yeah. Oh, sure. Oh, just kind of going over, man. Of course, you got. No, Edwin De Los Santos fighting Keyshawn Davis next week, man. Of course, you got Abdullah Mason, man. That's the co-main event fighting Nakathila, man. Two of Shakur former ops, man. And I've been on record saying that Top Rank, I felt like they trying to shit on Shakur with both of these fights for real, because they feel like both of these guys gonna outdo Shakur for real a little bit, and they gonna be able to promote that. If people kind of read the room a little bit,
I
Top
like
Rank,
that.
they got a way about going about fights. You know what I mean, for as in particular situations, and I feel like they doing it in this situation for sure. With having two of Shakur former ops fighting, two guys that they're bringing up as far as in their company, man. And so, how y'all feel about Edwin De Los Santos from PBC taking on, Keyshawn Davis? You know what I'm saying? Keyshawn Davis, he got the title now, WBO champion. You know what I'm saying? So this is first title defense in his hometown.
I like it, man. I like it. I like De Los Santos taking on the challenge. I think it's gonna be a more action packed. Somebody going down. You know what I'm saying? There's somebody going down in this fight. And I agree with you when you're talking about the matchmaking and talking about Shakur. But Shakur, the one thing I tell people, Shakur ain't a knockout artist. He's a pure boxer. So
Right,
people gonna make those comparisons anyway. But I'm like, the people who do that, I'm like, y'all did the same thing with Lomachenko and Tang. You know,
right.
they was doing it with Loma. They had the, Pizaja. I think he took him longer, and I think Pizaja put Loma down in that fight. To be honest, I think he got put down, but he got back up and won. But they started doing that. Tank, man, Tank. I was like, bro, Tank is a pure puncher, bro. Tank got the tool, but he can punch. So why are we even doing that? So I think we have to be careful with that. It's gonna be a lot of the newer fans that's gonna do it, and it's a storyline. So I get it. Whatever.
Facts,
I
facts.
don't get too caught up in
Top
that.
rank, they love those storylines, especially
Yeah,
this is definitely a
that's exactly
storyline
what you're
within
right,
this
Cam. They
for
gonna do
sure.
it. They definitely
Yeah,
gonna do
because
it.
top rank, they you know what I'm saying, you know they felt some type of way about how Shakur left them, you know what I mean, really for last
Yeah,
year. So no, of course they pushing that. They make it seem like they cool with him because of course, with this fight with Shakur was the pay that this allegedly his last fight on the deal with Matchroom and everything. So they try to keep it cordial on the business side a little bit, but you can see through the promotion on how they promoting this card in particular. They definitely trying to shit on Shakur a little bit for sure
yeah, yeah,
on the
yeah. I was surprised to
behind.
see Shakur leave Top Rank, knowing that Jay Prince are connected with them too. I didn't think he would ever do that because the relationship Jay Prince had with them. So I was kind of
Right.
surprised to see that. I didn't think he would be able to leave. But again, Jay Prince got, he got Abdullah too. So, and I think he's still, I don't know if he's still doing a management deal with Shakur. I don't think so. Because I think he was talking about Lou DiBella being like a co
Yeah,
promoter,
Lou.
for one of them articles I read too. So, uh, that's going to be interesting. But yeah, the matchmaking is going to be interesting. I think Abdullah probably could get this opponent out. I got to be careful because I think Abdullah is putting on a streak where he's knocking out everything, and everybody, okay, he's a knockout artist. I don't even consider Abdullah a pure puncher. I think he's very accurate. I don't think he's just a real solid
Facts.
puncher. I think he knows how to punch you pure point accuracy. He's really good at accurate punching.
I think it's both. I think it's
Ooh,
like
you make a
I
good
think it's
point.
act. I think it's power. I think he has the power, and I just think he's very precise and accurate with his punches. Just
It's
getting
Well,
more of
watching
a
him over
with
to
the
me.
that,
It's
years.
more like a accumulation of punches because every time Abdullah puts somebody down, they don't stay down. It's not like he didn't put somebody down; they went straight to sleep. Probably had about one of those, but every time and that's what he had to learn because that was
Kind
his
of seems like
kryptonite.
David Benavidez.
yeah. But I think it's
Yeah,
one more thing. Y'all say that y'all made a good point about the precision and accuracy.
yeah,
I think that the other second part to that is the punch they don't see.
mm-hmm, absolutely. It's
You
the
know
punch
how
they
some
don't see.
guys like
Yep.
like I was talking to a guy out of Virginia. He talks to Evander Holyfield, and I was asking dude, I'm like, man, as much as I love Holyfield, he a warrior. I couldn't understand how you had these big guys like Riddick Bowe that struggled to drop Holyfield, but then you had somebody like John Ruiz who didn't hit as hard as Bowe, but he was able to, you know what I mean, frustrate
Mm-hmm.
Holyfield. And he said Holyfield pretty much said it was the punches I didn't see.
Mm-hmm.
And just the
Yeah,
awkward
Abdullah.
style of Ruiz, you know what I mean?
Yeah, them accumulation of punches can do something to you. So I mean, I think he
Yeah.
has decent punching power. I just think it's the quickness, man. Pop, 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 and and he hit you, but they get up, and then he go back into finisher. But that's been his kryptonite because once he get them down, he thinks they hurt. And they still in recovery, like, bro, you come in here and you throwing wild shit, I'm gonna catch you in between those shots. And that's what he had to learn from because he opens himself way up too much when he has his opponent knocked down, and that's when your opponent becomes more dangerous, especially if you ain't hitting them and they got the stanky leg when they get up. They coming straight forward, like, okay, good shit. You get what I'm saying,
Thomas
Cam?
Hill,
Like
salute my
you got
brother.
it all.
Mhm.
Thomas Hill, my dog. Salute.
T Hill, what's up, my guy?
What's good, man? But yeah, that's just the only point I
Yeah.
make watching his fights. And I think he learned, I watched that in New York under the Keyshawn's undercard. I seen how he was able to put the guy down once again, and the guy got up and he took his time instead of just being over aggressive. Because that's what young fighters do when they're hungry and they got that dog. They become over aggressive. They see a guy down and they think he's hurt and he's not. That's something you got to learn. That's another attribute that you have to learn. Terrence Crawford learned it because when he hurt Gamboa, he was showboating a little bit. Gamboa wasn't hurt all like that, and he clipped him, and he learned from that. So when he fought Victor Postal and knocked Victor Postal down, Victor Postal wasn't hurt that bad. Victor Postal got up, took it was a nice little clip, and Crawford didn't go in as the best finisher. He didn't go in trying to kill Victor Postal because Victor wasn't seriously hurt. He recovered very well. And Terrence learned from that situation and just won on decision. He didn't go in and trying to I think he dropped him twice. They was two clips, two type of flash type of knockdowns, but it wasn't enough to hurt Victor Posto to go in for the kill. That's the only point I'm making that Abdullah had to learn from. So that's it.
Facts. Just read salute to my sis, man, Jag Queen Bison. She said Abdullah hasn't gotten his man strength yet, in her opinion, either. So let's keep that in mind. What y'all think about Abdullah's man strength, just in
Man,
comparison right now, currently?
she just put the nail in the coffin. She knows she talking about us. We ain't even he ain't even there yet. That's the thing. That's the reason
Right.
why I'm saying it's all flash. It's agility. It's just athleticism. He's doing some amazing things, man, right now. And I think his hand speed will give Keyshawn problems if they ever meet up right now. But let him
Yeah,
fight.
that's another thing too with this card. Like,
Mm-hmm.
of course, Abdullah being number two in the WBO, is it a thing that Top Rank they're trying to match them up together? You know what I mean? That's a question now too
Not
as
so fast.
well.
I don't think they're gonna do it so
But
fast. I just
yeah, I'm in belief the same way like you. I feel like Keyshawn he gonna be moving up to 140 soon. But then we already talked about Abdullah. That man began butt naked to get 135 to make that
uh-huh.
135 weight. You know what I mean? So I'm like, how long he gonna be able to stay at 135 himself as well, man? With him growing, you know what I mean, being a young guy.
I think if you top rank, you capitalize off both of them being world champions. What if Keyshawn go up to 140, and Abdullah become a champion at 135, then if he moves up to 140, you have one former world champ against the other one, unless Keyshawn win a title in that division. But you gonna make money off your investment on both of them. You get what I'm saying? So you gonna it'll be a great matchup. I think it would be. So my dream is to have Abdullah come home right now. Is to have him headline. I've been calling for the fight that got stolen from me. I've been calling for Abdullah to fight Tevin Farmer. I think Tevin Farmer would have been a great fight for Abdullah, fighting a former champion who actually got enough skill to push Abdullah, where some people might think Kevin might could still win. But Floyd Schofield got that fight, and I thought that would have been perfect for Abdullah to fight at home against a guy like that, because you will be able to do something that's never been done before, and that's knocking Tevin Farmer completely like out and destroying him. And similar to what Sean Porter did to Paul Malignaggi when he had a great resume, but
Facts.
nobody did Paulie like Sean did, and it boosts you up. So that's what I wanted.
Facts, man. And just the comparison as far as like the fight with Keyshawn and Edwin De Los Santos, man. How y'all feel like that fight measure up a little bit as well?
Um, I mean, I'm just looking forward to it, man. I love to see. I mean, we always say style make fights, so I like to see these different style fighters get into that ring, man. That's really what's intriguing is the fact that styles do make fights. So you kind of want to see two different styles versus two similar styles. You know what I mean? Like two boxers fighting each other. It don't make it as great as a slugger and a scientific fighter. You know what I'm saying? Like Ali
Mm-hmm.
Frazier. You know what I mean? It made it a perfect balance because you got two totally different type guys. Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? One shorter, stockier versus the guy that don't mind being in the pocket, but he also is a boxer and slick like Holyfield. You know what I'm saying? So I like the fact that Keyshawn is well rounded, and the fact that he's going to be home. So I feel like that energy is going to be great for him to want to do and make a statement at home. That's
I,
going to be big within itself.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this. That's one of the reasons why, if I'm De La Santos' team, I actually like this fight style wise for him too, because if you're fighting in somebody's backyard, it's more pressure on them. They gonna want to press the action. They're gonna want to. Keyshawn has been getting consecutive knockouts. He's been looking great. So that's how you're able to capitalize on guys who's starting to feel themselves a little bit. Cambosos did it to T.O. If Karen was able to be a puncher and stayed in the pocket, he would have been able to walk Ennis into a lot of shots, because Ennis, the first time they was fighting, he was believing in his own hype. He was smiling there. He was on the undercard of Tank. He was feeling himself, and it got to the point where he was trying to get knocked out so bad in that fight, he was twisting and turning, throwing full shots. I was like,
Right.
dang. So you can catch a guy coming up that's feeling himself right now. It would be the best time to be able to capitalize on that with De Los Santos. De Los Santos used the hype against them. And I'm not even saying Keyshawn is just hype. I think he's a proven fighter, but you got to be able to capitalize on that. Boost him up. Floyd said best: build him up so we can tear him down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna build him up. It's gonna be a great match. It's gonna be a
Yeah,
great
man.
match.
I mean, me personally, I think with the Keyshawn fight, man, and Elwin De Los Santos, I feel like both, they pose to where like it poses for a banger. You know what I'm saying? Because both guys, um, they're willing to fight on the inside. You know what I mean? And Keyshawn, he ain't no he's the guy that loves to stand on the inside and exchange fire with guys. You know what I mean? So it poses for a banger fight. You know what I mean? And it's just all about. Only thing I worry about with Edwin is, the layoff. Of course, he ain't fought since he fought Shakur in that last fight. Of course, he had the blood clot situation for us. His personal situation, and then him having an injury a little bit. I think it was with his shoulder or his arm in recent time, and so just kind of worried about the layoff a little bit with Edwin, but it poses for a great fight for us. Both guys not going to run from each other. They're both going to stand in the pocket and bang with each other for sure. So and great showing for Keyshawn for as his first title defense in his hometown, fighting in the home of Pernell Whitaker. You know what I mean? So definitely a great look for him, and he got his brothers on the card along with Abdullah Mason on the card, so it poses for an amazing card this next Saturday, man. I'm definitely looking forward to it for sure.
Yeah,
And this
definitely,
is
man.
one of the last cards on the ESPN contract for Top Rank. Top Rank, they're going to be leaving ESPN in July, so one of the last cards, for ESPN, having Top Rank on their programming and as well.
Hmm.
So.
So
So
we're gonna
let's
see.
tap in a little bit. We're gonna see what's popping with that and a little more, man. Oh, all right. So I know y'all seen the situation with Bruce Ennis, man, recently, man. Of course, there was a negotiation as far as Bruce Ennis fighting Teofimo Lopez, and of course those fell off, due to Bruce Ennis, his aspirations of being undisputed champion at 147 pound, man. And it just kind of posed the question for me, man, that you know, with the state of 147 on how the other champions moving with Barrios fighting Pacquiao, and then you got Norman fighting Jen Sasaki in Japan. Um, should Boost Ennis stay at 147, or should he move to 154 and chase some of the bigger fights at 154?
I wish there was a way where we can actually hand him a pre-undisputed type of status where we like we know you could have been undisputed here, but and that should be a statistic, but that unfortunately is not. But I care less to see him against Barrios or Brian Norman is more of a build up. I think that'd have been more better, but I think he still would have been heavily favored based on the style. So me, I'm looking at the styles. I see why they're not going to throw Boots a bone, and you did Stanionis dirty. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Right.
Al ain't about to throw uh, Barrios in there with him. I think Al is capitalizing with this Manny Pacquiao and Barrios situation because I personally feel they don't think Barrios can stay consistent being a title defender, winning the titles. Staying winning multiple title defenses. That's what I want to say. They don't think Barrios is
That
that type of guy. He
just
almost
to tap in with Jack Queen Boxing far as pertaining to Edwin De Los Santos, he had a shoulder injury and blood clot issue for sure. Just to rewind on that.
mm,
But yeah, I'm definitely far as far as Boost, man, it kind of like crazy part. Like I know he has a situation where like I thought this fight with Stanionis was going to be his last fight on the deal with with Eddie Hearn and Metro, but as far as just seeing previous situations with him in the recent weeks, look like he's continuing to work with Eddie Hearn. So like my thing was what I always kind of been on record and stuff in recent weeks. I was like, if Boots wanted to fight Barrios, I felt like he should be making a move towards, working with PBC as far as just, signing on with them possibly. That would be my thing for Boots if I was Boots, if he wanted to really make a fight with Barrios. But he wants to, work with Eddie Hearn continuous. So, it is what it is. But then, the whole Brian Norman situation, I feel like Brian Norman, just how they moving, they just trying to attach their name. They trying to attach their name to him, just like a lot of other fighters with other fighters. I mean, they trying to attach their name to, Boots and promote their brand, and they kind of waiting for Boots to move out of 147 so they can kind of reign at 147. That's just my
Yeah,
opinion with Brian Norman, how they moving.
I agree.
But me personally, like if Boots, the thing is, if you're not going to get these unification fights with Barrios and Norman, then it's no reason to sit there and wait for these guys, to go up to 154. It's bigger money fights up there. 154. It's a lot of killers and it's a lot of great names up there to fight. But I will say, in the particular, far as the situation with Tio, I would have loved for him to fight Tio because he would have got one of those key names on his resume. And off of the fact that Tiafimo doing all of the racist bullshit that he doing, I would have loved for him to knock him off and put pain on him and, what I'm saying, and beat his ass for real for all of that shit just for the culture, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like Tiafimo, he need to ass whooping with all the shit that he doing with the racist shit, you know what I mean? And Boots would have been a great man for the job for that.
Mm.
Well, definitely, man. He definitely would, man. Um, I mean, I definitely want to see if Brian Norman or whatever, if they own some games or whatever, it's like you just can't stick around and get ring rust because you real sharp right now. Bud is, I mean, not Bud, but Boots is really sharp right now, so he needs to just keep it moving, man. Kind of like how David Benavidez did when he knew Canelo wasn't gonna give him that. You know what I mean? Keep it moving, keep it pushing,
Yeah,
keep it pushing, pimping. Move up to 175, so move up to 154, and you're gonna have your guys like Pandora. You know what I'm saying? And eventually, uh, maybe marry Terrence Crawford if we don't retire after the Canelo fight or whatever. Tim Zoo. You're gonna have some. You're gonna have some. Ortiz. You're gonna have some guys up there, man, that he can really. You know what I'm saying? Take himself to a whole nother level because I believe and I see the potential in him. It's just that he has work left to do. So
yeah.
because people are still kind of doubting
Facts.
Boots to an extent. They still kind of doubting him. Oh, he gets hit a little too much for me. So he has to just go ahead and show and prove.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm gonna join my boy Thomas Hill on here, my dog. Just me and my opinion with Boost, man, because this, yeah, yeah, Jack Quinn, you can hop on the panel for sure too, man. We can go ahead and talk this good boxing for sure. Um, my opinion with Boots, I just feel like, man, if these guys like Norman and Barrios, if they're not gonna fight you, of course, PBC, they already fed you standing on this. I feel like they're not going to feed you, what I'm saying? They're not gonna feed you no Barrio so no willingly. You know what I mean? Like they did with Stanionis. I just feel like, if these guys not gonna fight you and allow you to get the opportunity to become undisputed at 147, just move up at 154 and try to handle business up there, man. That's just my personal opinion.
Oh, and I want to touch one more thing.
Thomas, salute to Thomas Hill, man, my brother, man, hopping on.
You know what's
Speaking
up,
of
brother.
that, hey, what's up, T Hill?
Bing, my man Bing, what's good? Ohio runs boxing.
What's
Um,
What's
good, man?
good?
but what I
The
wanted to say
world,
was being a Spence fan, like y'all know you are, Cam J, Errol Spence. Uh, I
For
seen
sure.
somewhere to where he has said that he's gonna come back when he's ready, which I respect that. Take the time that's needed, but don't take too much time because you ain't getting no younger. Um,
Facts.
and you don't want to make it look like a situation that the narrative that Bud took your soul. You know how people the first thing they say when you lose a fight, oh, that fighter took his soul. No, I didn't. He was just a good fighter, and that was his night, and he did what he had to do. You know what I'm saying? But that don't mean Spence ain't a great. You know what I mean? Shouldn't be considered as a great of this era.
I'm gonna say this about the Spence thing. I was saying this before it actually happened. I said I was concerned. I'm gonna say this. Earl confirmed what I've always thought. I thought it was something medical that was something serious that they didn't address. I don't know if y'all remember with the Sebastian Fedor. Remember when they shut that down and they said that it
Facts.
was because of him not being him being inactive for so long and all that. That's BS. I think it was because there was medical reasons they did not want to tell nobody
Facts.
because Sebastian was waiting and waiting and waiting. I think it was what 2 or 3 postpones. I'm like, what is going on Earl's camp for Sebastian to be sitting there waiting? And I called this out. So for Earl not to get the Sebastian fight and then say I'm coming back when I'm ready, that proves there was something medically going on with you, my brother, because you would have been fighting by now. You would have been
I
fighting.
abs-
Facts.
I absolutely agree. I mean, like I said, I'm never gonna take nothing away from Bud. Bud did his thing in that ring. The brother took the blue pill. He was Neo out there dodging bullets and all kind of stuff, hitting punches between arms and underarms and stuff like that. Shout out to him. But like I said, I cannot get the graphic of him walking out to the ring. And even before that, just him looking into the camera before they even go out and fight and him just not looking there. But the way he walked to the ring, he just didn't look like he should have been in the ring that night. And they haven't let him in the ring since then. So I don't think he's gotten confirmation from people to say, look, yo, you all right to go up in there. And I think that, he's just trying to get himself together physically so
Mm-hmm.
it looked like he can get back in that ring. But I don't think the problem is physical, man. He looked good, but he
Mm-hmm.
could look good but not move well. And he wasn't moving well that night. And I just don't think, like you said, Ohio, I don't believe like they're allowing him back in that ring because it's three, like you said, 3 times. Wasn't it
Postponed.
twice?
I'm
Yeah,
like, yeah. And I
four
got to the
times.
point where
Yeah.
not to cut you off here, I got to the point where I criticized PBC. I said, if Earl is not fighting, cool, and he let him chill, whatever y'all got going on. It's unfair to have Sebastian sit there and wait inactively for
Right.
this guy
I agree.
that's coming out of nowhere, coming back from the loss he did to give him an opportunity. Now, don't get me wrong. I understood why Sebastian ended up changing his mind because y'all remember he wanted Crawford. He wanted Crawford after the press conference saying that's the best fighter. Why would I give Earl? And I remember telling people, I said he's going to change his mind when he go in the back and have a conversation with Al Heyman. And they were like, "What?" I said, "I'm trying to tell y'all, I was going to sit down with the fedora and say, didn't I give you a title fight when you got knocked out? Didn't I give you a shot to fight Tim after you was coming off a knockout loss? So why can't
Right.
Earl get a shot at the title coming off a knockout loss?" And it's going to change his perspective, and that's exactly what happened because Fedora started going out talking about, yeah, me and Earl. So you got to look at the bigger picture when you see that. But at the end of the day, I just think Earl. I hate trying to make it about Earl because we were just talking about in general. We were talking about Boots, but I just think Earl is something that's physically more uh that's worse that's happened to him that we're not getting the real full story on, and you can just tell. So that's just my thing when it comes to him. I hope he do get better. We do need Earl back. I know Cam was an Earl fan. I predicted Terrence Crawford. I was at that fight. I predicted Terrence Crawford would win by decision, not by no damn stoppage. I'll tell y'all that right
Right.
now. I said decision because they both was dogs. And I ain't, man,
It
look.
was a pure 50-50 fight going into the fight,
Hey,
man. In my
hey,
opinion.
let me. I don't mean to cut you off, man. First and
Go
foremost,
Tim.
shout out to my guy, CamJNetwork. The
That's
only
good,
place where you
brother.
can get the network popping like you do. Shout out to my main man Bean. You know what I'm saying? Part of the dream team and the wooden hat assassin, the kung fu master himself. Ohio runs boxing. Got the good lady, the jab queen up in the building. And you know what? I just want to say one thing, man, to segue it back to Boots, but also with what you were talking about, man. It was a 50-50 fight. And if your boy was right, it could have been Crawford by decision, or he could have won the fight. But the bottom line is that man, that night, it wasn't his night. And I mean, dog was still in him because he got up when he shot it. He probably should have stayed down. He kept getting up. And I mean, shout out to Bud because I don't think Bud really put the gas pedal on him because he
Yeah,
saw he wasn't right. Man, you could tell Bud was like, dog, this. This ain't right. Something ain't right here. But shout out to him. Shout out to Earl. Shout out to you calling it as you see it. I mean, I believe what you said about Bud is the thing that's going on. I mean, not Bud. With Fundora is the thing that's going on right now with Boots. Like, where do you see? Like, if he were to go up, who holds the belts? What companies hold the belts? And what action can he press for? Because honestly, man, I don't see. A lot of people are saying he's ducking Tio. I don't see how you could duck somebody who was in a life and threat, a death match, even though he dominated most of the fight. But it was with Steve Claggett after calling out Boots, after calling out Tank, after calling out Crawford. He goes in the ring with Claggett, and then it's a bad look from the optics, from the optics metrics of it. Then on top of that, he doesn't do so spectacularly against Barbosa, and he's not even holding a belt in which one of the the sanctioning bodies that Boots holds a belt in. He's never fought one fight at that. I'm not even sure if he's sparred anybody at that class. So how is it a duck? How is he ducking him? He gains nothing by fighting him but speculation and ill conjecture about him weight bullying somebody or pulling somebody up if he smashes on him. And if he loses, then it's all bad. So I
Right.
don't see where he gains anything from fighting him.
I don't know, Hill. I don't know about that one, man. I think he gains by accomplishments. He gains a lot because Tio will be the best fighter accomplished that he has faced. It's similar to when Broner went up and fought Marcos Madonna. Guess what? Marcos Madonna got all those accolades. They wasn't talking about him being small and moving up. They didn't care. They said this guy, he beat Broner. He beat the guy that was supposed to be this and that. So I think Tio has earned the right to be able to challenge himself. I think his tactics outside the ring is what drives people crazy. Just the extra racial slurs and him trying to be more of a villain. But I think he's one thing about Tio that we can say. I don't know about y'all, but every time I think he has lost it and he's going to lose a fight, he just wins. I didn't have him beating Josh Taylor.
I didn't either.
I didn't have him because I went by what I seen in a previous fight. I didn't think he was going to beat Loma. He beat Loma. I didn't think actually. I thought Richard Comey had a chance to knock him out. To be honest,
He
and
had him the underdog in those fights that you just named too. That's crazy.
yeah, so he always. I just wouldn't be surprised if he did go up to 147 and he got that fight with Boots. That he will be able to make that fight a more competitive fight. But I just think I actually think he's probably using Boots' name as a smokescreen because Devin fight is more makeable. That's just me
Mhm.
being realistic. I
Right.
think Devin fight being more makeable, so he's trying to distract, the fans from by saying, "Hey, look, Boots is ducking," and I personally don't think you can duck a fighter that's not in the weight class he's never fought. I've been saying this all the way back
Absolutely.
since the Triple G and Andre Ward. So if I'm consistent, I don't change my stance. So when
That's
people go, wait, Triple G did Doug Ward, I'm like, well, when did he fight at 168? You let me know. Now, uh, could he have made the fight? Yeah, he could have made the fight, but he was where he was at. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. But I just never been a fan of guys saying somebody is ducking because the guy is calling them out in a smaller weight class. So I mean, how many weight classes is it? Can it be 135? Can a 135-pounder call out Boots, and if Boots don't accept it, he's ducking? I mean, come on, he could be.
Right. And,
I
and,
mean,
and even the deeper aspect too, not to mean to cut you
yeah,
out,
yeah, no,
bro.
you good.
Like with Tio, like the Devin fight negotiations with that fight, they're saying that they offered him less money for the Devin fight than what he got for Boots, and that's the reason why he's not acceptive of the fight with Devin right now currently. So you see kind of the play a little bit with T.O. He's trying to get the biggest bag as possible with either fight.
I think you punish them by actually, if they don't get those fights and it don't pan out, then you give him a normal name, whatever, and you give him a little 600K purse, and he'll be upset with that. If you want to fight the best, we'll pay you. to fight the best. But it ain't going with all that. So you don't want to fight Devin. You said this, and you ain't getting the boots. So take Mickey Jones that work at Subway for $600K.
Jag
That's
Queen
how we
Boxer,
do it.
what's up? What's up with you, Jag Queen Boxer sis, man? Go ahead and get your input on what's
I
going on
just,
with
I
Boots.
was, I was waiting till these gentlemen were finished. I didn't want to interrupt
Are
anybody.
you all good, sis? You
Come
all
on
good?
on. Come on
The
on.
floor is yours.
I have to say, I kind of disagree with that. We saw Tio go life or death with Gambosa, and Gambosa almost killed him.
Hmm.
Um, his most notable name that I think is on his resume is Lomachenko. Tiafimo didn't even sell out the Hulu theater. So I don't think that saying that he's a good name on Boots' resume when he's not even in Boots' weight class. He's a small 140-pounder to be exact. His power we know didn't carry. I mean, we're talking about Tiafimo, let's be honest, because of his racist antics, not because of anything he does in the ring. Um,
Really?
he had a good performance on May 2nd, but I mean, shit, given that card, it wasn't really hard to do. So I'm not really sure where this notion that Tiafimo is going to be somehow beneficial to Boots's resume comes in. Um, like I said, I mean, he's had a few good wins, some that we didn't think he would win that he won, and then some he was not supposed to lose and did. So, I mean, Tio's resume is really a pancake. You can flip it either way until it's done. You know what I'm
Ooh,
talking about?
that's tough. You coming hard on
I
Tia.
like
But
that.
Ooh.
if we're being honest, I really don't see what he does for Boots' career whatsoever. You know what I mean? And I get it. We all want his ass whooped, but I just feel like we can't crucify Boots for doing exactly what he said he wanted to do, which is unify. And if he can't get unification, he's going to move up to 154. We say about Tank, all he cares about is money. You know, he needs to unify. Then we got a guy that wants to unify, and we crucifying him for that. So I just don't understand where we really sit. Going back, I don't know if that was you Beam or if that was Ohio Runs Boxing, but one of you gentlemen said that Tank and Shakur need to get on the phone with one another.
Yeah, I
I
said that.
find that extremely interesting because nobody ever, I've never heard anybody say that when it comes to Canelo Alvarez. And he too is the face of boxing. It's only because Gervonta is an African American man that he somehow has to get on the phone with all these B sides and make a fight like he's the welfare office for your check in. That's not how this works. He's an A side. They both have teams. Utilize the people that you pay to make fights for you. No one says to Canelo, we got to negotiate. Whatever Canelo tells you getting, guess what? That's what you're getting. You don't argue with the Chucky doll. You want to know why? Because he's considered one of the faces of boxing. So I just don't understand when it comes to Gervonta Tank Davis, why all of a sudden there's this let's make a deal, Will of Jeopardy shit going on. It's
All
not
right.
fair. And I just want to point out the hypocrisy that nobody does this to Canelo. No one disrespects him like this.
I'm gonna say this on that behalf. When it came to Tank, and I said him talking on the phone, I made the contrast where Al Heyman, his promoter, has put all his fighters in big fights. He has a reputation in putting all his fighters in big mega fights against other elite champions. We have yet to see that with Tank Davis. That is what I was saying. And if he wants to make that fight, I think he has to look at his promoter or his advisor and tell him it was Earl Spence that I said earlier who looked at Al Heyman and said, I am making the fight with Terrence Crawford when Al Heyman did not want to work with Terrence Crawford no more because of the antics during the negotiation. I sided with PBC when I was rooting for Terrence Crawford. I understood the antics. Even when it came down to a damn quarter being flipped, that let you know what was all being discussed in this goddamn negotiation. Excuse my language. But when it comes to back to Tio, you said his name doesn't carry as much weight. Well,
Somebody
that's
needs
kind
to
of
mute.
similar
I
to,
can't hear him. Somebody needs to mute.
but that's kind of similar to Terrence Crawford going through his resume, and everybody kept saying his biggest win was Gamboa. and until he fought Terrence Crawford. But they talked about his biggest win being Gamboa, a smaller guy at that time, but Terrence was still going on accomplishing many things. I think the win with Loma. I think the win with Josh Taylor. He beat a former undisputed champion who was lineal. We cannot downplay that. That's why I respect accomplishments. I'm real big on accomplishments, and I don't downplay them because I don't like a fighter. I don't think he's this. I think he that. He has accomplished. He beat. But I just named three former world champions because Comey is a world champion too. And shoot, yeah, you got a couple of them. But the thing is, I'm still on agreeing with Boots. I think Boots going to 154 is good, but I still think that will be the biggest name on his resume. We cannot disagree with that man accomplished. Just like we feel like Mikey was the became big on Earl's name, the most accomplished at that time when he went up in weight class and fought him. So it's about accomplishments at the end of the day too. So I think that would have been the best fight for him. But if you do want to go to 154, that's good. It's not a duck. So I'm definitely on record saying he's not ducking Tio. Tio is just probably using his name for clout.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that about all of his accomplishments. I just don't think he's as big of a draw as people really think he is. His name, like I said, is only ringing because of the things that he's doing outside of the ring, not
I
so
got
much
you.
inside of the ring. So that's pretty much where I was coming from
I
on
got
that
you.
part.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean, and then I did hear you say that. Okay, so it was you that did say that, and I'm in agreement that I wouldn't have given Earl half of the shit. I mean, Terrence half of the shit that he asked for to make that fight. I wanted to bring up the parallel how people just talk about Gervonta Tank Davis and Canelo in different lights when they're both the A side. There is no getting on the phone with Canelo. His team, you reach out to his team. This is what he pays these people for. As far as a big fight, some of us are in agreement, some of us are not. I don't think it's going to be as exciting as people think it will be. I think that it may end up being like a Mayweather and Pacquiao type of fight or something like that. We wanted it for so long, and then when we finally got it, it's like, whatever, we getting it. The same when you the same when Jay Bird is like, oh, I forgot all about that fight. Oh, all right, whatever. I agree. They need to fight. They all need to. I don't think this needs to be just a tank,
Absolutely.
tank, 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 tank. I think all the champions should fight. And I think that if Loma comes out of the witness protection program, he should get his ass in there with Maritala and let's get the shit shaking.
For real, that 135 division got to heat up for sure. If you ain't fighting, you about to retire, get out the way. Go ahead and relinquish the title and let Mary Tyler let him defend it, and we move forward in the 135-pound division. But one thing I do wanted to know though with Tank is like I feel like with PBC, I feel like they treated like a fight with Shakur, they treated him in the same sense as Lamont, where they're just looking at him as, you're a real B-side guy, and if you want to fight, come over and take the one fight deal, take the risk. If you don't, then so be it. We move forward with the next guy. And
But
I
that's
did hear that Tank was trying. Tank. They are. Keyshawn definitely was in. On one of the. He was definitely on one of the top rank cards, talking to some of the broadcasters and saying that, Tank, and PDC reached out to him. So we already do know that, Tank definitely has reached out to some of these guys in correlation and fighting. But some of these guys hasn't, stepped up to the plate. Even though we know how top ranked, they're going to build their fighters. They look at, Keyshawn as one of the top guys that they're promoting on their stable, way ahead of Teofimo Lopez right now. Because you see what top rank doing to Teofimo Lopez, they're letting Turkey Al Sheik deal with him. They're like, yo, y'all can go ahead and fund his fights. We'll just take our promotional cut off the top of Teofimo Lopez and move forward from there. And right now, you see with Teofimo Lopez, he's stuck in a rock and a hard place because right now, Boots, he declined on fighting you, which I feel like, in my opinion, with Boots, I feel like he should. I feel like he should have fought Tio, in my opinion, because I felt like just I, I kind of feel like I was listening to what Knockout Boxing 86 TV said the other day, talking about how it would do for him for us just the community and just promote and boost his brands by putting Tiafimo on his resume. And I kind of resonate with that. Like I feel like if Boost would have fought Tio and dust him off and pack him up and everything, I mean, like it would have been better for him. He would have gained a great fan base, presence.
Absolutely.
And on top of that, like you got both of the other 147-pound champions. They're fighting other guys. I mean, you stay active. You fight, To. You get a good bag. You get the recognition for beating his ass. And you know what I'm saying? And you settle the score for a lot of the black community because a lot of the black community want to see Teofimo get his ass whooped right now.
Uh,
You know what I mean? So like it was a win-win from all situations in my opinion for real, you know what I mean? But I understand as far as Boots, he's a stand-up guy. He's standing on business where he wants to unify as much as possible. But it look I gotta put a little situation with Eddie Hearn a little bit with him, like, you know, where is it at with you? Like, what you doing? Like you got to make these fights happen. If Boots wants it, you got to be the guy to try to make these fights happen for him with Norman and and Barrio. So where his hand playing the situation for us Boots as well too.
Can I drop my 2 cents real quick? Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead, too, sis. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead, sis.
What up, panel? What up, Jab Queen? What up, Thomas Hill? How you run boxing and bean? I want to get my 2 cents real quick
Absolutely.
about the TO thing, right?
Go
And
ahead.
before I try to explain about this TO thing and racism and what it is and all of this other stuff, right? So this is what I want to say about it now. First, I don't understand how the same people that was crying, I got an echo somewhere, but the same people that was crying about Boots Ennis not going up to 54 to fight Virgil Ortiz is the same people that's crying about Boots not fighting a 140-pounder. I thought he was weight bullying. I thought he need to move up. He too big for 147. So what would be the point of him fighting Teofimo Lopez? Like, let's be for real. What fight did people see that made you think, damn, I want to see Tio in there with Boots? Which fight was that made y'all think that? Tio
I
has
can say
not looked
none.
good. Tio has not looked good since he fought Loma. Let's be for real. I mean, he beat Josh Taylor, but let's be honest, Josh Taylor been needed to get to lead a weight class. He's been at that weight class entirely way too long, if we're honest. The second thing I want to say, Teofimo Lopez been race baiting, saying the N-word and doing all this other stuff for how long? And why has he been doing that? He told y'all why he doing that, for promotion. He trying to get a big fight. He trying to do this. He trying to do that. Why would you want him to be rewarded with all the bullshit he been doing with a big fight with Boots Ennis? Y'all think y'all like, oh, I want him to beat Boots' ass and this and that, but that's not how you take care of a racist. People was upset because they didn't strip him and take his belt. So what do we do next as a community? It's not on Boots to take care of a problem that the whole community having. Let the whole community come together and not support T.O. Don't pay to watch him fight no big black fighter. Let him go get his ass whooped by another Mexican fighter. Like, I don't understand that. Y'all don't understand that T.O. got y'all in a trick bag. Now y'all mad at Boots because he don't want to fight T.O. It doesn't make sense. And T.O. is too small for Boots. Boots is faster. He's more athletic. He hits harder. What the hell is T.O. going to get in the ring and do with Boots Ennis? Like, let's be for real. And people were saying Stanionis the biggest name. Stanionis going to be his biggest win. He beat the shit out of Stanionis, and now what everybody's saying. Oh, T.O. going to be the biggest name. T.O. going to be his biggest win. And it's just going to go on and on and on and on. The man has told y'all what his goals were and what it is that he wanted to do. But for some reason, the fans like to come out and go against what these boxers are telling you that they want and what their goals are, and then try to criticize them about it. Is T.O. worth a weight cut for Jerron Boots Ennis? Should he waste a weight cut fighting T.O.? How do y'all know that he gonna get all this big money? Why are we trusting what the hell Turkey's even talking about? Turkey came out and said he about to run a tournament. He said he about to do a Crawford fight. He giving you a venue, a date. He's selling fake tickets online. They don't be being honest. We don't know if Boots already got something lined up and they just out here trying to start another smear campaign because they've done it before with the Virgil Ortiz thing. That fight wasn't never made for real or no shit like that. It was just some shit that Turkey was talking about. And then he likes to come out and persuade the public's opinion to go against a fighter to try to force him to make him do the things that he want to do. So I think all of these things need to be taken into consideration before we start trying to criticize Boots for not taking the T.O. fight.
She cooking. I'm gonna say this though.
Mic drop.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. I think you addressing the hypocrisy in certain fans. That's the reason why I have criteria, because once you have boxing criteria, you don't go every other way. You don't just waver here or waver there. You got strictly criteria of what you see and what you like in a fighter, or what a fighter is supposed to do or what he's not supposed to do. Me personally, I already said on the panel, I do not criticize a fighter who's in another weight class, but a lot of our black people years ago was criticizing Triple G because they didn't like him, for one. And they were saying he was ducking Andre Ward. I stayed consistent in my stance. He cannot duck Andre Ward if he's never fought in that weight class. Now, that's just my criteria, so I don't waver off my emotions. Like you just pointed out, a lot of these guys do who don't like Boots. Now, I won't say that Tio doesn't deserve a fight with Boots when Boots just unified. Here's the question I put on the panel. A lot of us. Who's accomplished more, Tio or Boots?
That don't matter though. They're
Hold
not
on.
even. They're not in the same.
I'm asking you
Tio
a
has
question.
accomplished
I'm
more.
asking you a
Tio.
question.
Tio has
It's not an
accomplished.
emotional question. It's just
Tio,
okay.
no, we're
Tio
not
has
gonna throw the
accomplished more.
emotional stuff out there because ain't nothing I said was
Okay,
emotional.
so
Tio,
I'm just
Tio
saying
has
it's just a
accomplished more because he's
oh
had the opportunity to.
no, it doesn't matter. It was just a yes or no answer. Tio accomplished more. So to say
Yes,
that Boots doesn't need a guy who accomplished more is pretty much insane to me.
In a different weight
in
class,
a
though?
No,
different
no,
weight
no, no. Hold
class,
on,
bro. That
hold
shit don't
on, hold
matter.
on, hold on, because we got to stay consistent. This is what I'm talking about. Criteria. It's consistency. Because when we talking about Canelo Crawford going up 2 weight classes, everybody changing the venue, changing
No,
their minds. It's like,
no,
well,
they
it's
not.
Crawford going.
I
Hold on,
think
it's
it's
Crawford.
stupid.
I
We
think
gotta
the
be.
same way. I
We
feel the
gotta
same
be.
way.
We gotta. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that you were standing on that. But I'm saying people change their criteria when it has to be consistent. There are certain people who don't like people jumping up in weight classes, period, without a tune-up. Like you're not preparing yourself, you just jumping up and you just taking the
Right,
fight. So there's
right.
other people that have their different breakdowns. So
I'm
me
one of them
personally,
people because
I am one of those
I can say
people.
on
I didn't
record for
like the
myself.
classes
I
either.
can say for myself, like when I know a lot of people was giving Floyd flack when he said Bud Crawford should fight David Benavidez and they fight for the chance to fight Canelo. I was one of them people who was like, hey, I agree with Floyd a
hmm
little bit. If Bud want to fight no Canelo, he should fight David Benavidez. You know what I mean? And see who get that chance. But we already know the whole stance for as far as Canelo. He don't want no parts of David Benavidez. Outpricing himself, 200 plus
absolutely.
million, etc., and all of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
in Ohio,
So,
I'm one
but
of those.
this is the thing. This is the breakdown though. Not to cut you off, Jack Queen, Ohio boxing. Like I don't. So in a way, deserve a fight with Boots Ennis because he got accomplishments. Like that shit don't make
no,
sense. Your
no.
accomplishments don't.
It's more. No. I'm saying, hold on. It's more realistic for to go to 140 to 147. That's realistic. We have seen that. That's all I'm saying. We talking about realistic fights that can be made. Now I've already been on the record, and I'm gonna let you come right back in because I don't want to take up too much. I've already been on record saying I think T.O. was just using Boots' name because he was avoiding Devin. I want to make sure I'm
Agreed.
saying that. I
Agreed.
want to make sure I'm
Agreed.
saying that. So
Agreed.
sometimes they throw smoke screens that I pay attention to deeply. I don't get too caught up in all that BS. I pay attention to it. So I think that's what Tio is doing. Like Tio, fight Devin, bro. Like just fight Devin. Don't sit here and try to make because a lot of casuals catch on to what he says. So, oh man, he ducking, Boots is ducking, and I ain't thinking no Boots ducking. So that's just where I'm sitting on. But you can go back on. Y'all can definitely say
Yeah,
something.
and we agree on that.
Hold
We
on,
don't disagree,
hold
but
on,
I'm just
hold on, Tucson.
speaking.
Let me
Let me,
respond to that because I personally don't either, and I kind of just want to remind everybody that Teofimo in the last year, maybe or two, has called out Devin Haney. He has gotten into it with Keyshawn Davis, also
Mm-hmm.
Terrence Crawford, and now the latest is Boots Ennis. So I'm just
Mm-hmm.
not sure why we put in any stock behind anything that this boy is saying or doing. And he also stated that he has been fired. So who is going to promote this fight? Who's going to pay for it?
let me respond to because this is the thing I want to say. If he fight, I'm not saying he don't deserve to fight. He don't need to. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if they make the fight, cool. But if they don't, we don't need to criticize Boots. We should be criticizing Tio for not fucking taking the Devin fight. Now, let's
Yep.
say Boots had dominated Matias, Boots had dominated Frank Martin. I mean, not Boots, T.O. had dominated Matias, T.O. dominated Frank Martin. Let's say he dominated 2 or 3 of the top names at 140. Then I'll be like, oh, okay, cool. Let's see him in there with Boots. But this nigga getting touched up by Claggett. He getting ran around the ring by Jermaine Ortiz. He ain't done nothing for people to be criticizing Boots and quote unquote saying he ducked the fight with him. That shit don't make sense.
And he got put on his pamper by Sandor Martin. Hey, I'm gonna say this. Like you said, before he done made call outs and he gonna pull a rabbit out the ass and it's gonna be a Steve Clabbett type fight. Like I think the only fight he really truly can make that they would be willing to make is the Devin fight. And I think that's the fight that he probably don't want to fight because he don't want to lose to somebody that looked bad on an outing and then didn't have such a stellar return. But it's also a fight that he could take because it's a fight he believes he possibly can win. He don't believe he can beat no damn Boots. Like y'all been saying, that's just to throw smoke screen. And unfortunately, that's what it is. I mean, Boots ain't done nothing to nobody to deserve the hate that he gets, but he does get it. And the only thing that I can put my finger to is the fact that he had at one point in time had affiliation to a PBC outlet or subsidiary in Showtime Boxing. That's about it. Because everything else, I mean, he go in the ring, he handled his business, he don't talk junk, he ain't did nothing. All he asked for was to fight Crawford or Spence, and that was it. That's all he's ever done. And then to unify and possibly become undisputed. And these people ain't fighting him. It's not a step forward by going down to bringing somebody who ain't even fought one fight at his division and don't have a belt that he's holding on a call out, on a fake call out, who's been pump faking call outs for the longest. I repeat, he called out Tank, he called out Boots, he called out Crawford, he fought Steve Claggett. And Steve Claggett wasn't even in the top 15 when all of a sudden, you know, he's making this announcement, he gets put inside the top 10. I don't think. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad, bro.
You go ahead, cook.
All right, so like, I know people had their certain feelings about it. It's kind of crazy how Bud would be going up, you know, basically 3 weight classes because he only fought at 154 once. But so is him doing this trying to fight Canelo? Is that him actually providing greatness in your eyes, or is it just ignorance?
It's a money grab to me.
Okay, I can feel that.
I would say greatness and grab a cash grab. I think he just, you know, it's a cash grab for me. I think he does have the tool set to be able to pull some off. But if Crawford wins, here's the domino effect no one talks about. Everybody gonna start jumping multiple weight classes now, thinking they can do that. They already jumping weight classes. I mean, we missed Kell Brook versus Earl without Kell Brook jumping up fighting Triple G. If he would have fought Earl without jumping up to fight Triple G, how much more fun would that fight look like if he didn't come?
Man, that was a good ass fight, bro. What you talking about?
No. You're not listening to me. It was a great fight, but how much fun would it look like? Because what we did, this is what a lot of us do in boxing. We already just criticized T.O. You just criticized T.O. by saying what Josh Taylor wasn't being at a weight class too long, right? So he didn't get too much. He didn't get full credit. I'm talking about if Kell Brook didn't fight Triple G, how would that fight look? Because a lot of people was criticizing that win by saying, well, you fought a broken Kell Brook who went up in weight 2 weight classes to fight Triple G. So I think if Terrence Crawford win this fight, it gives a lot of people false hope that if he can do it, I should be able to do it. And we really don't have that many fights in history where guys are jumping up multiple weight classes and winning fights. I think it's a money grab. I think he does have the ability that he can pull it off, but I don't like what it will probably represent if he does pull it off. It's just the after effect. That's what I'm talking about, because these guys should just be fighting in their weight class. We don't even have title defenses as much no more because cats dropping belts, going up here, I'm coming back down. I'm going, like, really? So that's what I'm talking about.
They doing it for money, but I mean, it's plenty of fights T.O. could be making at 140 for real. Like, it's just It just don't make sense. It don't. If they make the fight, cool. But if they don't make the fight, my issue is not if they make the fight. If they don't make the fight, if he deserved to fight, it's the criticism that Boots get continuously for not fighting people outside of his weight class.
And then there is also this. When he left 35 to go 240, he said that he wanted to do what he did in 35, and that was to quote unquote become undisputed. As Two Cents just said, there are plenty of fights that he can make at 40 to aid in that cause of being undisputed. And he's not trying to at all make these fights. Why is
See,
that?
it's people that really think Terrence Crawford got a shot against Canelo. I mean, and rightfully so, right? He's done things to for people to have that belief in him that he can go up and beat Canelo. T.O. ain't done nothing for me to think he finna go up and beat anybody, let alone Jerron Boots Ennis. He hasn't looked.
Let me ask
He's
you a
been.
quick question. Did you think Mikey Garcia had enough to go up to beat Earl?
No, I did not.
The fight got made though, didn't it?
It did get made, and Mikey Garcia got the career beat out of him.
Yeah, he went 12 rounds and got beaten. Yeah, he did. But I think Mikey Garcia, the closer that fight got, the more people start saying, "Ooh, this fight is interesting. Oh, it's gonna be, I don't know."
And I don't know
how people
why.
get.
And I could not understand why. What are these people talking about?
I think the main reason that happens is because people shove it down our throats. Just like with songs on the radio that you can't stand when you first hear, and then you give it a week or two, you done heard it so many times, you're humming it or you're singing it and you can't stand it. It's almost like they're trying to program it into our brain.
No, that's
That's what
bad.
they do.
No, you
But
said
There's that, and then there's the dynamic too. That dynamic is in play. Latin fighter versus a black fighter. That also makes it interesting.
let me say
Then
this too. Let me say this, and that's another thing too. When we talk about Tio going up and fighting Boots, why not? Why can't our black fighters have the advantage and take on it? Because it seems like we make the sacrifice doing it all the time, especially when it comes to being mandatories. Sean Porter, Terrence Crawford, mandatory. We fight. Jermell Charlo versus Lubin. 154 mandatory. We fight. The moment it's another race, I hate going here, but they get the maneuver. Lomachenko versus Devin Haney. Here's the franchise. Canelo versus Charlo. Franchise. Canelo, I can go on and on. Triple G being
those are people
mandatory.
in the same weight class.
Yeah, but I'm talking about just the maneuvering. We couldn't get Triple G to go up to fight Andre Ward. So I'm saying, like, we couldn't get other races to dare to be great. Let's see if Tio is daring to be great. Come to fight at 147 with Boots. Let us have an advantage for once. I'm looking at it from that perspective. Like, come
But
on, bring your butt on up
And
here.
I hear you, but that's
Bring your
not
butt
really
on
an
up here.
advantage. They're not going to really give him credit for that. Say they go in there and Boots beats the dog shit out of Tiafimo, which I suspect that he will, right? He's
Mm-hmm.
not going to get no credit for that. Oh, I mean, well, he came up from a different weight class. I mean, Boots Ennis. I mean, you already know the conversation.
But hold on, as black, we talking about as black fans, and I'm gonna tell y'all this is what goes on in the politician game, when the politician boxing game.
and I got their
When Earl,
bathroom.
when Manny Pacquiao fought Broner, everybody was talking about how easy this fight was gonna be for Manny, how he wasn't nothing, how Broner wasn't this, Broner is a bum. Okay, he got all that right. After the fight, I'm gonna show you exactly what they did. They raised Broner up. What do I mean by that? Manny Pacquiao just beat a 4 division champion. Manny just beat a 4 division young champion. Has Floyd ever done that? See, they use the statistics to boost their fighters up. This is why I'm so big on accolades, because I see how they do it. So we should do the same exact thing when Boots beat Tio. Tio is a 2-time lineal. He's been unified. You use all those statistics and you boost it up. I don't care what nobody feel, because what you're doing is speaking boxing facts, and we're gonna raise our fighter who we behind up to the ceiling because we're using statistics. This is one of the things Floyd Mayweather learned. That's why he was the first one who brought out, I beat 22 former world champions. No one was ever counting how many former world champions anybody beat until Floyd mentioned it. You use the statistics to boost them up. I don't care if they don't give them credit. We beat a 2-time lineal unified champion. That's what we gonna raise up.
I'm still confused on when he became lineal.
He got the Ring magazine. You beat the man that was the man was Josh Taylor.
Oh, okay. And Josh Taylor had the okay.
Mm-hmm. And Lomachenko had the I think he had the Ring magazine too, or I think he had the Ring magazine. But that's all I was talking about. It's just the statistic game that they run. Soon as Manny win, the Philippines lift him up. He beat a black 4-division young champion, the youngest. You see where I'm getting at? They do this all the time. They raise their fighters up. And Floyd knew how to play this game. That's why Floyd was like, yeah, I beat 22. I'm in TBE. I beat 22. Y'all go look and see how many of these fighters beat him. And everybody started counting them. Muhammad Ali, how many he beat? How many he beat? No one ever was counting former world champions until Floyd showed us that this is what they do. And now that I got the ball in my court. I beat 22. Do the math. They couldn't touch Floyd with that. It's all about the politics game, but it's statistics as well. They will use these to boost them up, and that's the sell pitch I would use when it comes to boosts. I don't think Teal is gonna go win that fight. Bring your little ass up here if you want to. We're gonna take everything you accomplish.
They just gonna move the goalpost when T.O. beat the career. I mean, when Boots beat the career out of T.O.
I'm with you, but here's my thing. So be it. We're gonna destroy him, and we ain't gotta hear about him no more. But again, he doing these little tactics. I don't think he's really, truthfully, wanting that fight. I think he's maneuvering around the Devin fight because that's more easy to make.
I think he's gonna fight Devin, and I don't know if him and Devin both could be bullshitting because it shouldn't be that hard to make a fight with Devin and T.O. And I don't know why T.O. would be ducking Devin still. Like that kind of don't make sense to me.
Facts. No, I'm with you on that. Facts. I don't know why he would even. This is a winnable fight for Teal still, but I still think I would edge that. Matter of fact, that's a good call. I don't even know who I would edge in that fight. I never even thought about it until like who would I favor?
Well, it depends on which Devin is coming.
I think Devin gonna beat. Let me tell you why I think. I think because what's the name was in Jermaine Ortiz's corner, Bill, when he fought T.O. And I thought then Bill just trying out whatever strategy he about to use to fight T.O. He just trying it out on Jermaine Ortiz. So you seen what Jermaine Ortiz was doing in there when he was fighting T.O. Devin about to go in there and do the same thing. And what T.O. gonna do?
But he would have to throw punches, though. He would have to throw punches.
The thing is, Jermaine Ortiz is not Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? We don't know his punch resistance. We all know that T.O. fights to the level of his competition. Granted, his power didn't travel up with him. I just don't know if Devin can pull this off for me. I mean, I just don't know. I just don't have the utmost faith in him. And it could be because of his last couple of performances. I'm just not confident that Devin pulls that out.
I think he definitely has the ability to beat T.O. Likewise, I think T.O. has the ability to beat him. It depends on which Devin comes into the ring. I think if the Devin that actually fought Regis shows up, oh yeah, he definitely can beat T.O. But if the Devin that showed up against Ramirez shows up, yeah, it's not going to be no decision for him.
Because T.O., they gave T.O. that Ramirez fight for real.
I agree. They gave him the Sandor Morton fight too, as well. You know, I thought he thoroughly beat Steve Claggett, but I thought Claggett hit him so much that, you know, he got to be careful on who he do get in that ring with, because, you know, it can get bad real quick. And I think that's why this fight with Devin can happen, because I don't believe he thinks Devin can hurt him. But at the same time, Devin can box circles around his ass. So depends on which Devin gets into the ring. But I know, like you guys have all stated, this is just smoke and mirrors. This is distraction. And this is just to get my name circulating and buzzing. And that's what it is for him. Now, for Boots in particular, If he want to go and get a stay busy fight, I'm cool with it, man. I know he's gonna get ran through the mud, raked through the mud for doing it, but so be it. He's just gonna beat some ass in the process. That being the case, I think Boots his best fights are ahead of him because I don't believe any of them want to fight him. And if they do give him the Barrios fight, provided Barrios does beat Manny Pacquiao, then that means that not too far as soon after he's gonna be hit with an offer for PBC because as he scales up, I don't believe that where he's at holds any belts of merit that is. So pretty soon he's gonna have to go because he wants belts. He's gonna have to go where the belts are, and I know as he scales up, the belts are more so on the PBC side.
I
Kim,
think
you are
Boots
absolutely
focused on
right.
I think Boots focused on the wrong thing, man. Like for real, I say fuck them belts. Canelo's about to retire. There's an opening about to be for a new superstar, a pay-per-view superstar that needs to come up and rise up in boxing. I think Boots is primed to do it. He has a very dominating, entertaining fighting style. People want to watch him. People clamoring to see him. People like talking about him, loving or hate him. I definitely think that to me, that's what he should be focused on because there's too many games with the belts. It's too many games being played. People want to hold on to them. People want to wait you out. People want to do this. People want to criticize you for not fighting TO. Focus on becoming a star. Like you have
I got a
everything.
question for y'all though. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you out, sis. But my thing, I seen Ryan the other day. He definitely, what I'm saying, was on Twitter and he said, what's up, Bill? Like, we want the rematch and everything. And then, T.O. obviously ain't in position for this fight with Devin right now. Basically, is declining the fight with Devin right now with that catch weight. My thing is, why isn't the Haney's pushing for the fight Ryan as much as Ryan is right now? Of
They
course,
don't
Oscar
want
De
it.
La Hoya.
The same reason he
Yeah.
had him number 10 on that damn list. They don't want no more
They don't
smoke.
have no intentions on fighting Ryan
And
Garcia, in
that's
my
what I said.
opinion.
They know for a fact that it had nothing to do with no damn Oscarine. Ryan beat Devin 3 times in the amateurs. This was before he got his man strength, okay? So he knows damn well that his son is not ready for no Ryan. Why would you be training for Ryan Garcia when you're facing Jose Ramirez? Get the boy off your brain. I believe that he has no intentions of ever going anywhere near Ryan Garcia ever again.
I think if they can catch Ryan at a time like Ryan slipping or Ryan, just catch him at a time when he's slipping.
But this would be a
Maybe
good
they'll
time to
fight
see
him.
him look good, right? You would think.
No, that could be due to a plethora of different reasons. Because you would think, why wouldn't you be jumping on it if that's the case? Why wouldn't you be
That's what
jumping on the
I'm saying.
rematch? Like, why is this even a discussion? We knew that once y'all got done fighting, the rematch was next, regardless of what happened. So what's the drama?
I don't understand why it was contingent on them fighting these two fights anyway. You made that whole commercial in Mexico, spending millions of dollars on a commercial for a fight that now you're not even going to put on. Like this is a prime example of Turkey not knowing what the hell he's doing.
I,
I,
I'm
I
gonna say I'm gonna say this though. I think sometimes when you think of when we look ahead, and I think boxing has repeated itself in history a lot with that, where you looking at the fight ahead. I think we was just talking about that earlier, Cam, when we had Deontay Wilder versus Joshua Parker and
Yeah.
AJ fighting an easy fight, but they were supposed to
Same
win.
type of situation.
They were
Bad
supposed to
matchmaking.
win and build that fight up, and Brian and like I said, these guys
Rolly was
fought.
never a tune-up though, and I
No,
don't know
no,
why people
Right.
thought that.
no. Hold on. A lot of people had Ryan beating Rolly. Let's stop acting like we. A
But
lot of people didn't
because they
have.
don't know what they talking about.
I mean, I get it, but Rolly was when we look at Rolly coming up and the fights that he had, where the old guy was beating up on him and the referee saved him. Rolly had a couple questionable wins as himself. He look how he won the world title, and then he coming off a knockout against Pitbull. We come on now, it's not like it's far fetched,
That's
but
just because
Rolly is the
those
three division champion, bro, and
no,
him
huh?
and Ryan were very
No, he's
familiar with
not.
each other. Yes, he is.
Rolly. I'm telling you, Rolly is not a three division champion. I promise you. He
Yes,
only
he is.
won. He only won one title by the old man. They stopped. That was beaten. That was the only time he won that world title. He's never won no belt. If you talking about, he might have got a regular or so, not even a regular, but yeah, he probably got a regular. But I
Bro,
don't think he won that.
okay, Rolly has won 3 different belts in 3 different divisions. Is that better?
Huh? Is anybody on the panel hearing this? y'all, Rolly ain't fighting no three over division. He fought at
Yes,
47
he
and 40,
did. He fought.
30.
He did. He had the WBA, the interim, the what is the super
Oh, it
lightweight.
was at least two. Went at 140 and now at
He had
147.
the interim of the WBA. Then he had the super light, and now he has the welterweight. That's three, bro.
The belt he just won in the ring, that's the actual belt. That was a real
Yes,
championship belt.
yes, it's the
It's
WBA
a,
Yeah,
what you mean that
welterweight.
was an actual
yeah,
belt?
they
It was a
sanctioned.
WBA regular belt.
They sanctioned
No,
that for
it's
the
the. I'm
belt.
talking about the interim, the super between the. I ain't counting those. I'm talking
No,
about the real
we
actual
count
belt.
them.
Yeah,
We
no,
count them.
you gotta count those. What you
Okay,
mean?
let me slow down. Let me slow y'all
So
down
so Manny
because
Pacquiao not an
hold
A
on. Let me
division
slow y'all
champion
down.
then,
Hold
because he
on.
got some regular belts
Let me
too.
slow y'all down because I like using these. I like using these logics. If what y'all saying is I can buy fake Jordans, and if I can get away with wearing fake Jordans, why buy the real ones? Because you
No,
praising me for my
That
fake
has
Jordans.
nothing. What?
bro, you
Is that what you're
tripping, bro.
saying?
That's a false equivalence, bro.
Really?
Yes.
So the interim and the super should be the same exact belt.
He didn't get an interim. He got a regular.
If it's it's not the super. It's not the main title.
It's a title, bro. It don't matter.
No, but that's my point. It's an
So
interim.
let
You
me ask
call
you a
them the.
question. How
And
many
hold
regular
on, I'm gonna
titles
ask
does
you a
Manny
question.
Pacquiao have?
That's going to be question because I stay consistent. Interims are not actual champions. That's no different. That's
It's
like
not an interim.
it's okay. A regular is not the actual champion.
Well, he has the super, baby. He has.
There you go. That's where I'm getting with. Don't. This is the problem with boxing because we start crowning these guys when they make up their own damn belts.
They
We
didn't
didn't make
make
it
it
up.
up.
The WA made it up.
No, my point. Oh, I'm losing y'all. I'm saying when they start adding to these belts that's in the one sanctioned body, interim, regular, super, it's too many of them. Who's the real champion at 147? Who's the real
He's
champion
a
at 147?
champion with a regular belt. Like, I don't know why y'all gotta jump through hoops to do this,
No,
bro.
I'm not.
If it's a
I'm.
listen, this is my logic, okay? I hear what you're saying and I get it. I've
I
heard it
hope you
before.
do. I hope you do.
If you're fighting for to me, if you're fighting for a belt, I mean the person who has the belt is clearly one of the best people in this division theoretically because they have a belt. So if I beat that person for the belt, I am now whatever this belt represents, I'm that champion. I've done that in 3 different weight classes. We can jump through hoops and regular, super, astronomical, whatever the fuck you want to name these belts. But the
And
point
I'm the type.
is, he's
Cool.
won a belt in 3 different
And
divisions.
I'm the type of person who sit there and tell people Manny is not an 8 division champion. I am the person who tells people Triple G did not have a 22 title defense and
But
tried to
that's
break.
not the census,
Hold
though. That's
on,
not that's
hold
not the
on,
sentiment.
hold on. I am the person who tell people this because they use any type of belt to promote what they're trying to promote. Bernard backed me doing this because I remember saying this when they were talking about Triple G is about to break Bernard Hopkins' record when he first fought Canelo, which was a lie. And you have to be careful with that because they take the narrative and run with it the way they want to run with it. I get what you're saying, but what you are actually doing, if I'm a WBC and I create a new belt, guess who gonna be promoting it for me? 2 Cents. You gonna be promoting it for me. So guess what? I ain't gotta say too much because once you start pushing it and say he is the champion, he is this, he is that. I ain't gotta say too much. Y'all gonna push the narrative for me because
But
I
let me
just
ask you a
created a
question.
new one.
Was the WBA regular belt first or the super?
It was actually they moved it to the super. It was the regular. They actually made it the super to separate the two because it was confusing. It's no
Okay.
different. So because it was confusion, everybody
So it's
got that
not a
black
new
belt.
belt then they just made up. It was already there. So the super is the new belt they made up.
Yeah, the super became the super because it became because they had to separate the two. The more money, it's all about money. How do we get more belts and create more revenue for ourselves? Well, let's make another champion. This is something
We
Floyd
But,
Mayweather
but
has
I,
spoke
I I hear
about.
what you're saying. But if the WBA regular belt was there first, how are we discrediting it? Just taking credit
because
away from it.
because you can't call this is a great question. You can't call Boots undisputed if he win all 4 belts because guess what? Broly is the champion. So he shouldn't go in the record books as undisputed if he beat Stanionis. Stanionis didn't have the real belt. If that's what we're saying. That's the confusion. That's why, here's the thing. This is why Tio was going around parading saying he was undisputed. Where's the men that y'all don't remember this? Tio was going around parading saying he was
Yeah, I remember.
undisputed when
Yeah,
he
well,
only
for
had 3
sure.
belts. But why was he
Yeah.
saying he was undisputed? Because of the franchise title. Oh, I got the franchise. They were trying to turn the franchise title when the rules said a franchise title wasn't even a belt, but they tried to change that.
Yeah,
And
but we're not trying to change anything. You are, because the WBA regular belt was the original belt, and then they came out with the super. But
but
now you're trying to say that a regular belt don't count because they making up belts when the belt that they really made up is the super belt. So according to
okay,
your
so there
logic,
we
the
go. So
super belt should be the one that don't count,
you
not the
missing my
regular
point.
one.
You clearly missing the point that I am making. Okay, if you sit there, let me ask you a question too, saying we end it right here. Who's the champion at 147?
No. I understand what you're saying. I'm just
That's
saying if we
it.
use your logic, then that should be how it's going. If we
Yeah,
using your logic.
yeah, but I got a problem with them because we shouldn't even be having discussions about this. We should know who the champion is. The matter of when he got the belt. We shouldn't call. This is the same thing Sean Porter and Kenny Porter was going to do with Al Heyman, because before they fought Terrence Crawford, they was in negotiations with fighting with Jamal James for the WBA regular, and that was on the table. You fight Jamal for the WBA regular, and we're gonna boost you up as saying you a 3-time champion, and that's the politic game of it. But was he really gonna be the champion beating Jamal James? Absolutely. I'm a realist, and I'm from Ohio. No. But y'all can throw that up there. I stay consistent. Yeah, he's a WBA regular champion. Yeah, cool. But I must keep them separated because that's where the confusion come in. So
I
that's
hear
all I'm
what you
saying.
I hear what you're saying, and I know what you mean, because that's the belt of merit right now as we speak in this climate. But WBA, I remember Muhammad Ali was a super. He wasn't a super champion. He was the champion of merit that they had back in the days, the one that tracks all the way back to its origin. And she's saying that's more of a designation that they use so that they would get out of having mandatories that they could quote unquote make super fights or big time fights, but they haven't been using it that way. They've been
It,
using it as a show and dog, a dog and pony dance type deal.
and they show
And
it's television rights. If you just got
And
3
I want to
black
add to
belts,
it. I think right now with the sanctioner bodies, man, it's just too much confusion with all of these different, titles and stuff right now, man. And with,
And
regular,
that's why they
super,
really
and
don't
that's the
matter.
problem that we have. That's why I feel like, the belts don't matter so much as relevant because of all the confusion that they got with all these different, name titles for these titles.
and that's one of the reasons why Floyd Mayweather moved the way he moved, and with Tank Davis not going for those type of titles, because you become the title. Because the goal was to become world champion and make a lot of money. How about if I sell out arenas and I ain't even got a world title? Guess who will become knocking on the door? The
Yeah.
sanctioning bodies. They are the
Facts.
ones knocking on the door. Hey, Tank,
Same
we
reason
put
why they own Canelo.
absolutely. Hey, Tank, we put you at number 1 in the ranking. We put you this. We don't what? I don't need y'all. That's why Tank was able. That's why Canelo was able to put the WBC in a trash and threw it in the trash, disrespecting them, because they don't need the world title belts no more. So that's why Tank
Right.
didn't fight Cambosis. Cambosis got all the belts and was like, yeah, Tank, I know you want this fight. Tank said, what? I don't need those belts. Is that what you think?
He's
I
looking
can
for the
feed
biggest
you.
money fight. I
I can feed
mean,
you.
especially on top of that with you know the sanctioning bodies with the fees. You know what I mean, with the sanctioning body fees that these
But
fighters
no,
pay out.
but two cent, I understood where you was coming from. I just said that's the point I don't like about the new belts, is though these type of conversations we shouldn't even be having. That's
Right.
all.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm just at the
Absolutely.
point to where if it's a championship belt and you win it, okay, you're a champion. Because I mean, I understand the deeper you go into boxing and the deeper of a fan you are, you understand the breakdown and the super and the astronomical belt and all of this other stuff. But just surface level, you got a belt, you a champion. That's what everybody see.
You're absolutely right, and that's what makes money. That's why those belts is televised in the back, or those cats standing there. It's just, to me, it's like I remember growing up watching Power Rangers. It was only 6 when I was growing up. Now I looked at Power Rangers probably a couple years back. It was 20 of them. It was like 5 Red Rangers,
Yeah,
6
that's
black
so true.
ones.
It's a gang
Shut
of them.
up.
I
It's a
swear.
gang of them now. It
I
is.
said, what in the world? Why is there so many Rangers? My son just to watching it, I said, bro, when I was
Well, they
coming
got
up,
an army now, bro.
it was only
Yo,
6.
it's crazy you say that because I was watching it with my niece. I'm like, I don't remember being this many goddamn
No lie, Toussaint. I seen 5 Red Rangers fighting together, 6 blue ones, 3 blacks, 2 yellows. I'm like, who is who? What is going on here? That is what the sanctioning bodies has done with boxing. Everybody gets a
Right.
chance. You remember when Oprah came on and said, everyone get a car. You get a car. You get a car. You get a car. That's what it looks like.
Hey, that's
Absolutely.
iconic.
Everybody get a
Absolutely.
car.
That goes
I
back
mean,
to the
that's
boxing
what you.
politics and the corruption in boxing, man. The sanctioning bodies, they getting paid by the promoters, the up these guys up in the rankings, like Manny Pacquiao. We got Manny Pacquiao right now. And no, they moved him up 5 years removed from fighting number 5 in the rankings to fight Barrios right now. Shit like that. You know what I mean?
And I'm gonna say this 2 cent. I'm gonna say this too. The reason why you want to take a stand against that, because if you say that I'm a champion off this little regular, whatever title I got, guess what? If you acknowledge that I'm a champion, I don't have to fight the real champion. That's what Tio did, didn't he? Tio was like, I'm undisputed. He took a picture with Canelo, and they said, well, Devin got the WBC. Go get that real. Go become a real undisputed. Nah. Why become a real undisputed when people are already calling me undisputed? They
And that's
already
what he
crowning
Man,
me.
that nigga was calling himself
I'm
undisputed.
about to
Nobody
say,
That's
no,
what
calling
I'm
him
people
saying.
undisputed.
told him that was
My
him.
my point is, if we praise, and I like saying this, if you praise the person with the fake Jordans on and don't call him out on it, it ain't gonna motivate him to go buy no real ones. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I believe Devin checked him about that years ago. Like, he's not undisputed. He needs to stop saying that. But he has been, and he continues to say that too. So, I mean, I definitely understand what you're saying. But to Two Cents' point, if they making you fight for a title and they're calling it a title, you got to put some sort of respect on it.
Yeah, no, I get that. You got to be careful because my thing is you block fights like that. I don't call people. I'm careful who I'm just calling champion because they got belts. That's just me. I stay consistent. I'm talking to a lot of these fighters. I'm not a guy who just talk up on in social media and not behind the scenes. I talk to a lot of these fighters, so I stand firm on what I stand firm on. I've never been a guy who crowned a guy who get elevated. Email the belt. Boots. I didn't
Hey,
call him
But
a champion when
that's
he.
not his fault. He getting
No,
emailed
hold
a
on.
belt though.
Let me finish. Because I know it's not his fault, but guess what? All 4 of them at 147 got elevated. Not one of them won the world title by hearing in the new. Barrios, Stanionis, Brian Norman, and Boots. All of them got elevated. Now here's the thing. You
Terrence
still
Crawford ducked him.
hold on. No, I'm not even saying that. Let them fight the number 1 guy in the division so they can earn the right to get that moment that was stolen from them. They never got to hear and the new in the ring. You know who got to experience that? Canelo by fighting Ricky Hatton's little brother. At least they smart enough to know that fighting and hearing and the new is a great moment for you in your boxing career. How can you sit there and listen, having boxing stories with other legends, and they say, "Well, what you do when you first won the world title?" Oh, I got an email. I was laying in bed with this girl named Tasha, and the email came in saying that I won. I was world champion. Really? Fight for it. Broner did it. Broner became a 4 division in his backyard. So I'm saying fight for it. I'm not saying it's Boots' fault. But my thing is let them earn the right to become champion because I'm only gonna call you champion after you fight somebody. I'm not calling you champion because you got elevated. I'm consistent.
But the only reason I'm elevated is because the nigga that got the belt don't want to fight me.
No, but I get that. No, there's nothing wrong with you said, Toussaint. There's nothing wrong with you just said. I'm saying you take my moment. If I never experienced a world title fight, you take my moment away from me by giving me a belt.
Terrence took all their moments away. Then it's that nigga fault.
Okay, we can sit there and say it's his fault, but why can't you fight the number 1 guy that's in the division for it? Why it can't be a vacant belt?
Who would that be? His mandatory?
No, let me tell y'all how it's supposed to look. Brian Norman beat the number 2 guy in his division. He was the only person in that division at 147 that was supposed to get elevated. Why? Because he fought the number 1 guy in the division for a vacant spot. They did not get the real title. They got the interim, right? Cool. But guess what? When Crawford vacated the belt, Brian Norman becomes champion. Why? I fought the number one guy. I already did my part. You don't just get. I'm gonna tell you why they didn't
But
do it
I
though.
think they had already fought the fights. You feel what I'm saying? It's like, okay, this fight is the fight, and whoever win when the belt become available, that's who gonna get it.
See,
So
that's why I'm getting at. I'm gonna tell you why they didn't do it, because some of the guys that's moved number one in that position ain't signed to a big promotional company. And if you beat Boots or beat Stanionis, guess what? The sanctioning bodies don't get sanctioning fees, because this is a guy who don't have a big promotional company. He's 18, 19 and 0 with not a big following. So guess who going to get who going to get elevated? The guys who are all signed to big promotional companies.
but that's what
Stanionis.
I don't understand about you though, right? You know that, and you keep saying how stuff should be and should go when it should be and should go the way exactly how it went and the way it went. Because
No,
like you just said, they're not about to let you have a belt if they can't get them sanctioning fees up out you. So
yeah, but that's my point. It's rigged and it's wrong.
it'll never go the way it's supposed to go.
But that's my point, because what you have never experienced yet is having a fighter you got a good relationship with, and you see him build up in the rankings, and you see them maneuver around him because he don't have a promotional backing. Charles Conwell getting ducked around and maneuver around because he didn't have a promotional company. Albert Bell, Toledo, Ohio, getting
Well,
moved around, maneuvered around because he didn't have a big promotional company, and when he did, Top Rank had to release them because the fighters didn't want to fight them.
bro, I'm
They
working with a fighter right now that's with PBC, signed with Samson. He got the same exact problem. That's just boxing. It
no,
ain't got
I'm
nothing
getting
to do
no,
with
but
you not having no promotional company.
yeah, no, I'm get what you're saying, but I'm yes, it is, because once you get there, you got to be it's about them believing in you too and getting that opportunity. Some of them, they feel like if you're invincible, they're not going to give you opportunity if they feel you're good. See, if your name is what's his name? Who Earl Spence fought that was mandatory and he beat him in Dallas? Who was this
Danny
mandatory?
Garcia?
No, mandatory in Dallas. He fought him in Dallas as a mandatory. No one never ever heard of him. He didn't have a good. He was
Who?
dang. I
But
forgot
who
his
did Earl
name.
fight nobody ever heard of?
Yes, it was in Dallas. It was this mandatory. Dominique Wade is another one. Triple G ended up fighting. So every time it's a guy with a decent name and they mandatory, all of a sudden politics come. There you go. Thank you. Carlos Ocampos didn't fight nobody, and he was a mandatory for Earl Spence, and Earl had to take the fight. That man didn't earn anything. He worked his way up in the rankings the right way and got the title fight. That's how it's supposed to be. That's what we're talking about. Now, when it comes to these rankings, like I said, they didn't. He was supposed to fight the number one guy after the belt was vacated. And that's how it's supposed to be, because they need to get their moment. That's all I'm saying, Toussaint. Give the fighters their moment. I'm like, yeah, your fighter
I
champion,
mean,
but
I hear you, but you keep saying how stuff's supposed to be, and that's the
you
thing
don't
that,
think so. You don't
that
think a fighter should have their moment in the
no, no,
ring?
no, no. Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I feel like the issue with the fans is they keep saying how stuff is supposed to be. And what I want people to realize is there is no supposed to be. There is none of that in boxing. So stop saying it. Oh, this person don't deserve it. This person in the right. All of that shit is political. All that shit getting switched around. All this is based off this, and that. There is no supposed to be. And I think that that's the biggest disconnect with boxing and the fans. They just can't accept things for what they are.
So if you what was that old quote? If you don't stand for something, you fall for anything. That's pretty much what you're saying. Don't stand for nothing. Fall for everything.
I'm saying you can stand for whatever you want to and think how it's supposed to go, however you want it to go. But this is a business and it's very political. That's
Well,
what I'm saying.
but that's contradicting, because didn't you just get on here talking about what TO wasn't supposed to be, how it's not supposed to be? I mean, what we talking about here? I mean,
No, I
that's
didn't
what
say how
boxing
nothing. I
is.
didn't get on here and say that and how wasn't not supposed to
See,
be at all.
you didn't get on here talking about he didn't deserve to get this, he didn't deserve to get that. Why
I
Bootsy?
said,
Like, come
I
on,
said,
man.
I
You
said,
know
I
what I
don't
mean?
care if they make the fight or not. What I have an issue with is the criticism that Boots is getting for not fighting Tio. That's what I said.
Yeah,
And then
okay,
we
that's
went
fine. Like,
and then my question was, what has Tio even done for people to feel like he gonna go up there and really do something with Boots? I I never said he don't deserve it or he shouldn't get it or none of that shit. If he get the fight, he get the fight. I'm asking about the criticism. Where is that coming from?
Conwell did not turn down the Fedor fight. That's a lie. Sorry. I don't know where you got your sources from. He did not turn down the Fedor fight with the WBC interim. This is why you got to be careful what you listen to online, my friend. Charles did not turn down that. And he already addressed that on the top box, on the boxing voice with Ness. No, he did not turn that down. That's something we have to be careful with.
Man,
That
this
was not,
Conwell dude, when he gonna fight, bro? He turned down everything.
he did not. That's not true.
When this nigga gonna get in the ring and fight?
He just lost.
To who?
Jose, what's his name? I forgot his name. He fighting Zayas for the world title. He
That's
lost to a guy who had 4 losses,
that's
and
the
it was a
plug.
close fight though. But he lost to a guy, and he didn't sign back to Golden Boy. It was a 3-fight deal, and they wasn't moving Conwell the right way either. But no, yeah, he's not turning down a lot of fights like people think. I've already said that. The only fight that was legit. Here's the controversy. Here's the double standard. When Boots sent him an offer, there was, oh man, that's ducking. I said it again. No, it's not ducking. Boots was at 147. He sent the offer to Charles, and Charles felt like it just wasn't for a world title, and he felt like they would be able to fight for a world title up at 147. At 154, he would come to 154. So he felt like
I thought he said he didn't get the offer.
no, we talking because I just read the comments saying Fedora.
Oh,
Coming,
oh,
so
oh,
yeah,
oh,
yeah, yeah.
oh.
Now I was there. I knew about the offer with. I go right to the sources. I don't just sit there and listen. He got the offer from Boots, but here this is the problem. When Boots fought Karen and went the distance with Karen in the rematch, Boots changed his mind because he did not knock out. He didn't knock Karen out, so that's why he said I'm staying at 147. Because if why send the offer to Charles Conwell to 154 if you're not moving up? So I think
Why
it
do
was
you
just
think
more.
because he didn't knock him out, he stayed at 147?
Because
Where's
why
the
you
logic?
here's the answer. You give me the answer then. Why send an offer to 154 and then fight Karen and then say I'm a little off. I think I'm staying at 147. I'm not going to
Because that's
154.
Eddie Hearn with that dumb shit.
No, Boots said that. That's what I'm talking about. Boots said that,
Boots
not
said
Eddie.
what?
Boots said I'm staying at 147. Boots
I'm
said I
talking
never.
about sending the offer at 54. That's Eddie Hearn with that dumb shit, probably.
No, but that was a legitimate offer. I talked to Jamil, who actually covered down there in Philly. I talked to the media and people down there too. He the one called me to make sure that I hear Charles' side of the game because I
Yeah, but
covered
that's what I'm
Ohio.
saying. If Eddie, because this is what y'all people not realizing, they're trying to force Boots to 54 for whatever reason. They're trying to force Boots to 54. So if I'm Eddie, I'm like, oh, let me send this offer. Oh, look, come at Boots. Look, he already accepted the fight at 54. Is this, and that. Here you go to take this fight. And I think that's what's going on as far as Boots and Eddie is concerned. Eddie is kind of like trying to do one thing, and I don't think Boots necessarily wants to do that. I think
So
that a lot of that is happening too.
so you think that Boots is Eddie has sent the offer without Boots' permission about with the Charles fight? I think he was aware of that. I understand where you're coming from, but I think he can
It's not
definitely pull it
necessarily
off.
like I'm doing it without your permission per se, like I'm doing it behind your back. I'm just trying to get a deal done and to bring to you. And if
Now
you
I
turn
think
it down, you turn it down.
right now I think he nailed this on the head. I think if Boots does go to because here's the thing, there's nothing really at 147 that they occupy right now. I don't think Barrios is gonna fight him if he beat Manny. I don't think Al Heyman is gonna throw Boots a bone that's across the street to beat Barrios and take the title. I don't think
What you
that's
mean he
gonna
gave
happen.
him Stanionis?
No, that's my point. He gave him that, but he's not giving him Barrios. And especially here's the thing, especially if Barrios win against Manny, that boosts him up. So what they might do is drop the 147 belt and move Barrios to 154, where he got Laura, Tim, Sebastian,
Barrios done at
PBC.
54. He done. He
No, I'm
done.
just saying. PBC got got all the fights on that side. So if Boots is smart, you don't sign with Eddie. Eddie then took you as far as you can go. You got one more fight, whatever. You go to 154 and you go shake your hand with Al. You already familiar with that area,
Right.
and you do
And
business
that's what
with
I
him.
was saying.
And then I agree
I
with that. I
agree.
do think he should
I
go to
agree with that.
54.
Boots.
I agree with that.
Yeah, Boots. I
Yeah.
feel like Boots would be way more better off at PBC for sure. That's just my personal opinion, man. Because they are definitely He already, main evented with events and stuff in his hometown and stuff with Eddie Hearn. But Eddie Hearn has caused a lot of confusion amongst, certain fights that he's negotiated with Boots with other guys in recent times. And that's why I feel like he wouldn't have that confusion. You just look back at Stephen Espinoza when all of the Virgil Ortiz negotiations was coming about. Stephen Espinoza was one of the guys that was defending Boots in that situation. He was defending him more than Eddie Hearn was, for real, honestly. You know what I mean? So I feel like Boots would have a great home if he was going to PBC, and then he would definitely get some of them better fights at 154 over there because some of those good names at 154 is at PBC for sure.
And he's in a position where he doesn't have to fight 3 or 4 times a year. He's fighting two, and he's gonna be on big fights. It's gonna be, I love that. I love that at 154 for him. So I think you can build with that. I think that would be the great fit for him to go to PBC after Eddie, because Eddie can only take you so far, man. Definitely you going to 154 on Matchroom. I mean, what's really over there?
Unless you eating some bad eggs or your bad boy lacking melanin. That boy can only take you so
I
far as a
don't
throw
know,
you
man.
underneath the bus.
Everybody want Boots out of 47, bro.
Well,
Everybody like,
he's saying that
I personally
he's
feel
saying
like
that he ain't
Norman
making.
waiting for him to leave 147. That's my opinion. I feel like Norman he waiting for Boots to leave 147
I
and
kind of feel
try
like
to
about a
put it
minute.
on Boots pretty much like oh he ain't want the fight and stuff because they already insinuate
yeah,
like
but if Boots
oh
leaves
Boots don't want the
47, what
fight.
Norman gonna do? Because he ain't gonna have nobody attach his name to, because that's the only thing keeping him relevant, if we honest.
And
Norman.
then he gonna try
Yeah.
to carry
Yeah,
on the 147-pound division after that.
I'm gonna
That's
say
pretty
this
much
though.
what he gonna try to do.
I think the fix is in though. I think the fix might don't. Hey, Norman gonna have to knock that Japanese dude out at 147 because the money fight is gonna be if Manny beat Barrios and that Japanese guy wins.
Man, Manny
That's the
is
money.
not beating no Barrio. Stop
Man,
it.
I said Manny wasn't beating Keith. I said Manny wasn't beating Broner. I said Manny find ways to pull stuff out the hat.
Man, you seen him
He gonna
shadow
have to be on
boxing
the
in the
stuff.
videos?
I
He
didn't
ain't
He
pulling
believe
gonna
in
nothing out that
Manny
hat but
on
some
Barrios.
he
tame
gonna have to
medicine.
be on that stuff to beat
Right.
Barrios because he been out for a long time. But if he should beat him, there
Man,
also
I
is the
don't care what
prospect.
he on. He not beating Barrios.
But if he should beat him, no 2 cents, there is the prospect of Floyd Mayweather coming out of retirement. And what money could they generate for a
Man,
possible
ain't no
rematch?
way. Ain't no way.
Man, I would not buy that fight. If y'all don't sit y'all old ass down.
Ain't
I
no
Man,
feel
way,
you,
yeah, I
but
don't
man.
you know
believe
how
he
they
beating
do.
Barrios either.
Hey, they're gonna be sponsored by Viagra, man.
Hey, Rose Sparks,
All
stay
right,
on that
y'all.
Rose
Hey, I got to
Sparks.
get up out of here. I got some family stuff to take care of. But everybody, give y'all closing statements, man, for the show, man. Appreciate everybody on this, especially Ohio runs boxing. My boy Marcus, man, for sure,
Definitely,
man.
man.
So everybody, give y'all closing statements for the show.
All right, thank you for letting me up, Cam J, Ohio Run Boxing. It was good chatting with you. You can check out my channel, stop by my live sometimes. We be having some
Facts,
some some
facts.
some great debates going on over there.
Sub up and
Jab
sis.
Queen, Thomas Hill, Bean. Thank y'all for letting me come up. Great discussion today. Y'all be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. And if you're listening to the replay of this live, make sure y'all drop a comment below and let Cam J know what y'all think about the conversation today.
Miss Two Cents.
Absolutely.
What is
Appreciate
your?
you,
Yeah,
That's
what's
sis.
the
up?
YouTube name.
2 cents boxing.
All right, I got you.
Hey, before she get off Ohio, she got a son, or actually two, that's boxing too. They kind of tight up in the amateur circuit.
Okay.
Facts.
Yeah, be on the
Where's she
lookout.
from?
I'm in
She
Houston.
from
From Houston? Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, yeah.
a lot of my Ohioans go down there. You know what I'm saying? So we got a lot of people stationed down there in Houston.
Okay,
Uh,
okay.
we got another King Jr. Out of Cleveland. Him and his dad, they stationed down there.
Oh, King Jr. I think I seen him before. He be on Instagram.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
I
They
seen
cool.
him there before,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. So yeah, we got a lot of people down there that represent Houston, man, coming out of Ohio. So shout out to them, man. Houston got a nice history of boxing back there too. I always show them love. So yeah,
All
shit, man.
right, appreciate it.
But yeah, definitely gonna follow you. Not very knowledgeable. You and Queen, y'all some knowledgeable. Yeah, I love it, man. I love meeting new people and chopping it up with them. So yeah.
My link in the chat too.
Okay, I got you. Definitely got you. So yeah, that's it. I'll see y'all, man. I'm gonna watch these fights tonight. And y'all know where to find me. I'm easy. Ohio Run Boxing. I'm Marcus Nall on Facebook. You can find me on TikTok. I got a Twitter too, but I don't be on there as much. I need to get more active on that one, so I'm gonna do that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get more on that. I have, like I said, I had De La Hoya reach out to one of my peoples about me today, so we'll get that all get that stuff situated. But yeah, I'll see y'all, man. I'm gonna be up out of here.
All
yeah,
right,
for
take care,
sure, for
bro.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bane.
Yeah, man. I appreciate being on here as always, Cuzzo, man. Thanks for always having that door open, man. I appreciate everything. Jab Queen, keep doing your thing. I'm be checking out everybody. I'm just gonna be trying to touch up with everybody on here as far as whoever got a platform. Try to support each other because I think support is important, and it's kind of like we got like a family now. You know what I mean? It's starting to grow. So
Absolutely,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey,
absolutely.
my name Thomas Hill, man. It was a pleasure to be up here with the
Big Hill.
esteemed panel. You got CamJNetwork, the network up in this beam. My man that keeps it only a beam. We got the wooden hat assassin, the kung fu master himself. Ohio runs boxing. I'm telling you how Ohio got their foot planted in the cement of boxing. Jab Queen boxing. She come bring that flair that only she can with the rights, the lefts, the uppercuts, the hooks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She get you with all types of stuff. Had 2 cents boxing. Shout out to my homegirl Jay, giving it her way. And also, man, we doing things the right way. We over here discussing and trying to level and find a way of reasoning between what we see and what we know and what we believe. I'm gonna say one last thing before we go. I don't have a channel other than the fact that I break down film with my man Ant McQueen. Me and him, we have the Casuals
Casuals
Corners.
Corner.
Anytime you want to go out there, we also have Pound for Pound Boxing and my main man who got hands. And we working on getting more steady with our appearances, but you can always find any of us anywhere where you get to discuss boxing from a level-headed point of view, because honestly, man, we here to uplift the sport we love, not to make it drift to somewhere we want. And also I want to shout out the greatest regular WBA champion of all time, Muhammad Ali. That boy never was
Absolutely.
super, but he was super in the ring, man. So you know what, designations have their place, but in that ring it's only a designation. Them fists get the designating on that tail, and we gonna see if we can get these fights. So hopefully we can push for those fights so we can see, and hopefully we push for the boxing matches instead of matches of boxers, because unfortunately we've gotten to the point where we're more a fan of boxers than actually boxing. And while I rock with
Absolutely.
folk, yeah, for sure, Cam. And while I rock with folk, yo, some of my favorite fighters of all time got robbed out of chances, didn't get a chance, or something like that, and that doesn't detract from them being great. So if we really want to see true greatness, let us see it in the ring. And on that note, I'm gonna go on and bounce. Shout out my man Bean. Bean, when I'm up here, please, man, speak, man. You be talking that fact, bro. I gotta hear you more.
All
Yeah.
right, brother. Take care of yourself, man. Be blessed.
Hey, you too, man.
Yeah,
And you
absolutely.
just be
Jack
easy.
Queen, sis.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much for letting me up. Anytime I come up here, we have us a good old time, honey.
Great
As
conversation.
yes, as usual, and as always, when you visit my panel, it's the same. I love building with you gentlemen and learning things that I didn't know, and also just having a really good back and forth conversation, because I feel like when you have the conversation, you can come to an understanding. There doesn't need to be yelling, there doesn't need to be screaming, just mature adults talking through whatever it is they think they need to talk to, and you know what I'm saying, coming to some sort of common understanding of one another. But as usual, bro, I appreciate you. Thanks for letting me up. And y'all know what to do. Until next time, catch me on a panel.
All right.
Facts, facts, facts.
Yeah.
Man, it's been a pleasure, man. This was great dialogue today, man. Great conversation of boxing. Man, salute to you, Cuzzo, man. Bean,
Do it.
everybody, make sure y'all subscribe to Ringwall Boxing Podcast, man. My brother, man, my cousin, man. You doing great content on the boxing side over there. And he has his show every Sunday at 6 p.m. live and direct, you know what I mean, for sure. And everybody tune in to, and subscribe to Two Cents Boxing, subscribe to Jack Queen Boxing for sure, subscribe to Ohio Runs Boxing and follow him on all different platforms. He's more so on Facebook and Instagram with the content, but he's on all the different platforms as well. Make sure y'all subscribe to Casuals Corner, my man T Hill and Ann McQueen, and Pound for Pound over there. Angry White Man Boxing Podcast, Knockout Boxing 86 TV, KQKC, for nine and more, many more, man. You know what I mean? We know all of us, we're working as a collective, you know what I mean? And, we're building like a little foundation and family. And for sure with BVO Sports TV and D Free and all of them guys, Dub Right Side and all of them guys over there, you know what I mean? There's a lot of guys that's doing some great content, you know what I mean, on the boxing side, and we're all building as a collective, you know what I mean? And everybody just subscribe to all of these different channels that I named for sure and stay tapped in. If you watch this on the playback, make sure you hit that like button, comment on any topic that we covered tonight, you know what I mean? I know it was a couple other topics that we had, you know what I'm saying, but we just had so great dialogue with some of the stuff that we were building on and talking about for sure, you know what I mean? To where, we definitely gonna have to get Marcus back on here, you know what I'm saying, and talk about a little bit more in depth with Ohio boxing and stuff for as our top fighters that we felt our top 10 far as far as Ohio boxing, of course. And salute to my guy, Crush the Legend, man, and L Dub Boxing for sure too, man, popping up in here today too, man. Salute to them guys, man, for sure, and subscribe to L Dub Boxing, man. Very, informative on boxing and stuff, and the future fights that's coming up and everything. And tap in with my guys, Crush the Legend, man, my brother, man. That's my dog. He going live early in the morning, like 6, 7 in the morning, so I'll be up getting ready for work and I'll be tapping into his live streams, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So that's my guy, Crush the Legend, man. Definitely great on the boxing content and other content as well, along with him for sure, man. So this was just a great show, man. Definitely legendary today. I felt like this was definitely going to be one of those legendary episodes, and we had this great conversation where, it wasn't no back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, BVO, a little different. That's my dog, man. I'm trying to get him on the logic side of things. You know what I mean? You already know, sis. But this was just a great dialogue and great conversation, man, where we didn't have, it wasn't no people getting emotional and, cussing each other out and going back and forth, getting all crazy and willy nilly like we've been seeing on a lot of different panels in general. Yeah, I mean, we just kept it calm and cool and just had great dialogue today, man. I just appreciate everybody tuning in today, man. And we are out of here. Sorry, but not sorry. Boxing Talk. Subscribe to the channel, man. Hit that like button if y'all watch this on the replay for sure. And salute and appreciate everybody for joining in and tapping in. And we are out of here.